It was an ordinary warm summer day, similar to thousands of other such days. The city lived its slow life, wanting to quench his thirst and drown out his emotional weakness a little. Andy opens another can of beer. Andy took a whole bag of this goodness, so you can afford to drink a few jars while enjoying the beauty of the city. Having taken the first sip, the hero feels that he has become much lighter, and the beginnings of vital energy have appeared in him. His pleasure was interrupted by a notification that came on his mobile phone. He was waiting for this notification, because he was supposed to be informed about the result of his job interview, for which he had been preparing for a long time. However, the company refused to employ the hero. This is the second attempt this year to get a job somewhere. This fact ruined Andy's mood, which he had so diligently raised with the help of several cans of alcohol. But, to be honest, he expected to see such a result, because he is just an ordinary loser. And this is not the first attempt to change something in his life. Therefore, he simply continues to drink in order to somehow soothe the emotional pain in his chest. Having finished another can of beer, the hero takes his bag and goes home to continue his useless existence there. The hero is in no hurry to go home and slowly drags his feet up the stairs in order to somehow brighten up his gray days. When he gets home, the first thing he does is check to see if his front door is locked, and then unlocks it. Beforehand, he carefully looks through the peephole of his door, fearing that the landlady of the apartment might come to visit him. But fortunately, she wasn't here today, so the hero can spend his next great evening here. Andy casually throws his phone on the sofa, because today he received only negative things from him. From the push of the phone, a strange bag with a pill bounced off the furniture. Walking into the house, Andy sat down on his bed, preparing to open another can of alcohol. As always, he thinks a lot about his life, but he cannot imagine how to change it. Therefore, lately, he can just sit and think for days on end, because a huge number of problems have accumulated. The hero sees the only solution in this situation in drinking a large amount of alcohol in order to somehow forget. On his desk, there is nothing but an empty box of cheap processed foods and a box of unknown medicine. But fortunately, the hero doesn't need anything else. He's used to leading such a lifestyle. The main thing is to find money to pay rent. At times he experiences bouts of sadness, and the hero considers himself a pathetic loser. After all, if you look at it, now he saves on everything, just to allow himself to lose himself in the evening over another can of alcohol. From everything that happens, Andy begins to have a mental disorder that he is unable to control. Attacks of melancholy give way to attacks of aggression, and he turns around his table with alcohol. Having done this, Andy realizes that he now has nothing to drink, which upsets him even more. He grabs his head and goes through all the options in his thoughts when he made a mistake and why he found himself in such a situation. Andy feels very sorry for himself. He blames the world around him for not allowing him to reveal his talents and get a job, and this brings tears to his eyes. But still, he understands that all is not lost and tries to calm down in order to think about further options. Wiping his snot with his sleeve, Andy sees on the table the only chance to change his life. There was an unusual pill called AF12, which he received as a participant in a special clinical experiment. When Andy said that he did not sign up for this, the person who gave him the medicine replied that when his financial difficulties reached their peak, he would take this pill himself. However, Andy decided to wait a little, and the next day he went to his part-time job. It was warm summer weather, and Andy, dressed as a cute cat, was selling himself to small children for a nominal fee. Of course, there were few clients, but this money allowed Andy to buy alcohol for himself, and even sometimes pay for housing. But such work greatly exhausted him, because the city in which he lives is southern, and the weather is always sunny here. Sitting down on a bench to catch his breath, Andy hears his phone ringing. This call gave the hero a ray of hope, because this could be one of the companies to which he sent his resume. However, it was the owner of the apartment. She told the hero that the amount of rent debts had exceeded all limits, and if he did not pay, he would be evicted. Not knowing how to solve this problem, Andy decided to turn to his mother, who owns a small store in the slums of the city. But having accidentally overheard her conversation, the hero hears that the family is now making ends meet, and the store will most likely go up for sale. Andy understands that now is not the time to burden his mother with his problems, especially on her birthday. The hero, of course, did not forget about this, because he values his parents very much, and took a small cake with him as a gift. But not wanting to be seen by his mother in such a pitiful state, the hero decides to leave it on the table so as not to hurt his mother again. After which, Andy leaves, wondering where else he can get at least a small amount of money. He gets on one of the buses, which moves towards his house. Leaning his forehead against the window of the bus, Andy looks at the city with a sad look. It seems to him that everyone around him is doing something useful, and only he is not succeeding. Continuing to drive the minibus in his own way, the hero listens to the radio, which is installed inside the cabin. According to it, a beautiful female voice talks about the chemical industrial company KG, which has a large number of employees both in the country and abroad. They produce almost everything, from batteries to industrial and even pharmaceutical products. Continuing to listen to the advertisement, the hero feels the vibration of his phone in his pocket. He wanted to ignore the notification, but the messages kept coming to his phone. It was his brother. He asked Andy if he left the cake for their mother outside and why he didn't go inside, to which Andy replied that he didn't want his mother to see him like this, but he couldn't help but congratulate her on the holiday. His brother sent him another message, which came to his home email, which said that the hero must pay off the loan debt. Checking his balance, Andy saw a disappointing amount there, because it wasn't even enough to pay off the rent he owed. The hero begins to rummage through his pockets, hoping to find at least some money there. However, he finds only a pill there, which he took with him, because he has not yet fully decided to take it. Looking at the tablet, the hero remembers the person who handed it to him. He handed it under the pretext of the protagonist's large debts. He explained that all the hero had to do was drink it and tell them about its effects, and if everything went well, Andy would never have to think about money again. Now Andy is in such a state that even if this pill kills him, he will not be very upset, because death is better than such a worthless life. Therefore, without a doubt, he swallows this medicine. He has no other choice. After the hero takes the medicine, he feels like a million different chemical reactions are happening inside his body, as if he himself had become a small laboratory. At this moment, he has a hallucination, and he feels that someone is trying to strangle him. But he cannot resist this. In front of him, he sees the silhouette of a man in a gas mask, who is trying to extract information from him about the location of the medicine. To which Andy replies that he no longer has the pill, because he just took it. The man in the gas mask tells the hero that if he doesn't want to get a hole in his skull, he must tell him the formula. After which, the hero wakes up, looking at the reflection of his phone. He does not understand whether it was a dream or reality. Taking the drug left a mark on his appearance. His eyes became very red, and his skin became much paler. Despite all his physical weakness, Andy feels that he does not want to sleep at all, as if some chains were binding his brain. At that moment, a new notification arrived on his phone. Andy was surprised by this, because it was already late at night. The message was sent from an unknown number. The unknown person asked him if he had taken the drug, and if he was sleeping now. When Andy answered positively to all the questions, the man invited the hero to meet, which greatly interested the hero. It was already late at night on the street. Only light could be seen in a few windows of multi-story buildings. Under cover of darkness, Andy approached the location indicated by the person who sent the message to his number. While checking his location with the required location, the hero notices a suspicious car not far from him. The man in the car flashed his high beams at Andy, showing him where he should go. Hesitating for a second, Andy wonders if he should go there, since it might not be safe. However, he decides that he has nothing to lose and starts moving towards the car. He approaches the driver's side window, in which absolutely nothing was visible, and tries to address this man. At this moment, the passenger door to the front seat opens in the car, again showing the hero what he needs to do. The hero gets into the car and at first only looks around thoughtfully, trying to understand what is happening to him. Having come to his senses a little, he sees a woman in the driver's seat, sorting through some papers. The woman introduced herself. Her name is Sophie, and she is a senior researcher at KG. This fact greatly surprised the main character, because he did not expect that the person who sent him these messages was such an unusual woman. Seeing an attractive girl in front of him, Andy was a little confused, but Sophie immediately began asking him questions. The first thing she asked was a question about the protagonist's sleep, namely, whether Andy was able to fall asleep after taking the drug, to which the hero answered in the negative. After which, Sophie began to examine Andy for any external changes, which made the hero even more embarrassed. But the girl did not back down, and continued to question the hero. In between, she told him to contact her as Dr. Sophie. Considering the main character's lifestyle, he rarely had to communicate with girls, especially those who occupy such high positions, so this whole conversation is very difficult for him. But for Sophie, on the contrary, everything is going as it should. Now she has reached the key question, namely, whether Andy has recently undergone treatment in the hospital. Based on the results of the examination at this clinic, it was revealed that Andy's body is one of the few that responds to the drug AF12. Andy asks Sophie why she chose this particular time for the meeting, in response to which he heard that this was due to the way the drug worked. Sophie explains that the drug AF12 consists of two protein cells, one of which is a powerful sleep stimulant, and the other is a chemical compound containing specific knowledge. All this is studied by the science of molecular biology, and he was chosen to see if he fit the test conditions. Hearing such complex concepts as molecular biology and chemical elements, Andy's eyes darkened because he understood absolutely nothing. Sophie looked at him as if he were still a 1-year-old child and said that she would now explain everything more clearly. The AF12 drug molecule consists of 2 structures that are opposite to each other. In chemistry, this concept is called optical isomers, or chirality. In general, everything works quite simply. If a person does not fit the conditions of the drug, then a sleep stimulant will work, and if he does, then an element with knowledge. But such explanations drove the protagonist's brain into an even greater dead end. His intellectual abilities had never been so strained lately. He is trying with all his might to concentrate and understand who he is, and why he is here, not to mention some kind of chirality. Andy asks why they want him to stay awake then, since the knowledge element clearly didn't work on him. To which Sophie replies that he has a very bad opinion of himself, and if you think about it a little, and he will immediately understand everything. Andy leans back imposingly and asks Sophie what kind of optical isomers we are talking about. As far as he knows, these are chemical compounds that contain knowledge. Suddenly, the timbre of his voice changes sharply and Andy screams loudly, saying that this is all complete nonsense. After all, recording information at the molecular level includes genetic engineering, biology, and even the human genome. In addition, identifying the knowledge secreted in a gene is impossible without a sequencing device in the head. Sophie tries to keep the conversation going and answers that, indeed, this is usually impossible. Andy begins to explain to Sophie about DNA, RNA, and molecular sequencing and why none of this is scientific and sounds like real science fiction. Suddenly, he realizes that the drug really worked because he had never even attended a chemistry lecture before. Sophie looked at Andy with a satisfied look. She realized that the experiment was a success. After which, she began to rummage through some documents, hastily trying to find something important. At this point, Andy notices that he now does not experience any stress while being with a woman, although this was a big problem before. Finally, Sophie has found what she was looking for, and she tells Andy that the knowledge that pops into his head is only a small part of the whole picture, after which she places a certain container with a round-colored substance on the panel of the car. Andy examines it carefully. It seems to him that this element is somehow similar to the pill he took, and so it turned out that this substance is the original of the drug AF12. With its help, you can obtain a wider range of knowledge. The first question that arose in the already quite intelligent person was whether this drug was dangerous to health. But Sophie assured Andy that the drug was 100% safe. After that, Andy asked Sophie what they were going to do with him if he took this drug, perhaps experiments on the human body. And also, he immediately thought about dissection, which led him to a moment of horror. He tries to carefully question his new acquaintance, because when he took this drug, he was an ordinary stupid idiot, but now he understands everything perfectly. However, Sophie interrupts him and says that she is hiring him. The word work worked as a trigger for Andy, because for so long he had dreamed of getting a job somewhere, and now he was finally given such an opportunity. Moreover, this is not just a job, but work in one of the largest companies in Japan, KG Laboratory. Andy looked at Sophie with an incredulous look. He understands that this offer is too generous. However, he cannot refuse it, because he must pay his debts, so he agrees to this offer. After the end of the rapid brain activity, Andy is finally able to fall asleep. In a dream, he sees pillars of fire surrounding his body. The hero is very scared because he is still just a child, and a terrible fire has formed around him. Andy is hungry. His whole body hurts terribly. He does not understand who he is, where he is, and why he is here. All he can say is the 4 letters that first came to his mind, the word Dad. After this, Andy wakes up and realizes that it was just a nightmare. Despite this, his body was covered in cold, sticky sweat, and his brain was still in a state of terror. After some time, the hero manages to come to his senses, and he was able to tear his body, shackled by horror, from the bed. However, he cannot remember what he dreamed, and all that remains in his head is yesterday's conversation with Sophie. He remembers that yesterday he finally signed a contract, which, as usual, he threw carelessly on the table, like all his other things. Before opening it, Andy tries to remember how the conversation with Sophie went, because at first he reacted negatively to her proposal. However, Sophie was persistent. She didn't even need to convince the hero, but just look at him with her deep gaze. Looking into her eyes, Andy realizes that he is refusing a good offer, because he has been looking for a job for so long. After which, Sophie puts the upstart in his place, telling him that until recently, He barely graduated from a 2-year college, after which he could not get a job. But they will gladly accept him into their ranks because they need a special person who will be affected by the drug AF12. After carefully reading his contract, Andy realizes that his annual salary will be about 100 million. Seeing such numbers, Andy immediately changed his mind, because such money would be able to cover all his needs and would also help his family maintain their store. However, if the hero cannot withstand the peculiarities of the job and quits it, he will have to compensate for all the damage to the company's budget spent on manufacturing the drug and paying his salary. Andy understands that if he eats this drug now, there will be no turning back. But after weighing all the pros and cons, the hero decides to take a risk and take this drug, hoping that there will be no side effects from it. The action is again transferred to our time. Looking at his phone, Andy sees that a transfer of 10 million has been made to his account. In addition to financial changes, the hero sees that his appearance has changed significantly. In particular, the color of his hair has changed. The hero even begins to somewhat doubt the safety of this drug, because he does not understand how hair color can change in a day. But some change in his body bothered him even more. This concerns his eyes, which now have a burgundy tint and begin to see more than normal vision can. With this vision, Andy is able to see every cell that surrounds him. They are visible before his eyes, like space. Making his way through his many thoughts, the hero remembers the rest of the conversation with Sophie. He remembers that his view changed yesterday, when he began to consider the cosmetics on Sophie's face as a collection of chemical elements. Then he did not yet understand what this meant. On Sophie's face he saw the elements of iron, oxygen, silicon, and many others. Sophie didn't like that this impudent boy was looking at her so intently, and she made a displeased grimace. However, Andy did not stop. The neural connections in his head connected the elements into chemical compounds, showing him the complete chemical picture. A silicon molecule combines with oxygen to form silicon oxide, and the oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon dioxide atoms form glycolic acid. So, Andy learned for the first time a new formula that matched the anti-wrinkle cream that Sophie uses. In response to this, Sophie told Andy that she was still young and did not use wrinkle cream. However, now it is impossible to deceive Andy, because he sees everything perfectly. Sophie tells him that he has stopped looking at the face of the girl who has been working 7 days a week for several days. But Andy doesn't seem to hear her. Having received such an amazing ability, he wants to examine every little thing that surrounds him. Andy asks Sophie what specific knowledge and secrets are hidden in this drug he just took. To which Sophie replied that only one person, an authoritative microbiologist, could give the answer to this. She herself does not know the structure of the drug and the features of its action, because she is a medical professional, not a scientist. Then Andy says that he would like to meet the one who made him like this and ask him a couple of questions. However, Sophie reminds him that his job is to act on the terms of the signed agreement and succeed in what he is told. Looking closely into her eyes, Andy replied that the problem with rough skin cannot be removed only by the shimmer effect. She must come up with some other way. For example, adding some kind of catalyst that will be used to remove the aging skin surface. After which, Sophie slams her hand on the steering wheel of the car, telling Andy to shut up. Otherwise, he will fire him. Hearing this phrase, Andy finally shut up. The action moves again to our time, where Andy leaves the house after completing his morning routine. On the porch of his apartment, Andy sees a man whom he had avoided for so long and was afraid to see even in a nightmare. The hostess stood there. She crossed her arms displeasedly and asked the hero where he was going and whether it had anything to do with the interview. Having learned that he was not going to a job interview, the landlady said that she was already tired of the fact that the hero could not pay the rent, so she would evict him if he did not pay right away. Andy tells the grumpy woman that she'll get what she came for, before taking out his phone and logging into the bank's app. A few seconds later, the hostess's mood changed dramatically, because Andy transferred her the amount several months in advance. Seeing that the transfer was successful, Andy tells her in a calm voice that it is time for him to go. The hostess timidly thanked the hero, because she had already forgotten when she received money from him, and finally decided to ask where he was going early in the morning. Andy smiled back at her and said that he finally got a job. In order to get to work, Andy chose the city train, because it goes right to the station where the laboratory is located. At such a time, there were a lot of people on the train, because they were all rushing to their work. Wanting to stay in such a large flow of people, Andy tries to grab the handrail near the door. However, he immediately receives an electric shock to his palm and abruptly pulls it back. The blow was quite painful. Andy even had to shake his palms several times before the discomfort disappeared. Looking at his hand, Andy notices interesting changes on it. First, he is now able to examine it in detail. so close that he can see every nodule and line in his palm. Moreover, he now sees the soft light of free electrons, which looks like fine dust, as if it were a cosmic canvas of myriads of stars. He sees that these small specks of dust seem to want to fly away from his palm somewhere, but the positive charge attracts them. Then, Andy firmly grabs the metal handrail inside the train to test one of his theories. His guesses were confirmed. After contact with the metal, electrons began to move to a more positively charged object. Andy says goodbye to them as if he were his buddies, and tells them after them not to cluster in one place and create static tension. However, some of the electrons are still stuck to the main character, and he clumsily tries to disperse them. This is noticed by some passengers on the train who looked at the hero as if he were crazy. In response to this, Andy simply looked up and pretended that nothing had just happened. Seeing his reflection in the mirror, the hero hopes that the rest of the employees will receive him well, despite his disheveled hair and cheap clothes. Continuing to observe the movement of dust particles, Andy notices that some of them are beginning to accumulate chaotically in various places. This fact interested Andy very much, because he had never noticed such behavior in electrons before. Some of them, without any reason, accumulate on passengers' clothes, and some even freely accumulate in the air, forming something similar to flakes of silk. If you rub them a little against some object, you can hear a slight rustle, and if you collect even more of them, you can even cause a spark. Therefore, Andy disperses them with his palm so that an accident does not happen inside the cabin. The dust particles continued their movement. Some of them were chaotically scattered throughout the cabin, but most rushed into further movement. Andy wondered where the electrons would go this time, and if it had anything to do with charge or action. Entering the next carriage, Andy sees a pretty girl there, about his age, reading some document. Dust particles from electrons surround her young body. In this form she seems even more attractive, because the electrons seem to emphasize her beauty. Andy cannot take his eyes off her, and despite his outstanding intelligence, he still loses to ordinary hormones. This is not surprising, because in addition to beauty, the hero sees something else in her. Because now there are so few girls who read scientific literature while sitting on the train, he sees that too many electrons have clung to her, creating a small charge and electrolyzing her hair to the metal railing. Judging by their number, a certain object or thing from her wardrobe strongly attracts a negative charge to itself. At this moment, the enjoyment of the beauty of this girl is interrupted by a child crying throughout the salon, whom his mother is desperately trying to calm down. Other passengers also pay attention to the baby's crying, because it greatly irritates their nervous system. Some of them even reprimand the mother, telling her to calm her child down as soon as possible. However, this is not as easy to do as it seems, because often children at this age are capricious without any obvious reason for this. The man sitting next to the child said that both adults and children should know the rules of social etiquette. Otherwise, they should not visit such places. The child looked at the old man with a sad look, as if realizing that he had just insulted both him and his mother. In addition, the old man said that the current political system in Japan is complete rubbish, and if he were in their place, he would ban children from appearing in public places. Hearing this, Andy was very surprised, because he had never met such radical people before. He notices that many electrons have accumulated around the child's woolen hat. Andy comes closer and starts waving his hand above his head to get the electrons off the baby, because he's already crying. A wave of his hand redirected the flow of electrons towards the grumpy old man, who continued to read his newspaper. Electrons begin to accumulate around his hair, thereby electrifying it, raising the hair upward. The hero notices that a small beam of electrons remains in his palm, and he decides to do something fun. He gestures to the boy to look at the old man's head and himself presents his palm to it. Due to the difference in action potential, electrons from the old man's head begin to be attracted to Andy's palm, thereby raising his hair even higher, exposing his bald spot. Seeing this, Andy was very surprised, because it was as if he controlled the flow of electrons, creating a positive charge in his palm. This may mean that the free electrons are listening to him, because there is not even sodium silicate stuck to his hand, which would allow him to change the charge of his palm. At this moment, the gloomy old man notices that something wrong is happening to his head and turns his attention to Andy. However, he quickly hid his hands in his pockets and pretended as if nothing had happened. The child also sat quietly and carefully looked at Andy, who hid his hands in his pockets. Andy motioned to him not to say a word, and then he would show him such a trick again. For a moment, his palm changed to a positive pole, then changed to a negative pole again. Theoretically, this is possible. After all, when your hair stands on end from fear, this is also a kind of bioelectric reaction that is transmitted to the senses. Assuming Andy could control this signal, he could induce a tiny burst of energy in his palm, Andy tries to reproduce this charge on his palm and transfers his brain impulses there. And he does it very well. Free electrons begin to accumulate around his palm in large quantities. The hero immediately decides to test his new ability and again puts his palm to the head of the grumpy old man. Due to the difference in charges, the hair begins to be attracted to Andy's palm with even greater force than before. In surprise, the child covered his mouth so as not to laugh throughout the whole bus and attract the old man's attention. The other passengers also noticed this, and it amused them, removing the gloomy grimace from their faces after the boy's prolonged crying. Andy didn't even notice that one of the passengers was filming his prank on his phone. The loudspeaker inside the train announced the name of one of the stations where the old man got off. And now the kid can laugh out loud. He tells Andy that he liked his tricks. The man who was filming his trick on his phone approached Andy from behind and asked him a question. The hero heard a female voice behind him. It was that beautiful girl. She asked Andy if he was going to the KG laboratory now. It turned out that this girl also worked in this laboratory, and on her ID it was written that she was a junior researcher named Chloe. The train continued its further movement to the final station. One of the trains inside the tunnel touched a beam, from which one of the holding screws flew off. After the loss of tightness and strength of the spare part, several more screws immediately flew off from it. The action returns inside the train cabin. It turned out that everyone in the laboratory was aware of the appearance of the newcomer, because he was recommended by a very famous scientist. Hearing this, Andy did not like the fact that everyone in the company would know about his imminent appearance, because this could cause unnecessary trouble. He is also concerned about the large accumulation of electrons around Chloe. The amide bonds are so dense that there is a high probability of aggregation of electrical charges. Chloe was wearing nylon stockings, sodium, silicon, oxygen. All this combines into sodium silicate, in other words, into wastel, which can cause an explosion. Therefore, it is necessary to neutralize the ions first. All he has to do is sprinkle water on it, and the effect will not be long in coming. Chloe comes even closer to the hero. She wants to get to know the newcomer better and tells him that white hair is very unusual. She reaches out to the handrail and tells him that the firm doesn't have a dress policy, but he could have worn something smarter for the first meeting. After touching the handrail, Chloe gets electrocuted by high static voltage, and Andy tells her to be careful. Andy tries to calm the girl down, but she says she's fine. That's why she doesn't like winter, because she has to wear clothes that can cause static tension in contact with her. But there's one thing she can't explain. How Andy knew that she was going to get an electric shock right now. Andy just turned his head to the side to come up with some other excuse. However, Chloe continued to ask her questions. At that moment, the train entered a tunnel at the base of which there were many metal beams. The train driver noticed that there was an unreliable fastening in one of the places and told all passengers to take a stable position. Several metal beams collapsed right in front of their train, and the driver began to apply emergency braking. The beams completely blocked the railway for transport, and it became impossible to continue moving. Meanwhile, unsuspecting passengers continued to communicate with each other. Chloe, with burning eyes, wants to ask the main character as much as possible about the current and electrical induction that he used on the old man. However, due to the sharp braking of the train, strong vibrations began inside the cabin, which interrupted the conversation of two new acquaintances. Due to the inertia of the braking, Chloe moved forward, and wanting to prevent her from falling to the ground, she falls straight into Andy's arms. Chloe immediately pushes away from Andy, because they have only known each other for a couple of minutes, and she is not yet ready for such close connections. However, she did not expect that the force of the push would be so strong that she would be thrown in the opposite direction. And this time, Andy came to the rescue, who heroically saves the girl from falling a second time, holding her body with his hands. At that moment, an announcement from the driver began to be broadcast over the loudspeaker inside the train. It said that due to the collapse of one of the bridge beams, train traffic was temporarily suspended. The incident itself is not critical, because the bridge structure was not damaged. Therefore, removing the obstacle on the railway tracks will take about 5 minutes, after which the train will continue moving. Chloe tells Andy that the train has already stopped, and now he could let her go, because she is not in danger. Andy says that he had nothing like that in mind. He was just thinking about the safety of his new girlfriend, who could get hurt. There is an absurd pause between them, and they both fix their gaze on the glass of the train doors. Through this glass, Andy tries to see the structure of the bridge and what happened there. And thanks to his new remarkable vision, he was able to see the obstacle on the paths. There, workers were already working hard, trying to clear the tracks as soon as possible so that the train could continue moving. Finally, the train has moved and the heroes get to the station they need, where their place of work is located. Andy notices that there are a lot of sodium silicate molecules stuck to it, as well as zeolite and polycarboxylic acid. If you put all these elements together, you get the formula of a regular laundry detergent. And Andy couldn't think of anything better than to tell Chloe about this, because a lot of washing powder had accumulated on her clothes, and as usual, he turned out to be right. The girl shakes off a lot of grains of sand from the washing powder, which embarrasses her a little in front of her new acquaintance. Andy tells her that it's no big deal, because he also often forgets that he put in a lot of powder when rinsing. He smiled sweetly, telling her that it seemed like the laundromat where she washed her clothes spared no powder for such a beautiful girl. This confused the girl even more. However, she was more interested in the fact how he was able to see this if she herself did not notice it. Andy replied that it was all about electrostatic induction, and everything else was his trade secret. Chloe tells him that he should tell her about this, because recently he groped her on the train, and now she can ask him for anything she wants. Andy answered her that she allowed herself too much. On the first day of their acquaintance, Chloe apologized to him, but after that, she asked one more question. Namely, how did he know the scientist Eric, on whose recommendation he was taken here? Hearing the name, Andy remembered the conversation he had with Sophie the night he retook AF-12. Andy asked Sophie how he should behave when asked what a business graduate was doing in a place like this. To which Sophie replied that he would simply say that he is a student of this Eric, about whom Chloe is now talking. Chloe can't stop asking Andy questions about this scientist. She's stuck to him like particles of powder to her clothes. But Andy just shrugs it off, saying that he has no idea where he is now, because he's a very special person. Chloe understands that the main character is not telling her something, which makes him make a dissatisfied grimace on his face. She then crossed her arms and turned away, saying that Andy was acting just like that scientist. Once upon a time, she very much asked to be taken into the project, but he constantly refused her, saying that there was no place there. And now, he dared to send his student here through connections, who even talks the same way as him, especially about powder. Andy thinks that perhaps this scientist tested his drug on himself, which makes their behavior with him very similar. Chloe tells him that she hates it when someone beats her. She is used to winning and calls Andy her competition. However, he doesn't care much about this, because all this work is an empty formality for him, imposed by Sophie and her superiors. Standing on the escalator, Andy sees a large number of free electrons moving down the handrail. And also, as before, a lot of electrons remained on Chloe's woolen clothes, who are also now wearing nylon tights. He warns Chloe to be careful with the handrail, however, it was too late, and she had already been electrocuted. From an unexpected blow, Chloe again loses her balance and begins to rapidly fall down. But this time, Andy did not leave the girl in trouble, and held out his palm to her so that she would not hurt herself this time. An absurd pause flashed between them once again, because more such cases had happened recently than they could have imagined. Chloe thanks Andy for once again not letting her fall and apologizes for being too intrusive. Andy tells her that any real man would do such a thing in his place, so she has nothing to thank him for. At that moment, Andy received a message from Sophie on his phone, saying that he had received a special treatment, so many in the department might be skeptical about him. After reading it, Andy says goodbye to Chloe, telling her that today is his first day at work, for which he must not be late. Looking at him, Chloe says that it was nice to meet him, calling Andy Mr. Connection. Finally, Andy tells Chloe that when she leaves the station, she should deal with her static electricity. Having already passed all the turnstiles, Andy remembers that he wanted to tell her something else, so in addition to the last thing, he shouts to her loudly. He shouts at her to change the laundry, because washing should be trusted to a professional. These words made Chloe's face turn red, and she tells Andy that he is rude, because that is not the right thing to say to girls. But still, she follows him with her gaze to the very last step. This new acquaintance made a strong impression on her. Andy approaches the main laboratory of the KG company and is surprised at how huge the building is. It really looked more like some kind of museum or huge factory than a scientific laboratory. Andy slaps himself on the cheeks to get himself in the right frame of mind before going into his new job for the first time. After which, he gathers his will into a fist and moves forward to meet a new stage of his life. At the entrance, the hero is given a name badge. These cards have certain ranks and are needed to enter various places in the research building. Also, at the entrance he is met by one of the young scientists, who was the first to notice the newcomer. Andy also notices this man, and the first thing he notices is his card, on which it was written that he is a junior researcher. This man called Andy over to him, holding the front door so as not to use the card chips again. The heroes greeted each other. At first glance, they both made a pleasant impression on each other. The guy with red hair introduced himself. His name is Ted, and he is a junior researcher from the first research group. A conversation ensued between the young people, during which Ted asked Andy various questions. One of them was about which faculty the main character graduated from. Andy, with a slight casualness in his gaze, replied that he graduated from the Faculty of Business Administration. Ted was surprised by this answer because it means that they took a person here on special conditions who does not have a scientific education. He immediately realized that someone from the authorities was behind this, because getting into this company was not an easy task. The conversation of the young people was interrupted by another man, upon seeing whom Ted immediately bowed his head as if before his leader. This scientist's name was Joseph, who appeared to be middle-aged and with the appearance typical of his profession, and he asked Ted how his preparations for the design competition were going. Ted replied that thanks to him, work on the project was in full swing, in response to which Joseph said that Ted was a real suck-up. Andy noted that connections play a very important role in this place, because otherwise Ted would not have become so fawning over Joseph. Joseph points his finger at Andy and asks Ted who this interesting young man is standing next to him. Andy introduced himself as a new intern. Joseph replied that he was glad to see a new addition to their ranks. It turned out that he was the leader of the first research group. Walking through the corridors of the laboratory, Joseph began to ask Andy various questions related to his education and other areas. The questions were varied. He asked about his university, availability of foreign internships, personal research, and special achievements. However, Andy couldn't boast of anything like that. So Joseph asked him what he could do and know. Since Dr. Eric himself recommended him, he simply must know and be able to do something, unless, of course, he is the director's son. Andy replied that he was not the director's son, and he also added that he knew a little about molecular biology. He also understands a little about molecular recognition. His knowledge in this area is certainly not academic. However, he learns very quickly and will be able to quickly join the team. Joseph asked him if he studied this field of science himself, or if someone helped him with his research. In response, Andy only remained silent, because he had nothing to answer this question. Then, Joseph, adjusting his glasses, told him that this place was especially popular only because it was able to create a product of the highest quality. The salaries of the employees here are not small, so everyone must give their all here, and mediocrities and ordinary people do not stay here for long. Therefore, he invited Andy to put himself forward for the project competition, which would be held in a week, to show what he was capable of. Seeing that Andy was somewhat confused, Joseph tried to put pressure on him by asking provocative questions. He said that other trainees start in the fall and prepare for this competition for 3 months to perform well. But Andy is a special case. Andy understands that, in such competition, it will not be easy to cope with the smartest youth of his country. However, unexpectedly for Joseph, he accepts his offer to participate in the competition, telling him that he will try to surprise him. This answer surprised the scientist because not every trainee would agree with an obviously lost competition. Joseph tells him that if his project plan is accepted, then he can be included in the project itself, so he must try very hard. He also tells Ted to introduce him to the company's buildings and give him a tour of it, after which he bids them farewell. Joseph thought to himself that Andy was a very interesting young scientist, because he saw something special in his gaze. Ted humbly bows his head and says that he will definitely carry out his instructions and show the newcomer all the places necessary for work. After which, Ted begins to give the hero a tour. They no longer spoke to each other, because he saw his rival in Andy. Ted quickly walked along the corridors, checking for Andy where everything was. Ted showed him the microbiology center where he could research different materials if his project involved biology. He led him through the research laboratory, where young laboratory assistants often sit and collectively examine various issues. He also led him through the relaxation room, where he can spend time quietly and enjoy the various amenities of the company. Finally, he brought him to the main office for young scientists like them. Despite the fact that the time was no longer early, the door was still locked. The office was really empty, apparently. All the scientists were still working on practical material. Ted said that he also had some work to do right now, so Andy would be here alone until the rest of his colleagues arrived. This did not make the main character very happy, because he was preparing himself for new acquaintances and expected to see other people here. He chooses a suitable seat in the front row and throws his things there. So Andy sat in the office for at least half an hour. However, none of the young scientists came here. Suddenly, he heard sounds starting to be made behind the door, as if someone was about to come inside. And so it happened. A young man with a funny hairstyle and a raincoat, who looked somewhat reminiscent of old Andy, came into the office. He threw his coat onto one of the chairs and saw that he was not the first one to arrive at the office today. The heroes greeted each other and introduced themselves. But when the young man heard the name Andy and took a closer look at his appearance, the grimace on his face changed dramatically. He said that he had urgent business and needed to leave for a while, after which we would hurry to the exit. The next person to come here was a young girl, about Andy's age. She also didn't notice the main character at first. However, after he introduced himself and she looked at the color of his hair, she suddenly had important things to do and hurried to the exit. Exactly the same thing happened to the next girl who came into the office. They all seemed to be afraid of Andy, and each found some excuse to avoid being in the same room with him. Of course, he was ready for this, because Sophie warned him that all the trainees would see him only as a competitor, because he had a special place here. Andy decided to pass the time on his phone for a while when he suddenly heard footsteps behind the door again. This time, the person who went inside lingered here and did not immediately look for excuses and try to escape. It was Chloe. She greeted the main character and asked him where the rest of the interns had gone, because it was the height of the working day. Andy replied that after seeing him, they all found important things to do and went to work in the break room. Chloe realized that she and Andy were now completely alone in this office, so this was a great chance to ask him questions. She sat right under his nose, and calling him Mr. Connection, began to do her favorite thing, asking about everything and everyone. However, Andy pretended as if he didn't notice his new acquaintance and continued to just play on the phone. Then Chloe played trump cards. She simply took his mobile phone from the hero and put her face to him, asking her tricky questions. First of all, she was interested in where Andy met with Dr. Eric, in one of the European institutes, or was it me in Japan? Seeing that Andy hesitated a little, Chloe immediately began to press him, saying that this was a very simple question, and she did not understand why he could not answer it. After all, if he really came here on the recommendation of Dr. Eric, then he should be the last person to meet him. Andy responded that Chloe was asking him too many awkward questions for someone who, like him, was preparing for the design competition next week. Chloe replied that she didn't know about any project competition, and she didn't need it at all. Andy was surprised by this answer. He asked her why an intern like him didn't know about the project competition. With a happy face, Chloe replied that she was actually a year older and was no longer an intern at the company. Hearing this, Andy was surprised, because she looks even younger than his peers, and has already achieved such heights. This encouraged Chloe even more. She said that she often hears from people that she looks younger than her age, and Dr. Eric jokingly called her a doll. Moreover, it was she who won the project competition last year, because she was able to learn a lot of experience from such a great person as Dr. Eric. At this moment, through their fear, the rest of the newcomers who fled when they first met Andy begin to return to the room. Now they have set themselves in the right mood because they also need an office for their productive work. Chloe introduced the newcomer to them, telling everyone his name, and also that they could call him Mr. Connection, since he came here on the recommendation of Dr. Eric. The interns looked at each other, because the name of Dr. Eric is of great importance in this place. As a sign of new acquaintance, the trainees bow their heads to each other. One of them introduced himself. His name is Chong, and he is clearly overweight. He, like Andy, came here for his first day of work. The first thing he asked him was if it was true that he actually graduated from the Faculty of Business Administration. Andy replied that this was true, and their friend Ted was not lying when he told them about it. However, there is something Ted still doesn't know, because even though he graduated from such a department, he didn't know that his goal was to become a full-time researcher for this company. Hearing this, the trainees looked at each other, because it was somewhat strange to hear such words from a person with such an education. Andy also thought that he had behaved somewhat arrogantly, exposing himself as a complete upstart in front of his new colleagues. Then, Andy said loudly that he wanted to be useful and provide any assistance in the projects of the Central Research Institute. But it was clear from the faces of his new acquaintances that they treated his words with a bit of skepticism. Everyone, but not Chloe, because she sees how much Andy is like her mentor, Dr. Eric. Andy tells everyone that he's glad to meet all the interns again, but now he would like to start working. After which, he goes to the research laboratory, where he begins work on his first project. He uses a special machine to calculate the various organic numbers needed to create his product. To begin with, he wants to test himself and his ability to use the tools given to him, and tries to make plastic. To create it, he needs to isolate various olefins, a specific family of organic compounds, and develop a specific catalyst for the reaction. Andy spends almost all day in his work and understands that he is able to interact with this equipment. After spending the entire day working on an organic analyzer, Andy decides it's time for him to take a break. Moreover, his stomach itself is screaming at him that his energy reserves are running out. Andy chooses a park as a place for lunch. in the center of which there's a football field, where the other guys like to play the ball during the break. As a child, Andy was also interested in football, so this picture for lunchtime coffee is more than suitable for him. Moreover, he notices that a pretty girl is sitting next to him on the opposite bench, reading a book. And if he gets bored with football, then he can admire its beauty with great joy. Thinking about this, the day began to sparkle with new colors for the hero, and the stress from working with numbers for a long time began to disappear before his eyes. But his enjoyment didn't last long, as Chloe appeared behind him and told him that she also loved spending time here. Without asking permission, Chloe jumps on the bench with a smile on her face, because now no one can stop her from asking her questions. Andy realizes that questions about Dr. Eric are about to start again, so he tries to quickly finish his coffee and get out of here. However, it was too late, because Chloe would not let him leave here so easily until she heard the answers she needed. Then, Andy simply interrupts her, asking her why she wants to work with Dr. Eric so badly. With a sparkle in her eyes, Chloe replied that if there was ever a Nobel Prize winner in chemistry in Japan, it would certainly be Dr. Eric. She tells him that several of Dr. Eric's chemical experiments and scientific inventions are still shrouded in mystery to the entire world scientific community. Moreover, people who encountered his work rhythm and research could not understand even a few % of his work. And those who stood it said about Dr. Eric that so much information cannot fit into the skull of an ordinary mortal person. But she still read about all his works. Perhaps she is even the only one in Japan who has done this, because for most it is common nonsense. Andy was about to praise Chloe for her excessive curiosity, but he notices something special on her lips. Using his special vision, he saw that a special chemical element, lenthionine, was stuck to her lips. The main character couldn't think of anything better than to tell Chloe about this directly, because he hoped that this might somehow push her away. Chloe immediately began to wipe her lips, telling the rude man that he was probably mocking her and trying to find her flaws everywhere. Andy told her that he didn't mean to offend her, but that lenthionine was a component of shiitake mushrooms, which meant that she was more likely to eat that for lunch. Hearing this, Chloe was very surprised. She asked the hero if he was really watching her, so that he could then give out such phrases at the right moment. However, I immediately realized that this was not so, because Dr. Eric also often noticed many oddities that other people could not notice. Andy told her that her favorite doctor taught him this special skill, but he wouldn't tell her how to do it, because it was a trade secret. Chloe tries to understand how Andy could know about the mushrooms, but nothing else came to mind other than surveillance. Finally, Andy finished his coffee and told Chloe that he had to go now, because he had to finish his project for the competition as soon as possible. Taking a few steps away from the girl, Chloe asked Andy what the hero was doing tonight, and if he would like to spend time together. Andy would certainly like to talk more with Chloe, but now she is the person who can reveal him, so he politely turns her down. This somewhat upset the girl, because before she had never heard refusals from her peers, much less at work. After some time, Andy is still working on his new project, which is starting to bother him. He spends hours counting simple and complex numbers, trying to derive the ideal formula. Such work requires special attention, and therefore takes a lot of energy. And if we take into account the fact that due to the effect of the drug and constant brain activity, the hero cannot fall asleep, then this makes the hero's head spin. At that moment, Professor Joseph entered the research laboratory in which the main character worked. He decided to check what area of research the newcomer had chosen for himself, and was pleasantly surprised. Joseph told him that for a beginner he was doing great in such difficult tasks, and if he continued in the same spirit, he could take prizes in the competition. When Dr. Joseph left, Andy realized that he was unable to work any longer, especially since the working day was long over. He went to the office to pick up his things, but when he entered there he was very surprised. After all, none of the guys he met this morning still went home and everyone stayed working on their projects until late. The trainees worked collectively. They were divided among themselves into several groups, and each tried to help each other in different areas. Seeing such a well-coordinated workflow, Andy decided that he would also stay to work with them, and took out his computer. However, there was no outlet behind him, and the protagonist's laptop model could not work for a long time without charging. At exactly that moment, he received a message from Dr. Sophie, who told him that the workday was already over and they needed to meet. There was no way out. The hero couldn't work without his laptop, so he politely said goodbye to his colleagues and headed for the exit. However, only Chong reacted to this, who waved his hand at the hero in response. Everyone else continued to go about their business. Leaving the office, the hero decided that he must find contact with each of them. Otherwise, it would not be possible to create a work process. Finally, the hero gets into the elevator. He wants to quickly meet with Dr. Sophie in order to finish all his business here and go home. On one of the floors, Sophie was already waiting for him, As is typical for workers in her field, she was overly punctual. She politely greeted the main character and congratulated him on his first day of work in his new company. Andy was glad to hear such words, because for the first time in his entire stay here, someone greeted him so warmly. Sophie tells him that the hero will have to adapt, and she warned him that he simply won't. She asked the hero if he received the company employee card, which is issued to everyone on their first day of work. Upon learning that the hero received it, Sophie tells him that this card not only allows you to visit the company's territory, but is also the key to Dr. Eric's office. There are materials from projects carried out and planned by the doctor, and after work, Andy is obliged to go there and study these materials. The hero asks Sophie if in the future they really want him to conduct these studies instead of Dr. Eric. Sophie replied that the hero is very quick-witted, and after the adaptation period he will be obliged to start these projects. She gives Andy directions to Dr. Eric's office and tells him that no one should know about this. All these rules are in the contract, which Andy signed personally, so he has no right to refuse this. This news somewhat shocked the main character, because he so dreamed of having a little rest after work today. But now he will always have to stay late at work. Eric goes to the location Sophie told him and approaches Dr. Eric's office. The office was very spacious. It was exactly like a personal research station. It had a personal laboratory and a personal office, in which an entire scientific council could be seated. Dr. Eric's library was filled with various scientific materials collected from different parts of the planet, from the most famous scientists, and the workplace was equipped with everything necessary in accordance with all modern technologies. Eric sat down in his new chair and felt how comfortable he was in such an atmosphere. He decides that he will spend as much time here as possible, because in addition to studying the doctor's projects, he will be able to develop his own here, because the material base of this place fully allows him to do this. He opens one of the doctor's shelves and begins to select the project he will read today. After looking through the notes a little, Andy comes across an interesting project called the Universal Factor Project. After reading the title, the hero understands that the words do not carry much meaning. Moreover, he has nothing to do with chemistry itself. The document was drawn up in June of this year, however. Apart from the title, there was nothing more in it. However, the hero will notice something interesting in this folder, namely a note that said that the drug AF5 should be studied with extreme caution. Even a minimal dose can cause an extraordinary chemical reaction that can shake the whole society. Andy understands that in addition to the drug AF12, there are others that may also have been tested on volunteers like him. The main character's last few days followed a similar schedule. Due to the sudden appearance of a work schedule and constant overtime, his sleep pattern had deteriorated greatly, which began to affect his work productivity. However, he knows what he is working for, because he must return her store to his mother and finally meet the expectations of his family. At that moment, he just received a message on his phone from his mother, who wished him a good day at work. This message seemed to cheer up the hero. Continuing to move to the desired station, the hero peers out the window and sees something alarming outside. Normal vision cannot see details, but the special eyes of the main character are able to notice any little thing. But after a couple of seconds, Andy exhales with relief, because with his improved vision, he did not see any danger. However, passing the next station, the hero notices that not everything is as good as it seems. He sees that the fastening of one of the structures that holds the metal parts of the roof is damaged by corrosion, and very soon may become unusable. Andy sees an emergency repair number on one of the notice boards. He gives a message to these services that an emergency situation has arisen at one of the stations, which can lead to dire consequences. After some time, employees of this service responded to Andy's message. They thanked him for his vigilance and extreme observation, and promised to correct the situation with this structure in the near future. After which, the hero continued on his way to another hard day of work. Arriving at the laboratory, the hero notices that today it is somewhat empty, and none of the employees are trying to impose extraneous work on him. Having examined several offices, the hero did not see any other interns there, which at first greatly surprised him. However, at that very moment, he realized that this was a great opportunity to work on his project for the competition, as well as understand some of Dr. Eric's work. Andy remembers what Sophie told him before she hired him, that his main goal would be to gain quick recognition in the team, so the project competition is very important to him. Just as Andy was getting a little immersed in his work, he feels someone appear behind him. It was Chloe. She asked the hero what was so interesting about what he was doing here alone, and why, as always, he was estranged from the rest of the team. After which, Chloe looked into Andy's laptop and saw that he was busy working on the topic of hydrocarbons, or more precisely, polymers. She praised him for being so interested in such a serious topic, and asks the hero if he would like to get advice from the one who won this competition last year. After which, she told the hero that she wanted to show him something special today that could help him develop his project. Andy was surprised by this proposal, because what could a girl who is only a couple of months older than him offer something so unusual? But the proposal still interested the hero. Chloe tells him that a smart guy like him should spend more time with the rest of the trainees, so that everyone can improve together. After which, she also quickly urges the main character on, telling him that they have little time left and need to hurry. At this moment, Ted also joins their company. Apparently, Chloe invited him too. She points her finger towards the exit and tells her new acquaintances that now they will go together to the mayor's office, where they will defend the honor of their company. The heroes are somewhat surprised by this behavior, because they do not understand that such a little thing like Chloe forgot in such a serious place. After some time, the heroes reach the city hall, where a scientific council was to be held on the development of a new coating to protect railway tracks from corrosion. For the last year, Chloe has been doing nothing but developing this project, and the recent incident with the collapse of a beam at one of the stations allowed her to demonstrate her work. The only thing that upsets her now is that Dr. Eric will not see her perform wonderfully and receive a new patent from the state. The heroes arrive at the place where one of the registrars is already waiting for them, who at first was surprised at such a young age of these scientists. However, after a while he let them inside. Chloe began the story by saying that the increase in the frequency of passenger and freight transportation by rail has increased the incidence of damage to railway tracks due to corrosion, frequent friction, and vibration. Therefore, their company has developed a unique product, a polycrystalline coating that is smoother than Teflon and stronger than stainless steel. This compound is obtained using the most modern technologies and is used at military facilities of the United States Department of Defense. The minimum service life of the drug is 3 years, and the production budget will help reduce costs by 50%. Andy and Ted fully support Chloe, because they see that her performance was very competent. However, everything could not go so smoothly, because other scientists from other companies were present at this meeting, for whom this project puts a spoke in their wheels. One of these scientists, who is the director of one of the companies, showed photographs of how the desired results can be achieved using the zinc paint developed by his company, and which is now being treated on tracks. The chance that any of the metals treated with zinc paint will be damaged by corrosion is less than 1%, because zinc interferes with the interaction of iron and oxygen. The budget spent on the production of this paint is not so large that the country can save on transporting materials through railways. Moreover, most countries in the world are now buying a paint patent from his company, because it shows very good results. Why then is some kind of polycrystalline coating needed, this scientist asks Chloe, if their company is fully capable of this task? Such a question, and the pressure of this man put Chloe in a somewhat disadvantageous position, because she was not ready for such questions. Seeing this, the scientist said that relevant people should come to such serious places, and not some trainees from the company. Andy sees that things are going badly for Chloe, and he understands that he must help in this situation. He carefully looks at the photographs shown by the scientist and notices some peculiarity in them. It's all about a special chemical element that is applied to this zinc paint. Of course, this is not a seminar where there are losers and winners. However, he cannot simply allow the honor of his company to be tarnished. Then he stands up and points his finger at one of the photographs, telling everyone in the room to pay attention to them. He says that in the photographs of the company, which was now so cleverly trying to humiliate the young scientist, it is clear that something is stuck to the metal. To be more precise, it is pigeon droppings that corrode the zinc coating developed by their vaunted company. This coating cannot neutralize the internal properties of iron, namely, its insane desire to combine with oxygen. Then, the scientist says that the young man is embellishing everything too much, because they thought it through and the zinc paint will be applied to the iron in 3 layers. Andy answers that there are places in the structure itself that cannot be covered with 3 layers of paint. For example, these are the places where the bolts are attached. The scientist replies that even their coating will not be able to protect the bolts, especially since they carefully checked all the details of the structure before painting. Andy replies that these bolts are not reliable, because he can confirm from his own example that he saw violations in the morning when he was driving to work. To which the scientist replies that this is impossible to see with ordinary vision. Then, Andy says that apparently the scientist drank a lot yesterday, because he sees the remains of vomit and ethyl alcohol on his lips and lower parts of his face. He immediately grabbed his face. He doesn't understand where Andy got such information, because he was taking a shower in the morning. Moreover, Andy tells him his favorite snack. He says that he most likely ate an orange, which is confirmed by the acid residue on his lips. The scientist thinks that this person cannot see molecules with the naked eye. Then it must be ordinary self-confidence and knowledge of chemistry. Having convinced the scientists that they should listen to him, Andy continued. He said that the fastening itself was unreliable, because the bolts differ in their chemical composition. He is not used to joking, therefore this is his final opinion. And whether to believe him or not is a matter for the consultation. Chloe tells Andy that he is just an upstart, because she would do a great job herself. A scientist from another company slammed his palms on the table and asked the hero where he came from and why he was here in the first place. Andy replied that he was just an ordinary intern from the KG laboratory and came here to support his friend. This answer surprised the scientist. He did not expect that their laboratory had such erudite interns. Taking his seat, Ted asks the hero if he knows which influential person he got into an argument with, to which Andy replied that it doesn't matter. The city continued to live its own life, and trains continued to carry out their routes along the railway tracks. And suddenly, as Andy warned this morning, several bolts from one structure came loose, greatly weakening the structure. After which, a pile of metal falls to the ground with a loud sound right in front of many drivers. A pile of metal blocked the path of traffic on the highway, creating a large traffic jam on one of the busiest roads. Reflecting on Andy's words, the scientist thinks that this young man is very lacking in manners. However, he very much reminds him of Dr. Eric. At that moment, he received a call on his phone. The girl on the phone told the scientist that an accident had occurred. The structure that Andy had reported about this morning still collapsed, which made the hero somewhat happy, because this is direct proof of his words. The girl tells the scientist about the man who foresaw the collapse and reported about it this morning. Then the scientist asks her for his phone number. The scientist immediately calls this number and tells the person that they need to meet and discuss how he foresaw the collapse. Andy approaches the scientist and says that he won't have to go far, because he was this man. Seeing Andy in front of him, the scientist's face turned pale, because the young intern had just completely won their argument with him. However, the scientist accepted his defeat with pride and immediately offered Andy cooperation to solve the problem with the collapses. Andy decided to consult with his friends because just a few minutes ago, he and the scientist considered each other enemies. His friends told him that no matter what this person was, the problem with the collapses needed to be solved, so he should help him. After which, they learned that they would go there in a special moving laboratory, which greatly surprised them, because they had never seen anything like this. Chloe tells Ted that she and Andy will go there together, and he must report to the company about the results of the conference. Going inside the bus, the heroes are surprised at how much functionality this vehicle is equipped with. Besides the head of this company, there was another woman with pink hair inside the bus. This woman is known in narrow circles. She is the right hand of this scientist and is responsible for key developments of the company. Approaching one of the computers, she decided to immediately demonstrate to the heroes what they were actually invited here for. Andy sees that the scale of the collapse is even greater than he expected, although only a few screws were damaged. The scientist immediately asks Andy what he thinks about this and what ways out he sees in this situation. However, the woman does not really trust the main character, because she is based only on facts, and the age of this young man confuses her very much. Then the scientist tells her that this guy is a real find and he can pleasantly surprise her. Looking at this photo, the hero comes to the conclusion that this was not due to the delaminations that he spoke about earlier, but due to the fact that the bolts could not withstand long-term vibrations. Then, the girl answers him that this cannot be, because all the bolts were carefully checked, and the metal should not be subjected to such vibrations. Andy sees that this woman doesn't trust his opinion, so he has to make some kind of impression on her. He peers into her face to see on it what is inaccessible to the eyes of an ordinary person, and to perform a chemical analysis. He sees that a lot of foreign saliva has accumulated on her lips, which in its enzymatic properties is somewhat different from human saliva. Andy points to the woman's lips and tells her that it looks like she really likes kissing her cats, because there's a lot of animal saliva accumulated on her lips. The woman couldn't believe her ears. She doesn't understand how the hero could know about her pets. Moreover, Andy says that she has more than one cat, because the enzyme analysis of the saliva on her lips is different and belongs to different individuals. Now this whole company trusts the main character and believe that he is not an ordinary rogue from the street. Andy asks the woman to give him control of the computer to show them what the cause of the collapse was. He opens a photo of the structure itself, and once again says that it's all about these bolts. One of them differs from steel in its iron content, which led to its rapid corrosion and, as a consequence, a violation of the stability of the structure. Andy's words interested the scientists, and they also noticed a visible difference in the color of the fastening. This means that the root cause is a problem in the bolt manufacturing process. The scientist immediately picks up his phone to report to his boss about the results of his research and finding the cause of the collapse of the structure. He tells him that it's all about defective bolts and they need to keep a closer eye on their partners who make them. All this time, Chloe only watched the work of other people, and now she decided to ask the hero if they had figured out this matter. Andy replied that he found the answer to this question at the very beginning. However, he could not pass up the opportunity to make some money by helping another company. Now all that remains is to receive payment for his work, and you can go back with peace of mind to continue working on your projects. However, the boss told the scientist that the accident had become a very high-profile event. Therefore, journalists would now come to them, and they would have to give them an explanation in order to defend the honor of the company. Within a few minutes, many journalists from different television companies had already gathered around their buses. For the first time, the heroes saw such a large number of cameras and microphones per square meter. But Chloe was even happy about this, because she always wanted to appear on TV, and finally she had such a lucky chance. Andy is thinking about whether he should go out to journalists, because by doing so he could harm the image of his company. In response to this, Chloe said that Dr. Eric always spoke to reporters, and he answered all questions firmly and confidently. At this point, Ted returned back to the company, where he reported what had happened to other people. It was at this moment that a report about the collapse of one of the structures with comments from specialists began to be shown on TV. Ted became very interested in the other people who were in the laboratory, and they all gathered around the TV. The first person interviewed was a pink-haired girl, who replied that their company would fully pay for all the damage from what happened, and would continue to develop methods to prevent such cases from happening. Then, journalists unanimously began to ask her how they planned to prevent further destruction of the tracks. Andy came to the girl's aid and began to approach the microphone to make his speech. Andy introduced himself. He mentioned that he actually works for another company, but here only as a mercenary. Seeing their intern on the TV screen, the rest of the laboratory staff crowded around the TV to listen to what Andy was about to say. Andy stated that it was all due to loose bolts holding the structure together, and if he could look at the rest of the structure, he could identify the problem areas. Then journalists began to doubt the hero's abilities. Because if all hopes are directed only at him, then the accident could happen again. However, Andy convinced them that all it took to fix the problem was for him to show up there and take a look with his own eyes. After which, the heroes, together with a detachment of builders, moved onto the railway tracks. One of the workers was at the top of the tracks and told the others when they could start work. Drones flew around the station, reporting the entire situation live, and were also used as backup. From the city, on the other side of the railway bridge, there was a live report that showed and told in detail about the situation around. Andy equipped himself with all the equipment that is required when working at height and moved out with the rest of the workers. Together with him, Chloe and his new acquaintance from a third-party company set out on the railroad tracks. There was a strong wind at the altitude, so Andy told Chloe to wear warm clothes, otherwise she risked catching a cold. However, Chloe had no clothes other than what she wore to the meeting, and the wind was getting stronger. Seeing this, Andy decides to help her with this issue. He carefully wraps her in his new scarf, telling her that she always needs to be a little more prudent. He bought this scarf just a couple of days ago, so when they go downstairs, she will have to return it to him. Andy hopes that now she will feel a little warmer and will not delay the rest of the team any longer. Chloe thanks Andy for such concern and says that in this he is different from Dr. Eric because he never cared about other people's problems. Then Andy tells her not to get her snot on the scarf since he just bought it. After these words, Chloe realized that she and Dr. Eric were not so different. Workers begin to go down one by one to quickly get to the problem area. They stop on a wide base, from where they have a view of the entire structure of the railway tracks. Andy tries to use his skills to evaluate the quality of the metal and identify problem areas. He notices that some places differ in their positive charge from the general mass. This means that the qualitative and quantitative composition of the metal in these places is different from the rest, which makes them more vulnerable. Andy points his finger at a certain point and asks his assistant to take a closer photo of this place. However, this is quite difficult to explain in words, so Andy asks her for a camera and does it himself. After which, together with the rest of the team, they begin to analyze the images and collect objective data for the upcoming conference. After some time, the heroes return back. Chloe immediately looked inside the office. She was simply dying from the cold. Sitting on one of the chairs in the office was the same scientist who asked Andy to help him with this matter. He asked Chloe how it all went and where the rest of the participants in this procedure were now. Sitting by the heater, Chloe replied that in about 3 places the condition was quite dangerous, But if they used polycrystalline coating from their company, then everything should be fine. The scientist calls the girl by name for the first time and asks her forgiveness for being a little rude to her at a conference at the city hall. Chloe then asked if he would still call her sweet girl, which is what he called her when she gave her presentation. After which, she immediately laughed, telling the scientist that she was a really nice girl and she wasn't offended by it at all. In response, the scientist smiled and said that she would definitely win in the next discussion, especially if Andy is with her, because he has never before met people with such natural intuition in the field of chemistry. In response, Chloe just smiled, because she knows a person who is very similar to her new acquaintance. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was already giving interviews to the accumulated number of journalists. During his next answer, Andy notices the silhouette of Chloe in the distance, which seems to hint that he should mention her in his story. At the time, Andy says that the bolts that caused the collapse had become loose due to exposure to adverse conditions, but that by using a polycrystalline coating developed by their company, this could be avoided in the future. After saying that such a tragedy could happen again in the future, the journalists had a whole bunch of new questions, but Andy politely refused them and said goodbye to them. The main character left a good impression on them, because such a young scientist is a real rarity for Japan. Andy approaches Chloe and asks her what was so important that she wanted to ask him that she waved her arms so widely. If she is worried about whether her project will be accepted for consideration, then she need not worry, because he recommended it live. But after Andy saw that Chloe did get snot on his scarf, he regretted recommending her project to someone. At the exit from the office, the scientist was waiting for the heroes. He thanked Andy for his assistance to his firm, and added that he had done an excellent job. All the money, as he promised, will be transferred to his personal account as soon as the ministry approves the funding. When the hero was about to leave, the scientist tells him that there is something else that he would like to discuss with him. He invites Andy to come work for his company immediately after he completes the internship. He will give him good recommendations and get him a great job. Going outside, Chloe asks the hero if he will agree to such an offer. Andy replies that it sounded pretty good, especially since she herself said that they were competitors, and this was a great opportunity to get rid of a competitor. Chloe replied that she never said that she wanted to get rid of competitors, because being next to him, she gains new knowledge for herself. Such words offended the girl, and she showed Andy her dissatisfied face. Looking at Chloe, Andy thought that she was very cute when she was offended. At that moment, a message came to Chloe's phone. It said that the company had a corporate party today, and she and Andy were invited to it. After which, the heroes went there, because this is an excellent opportunity to have a drink and a snack at the expense of the company. There they were met by Chong and Dr. Joseph. Seeing the heroes, they waved their hand and invited them to sit at their table. As Andy walked past the other people in the room, he heard them discussing him and the fact that he had recently been interviewed representing another company. Andy thinks about why Mr. Joseph invited him personally to his table, since he is just an ordinary intern. As they got closer, the first question Joseph asked Andy was how the work for the other company went. Joseph said that he knew the scientist who offered Andy the job and knew that he was not known for getting his company into trouble. This means that if the advice Andy gave to another company is ineffective, it could have a negative impact on their company's reputation. Andy replied that he would be more careful in the future, but still, he was confident that his advice would help solve the problem in the future. After this, the heroes agreed that it was better to discuss such issues personally with management. As a sign of agreement, they decided to have a good drink, because no one canceled free drinks and food at this event. A few glasses later, Mr. Joseph said that he needed to prepare for his new scientific work, and another aspiring developer sat down at the table with the heroes. He told Andy that everyone in the company was talking about him now, so he decided to have a drink with the aspiring science star. Mr. Chong, meanwhile, just sat silently. Apparently alcohol works differently for all people. The heroes had a fun time drinking drinks and having fun conversations about various theories and hypotheses. Chloe was already pretty drunk and asked Andy to pour her another glass of sweet vodka, which somewhat surprised the hero. Chloe told him that this was not surprising, because at such events it is customary to consume everything while there is such an opportunity. Due to his interest, Andy inspects the drink he just poured for Chloe. He understands that there is nothing special in it, ethyl alcohol and water, however. Besides this, there is also aspartame, a sugar substitute to give a sweet taste. Chloe drinks the drink Andy just poured her, after which she immediately spits it out, because it was from this portion that she felt some strange salty taste. She says that the alcohol used to be a little sweet, so it was quite pleasant to drink, but now it's just disgusting. Analyzing the properties of the molecules that are included in the contents of this drink, the hero sees that their properties have changed somewhat. It turned out that this was one of Andy's abilities. He was able to change the aspartame molecule, which gave the drink a salty taste. Taking Chloe's glass in his hands, Andy again changes the composition of the drink and pours a new portion. This time, Chloe decided to play it safe and decided to first treat her new friend who sat down with them. The scientist drank a glass of alcohol, however. It was not noticeable from his face that the alcohol had any strange taste. He said that the taste was simply wonderful, after which he returned the glass back to the girl. Indeed, this time the taste was the same as before, so Chloe finished the glass, after which everyone began to go home. About an hour later, the place was already empty, and everyone went home on a friendly note. When Andy and Chloe were left alone, the girl took out the scarf that Andy had thoughtfully offered her and said that she had washed it. Andy told her that he was glad to hear that, especially considering the story with her clothes and the powder that he noticed when they first met. Chloe thanks the hero for such a good evening and invites him to have a cup of coffee with her someday as a thank you for the scarf. Andy told her that if it was free, he would always be happy to help her, because now coffee had become his best friend. When they reach the road, Chloe says that she wishes Andy would give her his phone number since they agreed to go out. After which, she said goodbye to Andy and went to her taxi, which was waiting for her by the road. As she got into the car and added Andy's number to her contacts, she somehow felt a strange feeling of warmth inside that she had never experienced before. She turned to the rear window of the car to get one last look at her new friend. However, Andy did not turn around. He, as before, simply continued to walk home, with his confident, measured step. On his only day off, Andy somehow couldn't sleep. Too many different things had happened to him lately. He tried to fall asleep, but his constant brainstorming prevented him from doing so. Lying on the bed, he sees a call from his old friend, whom he has not seen for a long time. Andy is happy about this call, because at least it somehow brightened up his dull day off. His friend's name is Yuki. He, like Andy, was unemployed for a long time, but now he has managed to get a part-time job. That's why he called. One of the events needed another security guard, so Yuki offered Andy a part-time job. However, Andy replied that he had already found a job and was working in one of the largest companies in all of Japan. Of course, Yuki was surprised by this fact, but he was only happy for his friend because his mood had previously caused great concern. Then, Yuki decided to play trump cards. He told the main character that one of the most popular female music groups in Japan would be performing at this event, and this was a great opportunity to ask for their autograph. After these words, Andy immediately agreed. His day off was still very boring. While riding on the bus, Andy saw a news story about himself, which said how a young scientist helped avoid problems with the railways. Moreover, he also appeared on video hosting. One of the train passengers filmed him conducting an experiment with the hair of a grumpy old man. Seeing so much news about himself, Andy felt a little uneasy, because he did not plan to become famous so quickly. Finally, the hero arrives at the place that Yuki indicated to him. At the entrance, he sees his friend. He is happy about this meeting, and a smile appears on his face. Yuki is also happy to see him. He thanks Andy for agreeing to this part-time job, because he couldn't have done it alone. Yuki gives him a staff badge and explains the nature of his work here. There is really a lot of work here. In addition to banal walks and monitoring the situation, it is necessary to prepare props and everything necessary for the event. However, this does not scare the heroes, because there is a chance to get the coveted autograph that they have dreamed of since childhood. The heroes got to work. For starters, Yuki showed his friend all the key places where they would be located. After that, the two of them unloaded a whole car with various sound equipment, the weight of which was not small. Andy feels like it's been a while since he's done something like this that puts so much stress on his body. But the work was not over. After unloading, everything had to be checked and installed efficiently. Yuki, meanwhile, began to disassemble other equipment for the event. He sees that Andy is having a hard time with all this, and tells him that if he's tired, he can rest a little in the utility room. However, the hero replies that he does not need rest, because thoughts about the autograph he received immediately charge him with energy. Finally, Yuki sorted this box. It turned out that they were fireworks for the performance. Even though these fireworks don't look very good, when the music comes on and the lights go down, it will be absolutely spectacular. To make them work, they need special gunpowder, which is something like an analog of ordinary matches. Yuki opens one of these packages to test whether this setup even works. Andy immediately analyzes the composition of this powder with his own eyes, and understands that this gunpowder is very cheap, and they clearly saved on it. However, when the explosion occurred, the hero was completely delighted, because before he had not seen that an ordinary fireworks display was a whole chemical cosmos. Yuki tells him that if he is so surprised by an ordinary pacifier, then the sight at the performance will drive him crazy. Now their task is to check each test fireworks, after which they can go to lunch. But first, they need to be installed, and if something goes wrong, then let the director himself deal with it. Andy replies that these fireworks look very cheap. They are unlikely to be reliable in any way, so it is better to check everything thoroughly. Yuki tells him that he knows this very well, because this is not the first time he has participated in such events. The main character sees that his friend is somewhat worried about this event. This is not surprising, because this is the only job he has now. And this gunpowder could worsen his position in this company. If you think about it, it cannot influence the composition of such a complex compound, because the composition is constant and unchanging. However, he is able to refine the formula itself and make the amide bonds in the explosive more dense. This will reduce the likelihood of a blank explosion. This he does, after which he tells his friend that he will set up the fireworks himself, and assures him that he need not worry, because he already has experience in this kind of thing. Andy is very happy about this day off, because after a long period of mental work, he missed physical work. The guys had a good snack and now came to the warehouse to sit out their lunchtime and drink coffee. Andy feels that during this time he was quite tired and his body became as if it were cotton wool. For the first time in a long time, he wanted to sleep, because now he practically does not use his brain, which means the effect of the drug is weakening. Andy tells Yuki that he wants to take a nap for a while and asks him to wake him up when his help is needed. Yuki realizes that the warehouse can be very cold in the winter, so he takes out some warming bags to keep Andy warm while he sleeps. After placing them on his face, Yuki went to deal with further matters, leaving Andy alone. After some time, the heat from the warming bags made the main character wake up. He sees that his friend is nowhere near him, although lunchtime is not over yet. Andy decides it would be a good idea to finish his coffee since he still feels sleepy. However, during this time, the coffee managed to cool down significantly, which made its taste too disgusting. Andy decides to do a little experiment on his can of coffee using warming bags. He understands that with their help the coffee will take too long to warm up, so an idea came to his mind. Using his abilities, he reduces reaction time, which significantly speeds up the heating of the bags. Within a few minutes the coffee becomes warm and his experiment is a success. After finishing his drink, Andy hears someone enter the room. Looking at the corner, he sees that a girl has entered the warehouse, holding a branded guitar in her hands. Having laid out her instruments, the girl began to play the guitar and sing. Her voice was simply wonderful. Even such a skeptic as Andy was able to touch her music, and he felt warmth in his soul. However, his lunch was already ending and he needed to get to work, so he decided to approach the girl. She apologized to the hero for interfering with his rest, and in response, Andy thanked her for such wonderful music. Although he heard it for the first time, he really liked the song. The girl was surprised by these words, because people came here to listen to her music. Andy replied that he doesn't know much about modern music, so he doesn't know such a song. However, she is very good at it, so she must continue to rehearse to please her listeners. The girl asks not to tell anyone that she rehearsed in the warehouse. Andy tells her there's nothing wrong with that, then adds that she needs to replace the bottom string because it's already rusty. Coming out of the warehouse, the hero sees his friend who was returning back. He asks him not to talk loudly because some girl is rehearsing in the warehouse and he shouldn't disturb her. Yuki is surprised by this answer, because today the only stars performing are Yun and Sol. Doesn't Andy really know what they look like? He asks his friend what the girl he saw in the warehouse looked like, what she was wearing, and whether she had any distinctive features. Andy highlighted the special sticker on her guitar in the form of 2 letters. He noticed it when he looked at the strings of her instrument. Now Yuki is finally convinced that this girl is really from the duet Yun and Sol, because only they have access to these guitars. Andy replied that he came to this event for another autograph, and he was not particularly interested in other artists. Yuki was amazed by this answer, because the staff must know their artists by sight, otherwise problems may arise. Meanwhile, the girl continued to rehearse her music in the warehouse. At that moment, the director of this event came into her room and suggested that she finish, because she might get sick from being in such a cold place for so long. However, he felt that the warehouse was now very warm, as if the warehouse had become heated. The girl explained to him that apparently the whole point was in these warming bags that were lying in the corner of the room. The director couldn't believe his ears, because how could heating bags heat an entire warehouse? However, when he touched them, he immediately pulled his hand back, because a strong scorching heat emanated from these packages. The director asked the girl where she got such a good thing that can insulate such a large room and is so small in size. The girl replied that they were left by one guy whom she accidentally met here when she was rehearsing, who didn't even know who she was. The director was surprised by this answer, because everyone at this event was working with this team for the first time, and everyone knows such stars. After that, she started playing one of her new songs. But raising her hand to the lower strings of her guitar, the girl noticed that the sound began to be out of tune. She told the director that the strings on the guitar needed to be changed, because one of them was already rusty, despite the recent replacement. All these facts aroused the girl's interest in Andy, because for the first time she saw such an observant person who at first glance understood the condition of the instrument. After some time, the first dress rehearsals of the artists began, and all the efforts of the workers were directed towards them. One of the participants in this process approached the director and told him the unpleasant news that the main female team was delayed due to transport problems. The director realized that something needed to be done about this, because the main interest of the public was directed towards them. He says that it is necessary to switch all the performances and leave the women's group until the very end so that they have time to rehearse the performance. At this moment, Yuki is simply enjoying the music on the headphones that the organization kindly provided him with. Looking at him, Andy asks if he really likes the music playing here that much. Yuki replies that it's not even about the music, but the fact that he was given headphones for the first time, which means that they are starting to notice him. Coming closer to the stage, Yuki says that now the very moment for which Andy came here will come. The main character has already taken out a piece of paper and a pencil to get that coveted autograph from the women's group that he loves so much. However, his dream was not destined to come true, because for some reason another performer appeared on stage. Andy tells Yuki that apparently something happened here, because judging by the program, it was the women's group that was supposed to perform now. The girl began to sing. The sound of her guitar and gentle voice complemented each other perfectly, and a harmony of melody reigned around. Andy noted that this song is really beautiful, and there are reasons why people might come here just for it. Yuki is surprised that Andy has never heard of this performer before. After all, many people consider her songs to be a symbol of Japan, and she is one of the most promising young stars performing at the moment. Andy told him that he was glad that he could hear such a wonderful song, and if he heard it a few more times, then she would have another fan. At the end of the music, one of the workers gave the signal that it was time to launch training fireworks. Hearing this, Yuki's face changed, because all these fireworks were set up by Andy, and he hoped that there would be no training launches. Moreover, Andy conducted some of his own experiments on them and spent a very long time processing gunpowder. Looking at him, Yuki asks why he is so calm, because if something goes wrong, they could lose their jobs. However, the fireworks that rang out amazed everyone inside the room. Although he was not very suitable for this girl's performance, after all, he was preparing for a women's group that was about to perform. Yuki's face turned blue again, because Andy shouldn't have engaged in such amateur activities without warning the main director. But that was not all. In addition to the inscription, after the next salvo of fireworks, a pink heart was formed as a symbol of their team. Seeing this, Yuki thought that now he would definitely have to look for a new job. He didn't even have time to come up with some kind of excuse when he was informed in his headphones that the chief director was urgently calling him to his place. Yuki told Andy not to do any more amateur performances, and he would try to talk to the director so that he would allow them to continue working. Andy continued to observe the situation around him. He was pleased with how his experiment with fireworks went. At that moment, a girl approached him, because she recognized him as the man she had seen in the warehouse this morning. Andy is glad that she approached him. He once again praised her creativity, and emphasized that she has a very bright future. After which, he added that now he can consider that she has one more fan, and he will definitely listen to this music later. But now it's time for him to go, because the director calls him too, and all this time the girl just continued to look at him. Finally, Andy said that his observation turned out to be correct, and she still broke the bottom string on her guitar. The string was indeed broken, and Andy as usual was right. Approaching his friend, Andy sees that the director is clearly not in a good mood. Did he really not like this fireworks display? He asked the guys which of them was behind this amateur performance, because there was no such fireworks in the program. Andy replied that he just wanted to try to write the inscription, because this was just a cheap training fireworks display, and if he was against it, then he would return everything as it was. For an ordinary beginner, Andy spoke to such a person with too much confidence, so they were a little surprised by his tone. But the director liked this, after which he began to laugh loudly. Standing up a little from his seat, he said that this guy acts like he's been in this industry for over 10 years. In response to this, Yuki grabbed Andy by the shoulder and told the director that this would not happen again, and he promised that he would look after him. The director calmed Yuki down and said that the fireworks display was amazing, so he wants Andy to do it again. They have never used something like this before, and it can have a great impact on the quality of their performances. As motivation to work, he promises to triple Andy's salary if he does everything right and they get the desired result. However, Andy refused his offer with a calm face. He told the director that he would agree to this work only if, in addition to him, the fee was increased for his friend Yuki. The director looked at Andy with a thoughtful look, because this is too much money for such work. Then Andy said that he would insert their company name after the final performance, which would give them great advertising. The director laughed loudly and replied that this guy is not that old yet, but he already knows how to competently conduct business conversations. He patted Yuki on the shoulder and said that now his fee was increasing. He really hoped that they would not let him down. For the first time in all his time working here, Yuki felt needed, and he had a chance to prove himself properly. Andy explains to Yuki that in order to create an inscription using fireworks, it is not enough to simply make a wick in the shape of letters. It is also necessary to calculate the reaction rate, then everything should work out. After all, some of them react immediately after ignition, others only when launched into the air, and others after 0.1 second. Yuki says that this is all too difficult for him, so it's easier for him to just record everything on video, so he can practice on his own. Andy replies that this process is indeed not simple, especially for people as far from science as he is. Yuki replies that although he is not friends with science, he is better with the opposite sex and a healthy lifestyle. Andy looked at him with a kind look and said that he would definitely succeed. In response to this, Yuki laughed and said that by the time he learns how to do this, Andy will already be married. Andy replied that if this happened, he would definitely invite him to his wedding, but he would have to set up fireworks for them. A few minutes later, the heroes still managed to install one of the fireworks installations. Having finished with the rest of the work, they can finally relax a little, because there is still a lot of time left before the performance. They decide to go to one of the break rooms to have a little snack and relax before the main concert. But in the corridor, they see a huge crowd of people who have gathered near one of the artists' dressing rooms. Andy realizes that all these people came here to get an autograph from at least some artist, and realizes what popular people he is working with now. At this moment, a certain man approaches the heroes, dressed in formal clothes and looking clearly younger than his age. The man introduced himself. It turned out that he was the director of the girl Andy met in the warehouse that morning. The heroes politely greeted their new acquaintance and asked why he had contacted them. In fact, he did not have any specific instructions or requests for these two. He simply asked if they had given the warming bags to his artist in the morning. Andy looked serious and asked the man why he was so interested in them. The man moved his hands, showing the heroes that they could relax. He just didn't expect to get such an effect from the bags, so he decided to ask where Andy bought them. At this moment, Yuki intervened in the conversation, who said that there are plenty of such bags in any household store, and he bought them in the store across the street. The director thanked them for their response, saying that this information was very important to him. After which, he reached into his pocket to give Andy Yoon and Seol's autograph, which she had made especially for him. Andy was surprised by such a gift, because he had not done anything for her, so that the director himself would give him her autograph. The director said that it was time for him to go, because today was a very important day for Yoon and Seol, and thanked his new acquaintances again. Andy immediately reproached Yuki for not interfering in someone else's conversation, because the director was not talking about the bags that he recommended to him. Yuki told him that none of this makes sense, because in this way, Yoon and Seol just wanted to convey their gratitude to him. Maybe even at their wedding, Yuki will someday launch a personal fireworks display, where their engagement date will be written all over the sky. From such words, Andy turned a little pink, because he expected to hear this from Yuki. Yuki asked him if he doesn't have girls in his company. Then why doesn't he really take a closer look at this artist? Because then, everyone will envy him. But he did not know what beautiful girls surrounded him in the company, relationships with whom were also too complicated. Therefore, Andy replies that everything should go as usual, and then he will definitely find happiness in his life. After which, the heroes approach the director and report that they have finished work on installing fireworks. At that moment, an adult man with a stately gait appeared behind them, who also addressed their director. It turned out that it was the director of this concert hall, who unexpectedly decided to pay them a visit. The director asked the director how the work with organizing the concert was going, and what innovations he should expect from him today. After which, he told him that he would like to see snow at today's performance. In his opinion, it would perfectly emphasize the situation. Then the director asked the director what kind of snow we were talking about, because if it was paper, then it could be made. But it would take at least a day. The thing is, that the marketers of this shopping center made a promotion with a discount on winter days, but added a key phrase there that says that the discount is valid when it snows, and there is absolutely no snow this year. Their warehouses are full of various junk that they have not been able to sell for a long time, so such a move would be very profitable for them. The director explains that no matter how hard they try, they won't have enough time to install snow devices, because the concert starts in 7 hours. At that moment, Andy accidentally overheard their conversation and wondered if he could synthesize artificial snow himself. He looked up with his special eye and saw the remains of condensation from the air conditioner on one of the ceilings. The hero understands that snow is just one of the aggregate states of water, which has taken the form of a crystal. It seemed that the conversation on this topic had already been completed, and they would come up with snow for the next performance. Andy understands that this is a great opportunity to earn extra money with the help of his knowledge, because this man will do anything for the sake of his business. After which, he intervenes in their conversation and says that he could synthesize artificial snow on his own if they help him with this. The director looked at Andy with an incredulous look, because this was the first time he had seen this young man at his concert venue. The director came closer to him and asked how he wanted to create artificial snow and whether snow sprayers would be needed for this. The director also approached them. He asked the director who this young man was and whether he could help with their problem. He sees that he is wearing a sign that shows that he is working at this event, but he did not see it on any lists. The director replied that this guy was working for them for the first day, but he had already proven himself well as a talented director. Moreover, he works in a famous scientific laboratory. These words interested the director, and he asked Andy how he could help him, so that he could organize snow for them at the event. Andy replied that there is nothing complicated in the process itself. You just need to find something that will keep the room constantly cold. However, constant use of conditioners is extremely expensive, so they will use special proteins called pseudo-monades. The director heard such words for the first time. He asked the main character where they could find such proteins now, and what price they would cost. Rick replied that this substance could be sold in some chemical laboratories, and they only need to choose the one that is more profitable for themselves. Fortunately, Andy works at one of these laboratories, so he can help them acquire these proteins, of course, not for free. The director told him that if he manages to organize snow for him, then he can ask for any fee, because it is very important for his company. So Andy decided to call Dr. Sophie to find out if their lab sells these proteins that have the highest cooling rates. Sophie answered him in a dissatisfied voice, because Andy calls on his only day off, especially in the evening. Andy apologized to her and immediately got down to business, clarifying all the details of his order and what exactly he was looking for. Sophie replied that the company could provide them with the required quantity. However, given the weekend and the rarity of this component, the price would be appropriate. After which, she added that doing business during non-working hours is not a very good idea. It would be better if he devoted more time to science. Andy replied that it was his personal time and he could use it as he pleased. Sophie told him a price that was several times higher than what Andy expected to hear. However, he had no other options. The company itself is not poor, especially since thanks to the snow they will be able to sell their goods, which have been sitting in warehouses for years, so the deal took place. Within a few hours, people began to gather for the concert. Their number increased every minute, which is not very typical for concerts of this scale, but the presence of star artists did its job. Looking closely at the stage, the hero sees those for whom he actually came to this event. Finally, the female group arrived for the performance in full force. They looked even more magnificent in real life than in the picture. The audience greeted them with loud applause, because these are the main stars of this event, for whom everyone was gathered here. Considering all the circumstances that happened to the hero during the whole day, he had already forgotten that he initially wanted to get an autograph from one of these girls. Andy's reverie was interrupted by Yuki, who brought with him a whole bunch of boxes with various installations that they had to install. Andy manages the entire process, and they construct devices for spraying artificial snow, and also unload fireworks and other paraphernalia. At this moment, Yoon and Seol entered the stage and had already started their performance with their signature song, which most teenagers in Japan know. At this time, the director received a command that it was time to start snowing, because the next song of this girl would be just right for this atmosphere. The director immediately gives instructions to all the assistants, and also tells her to inform her that it will snow now, so that she can adjust to it. Seeing this message, the girl was at first surprised, because this was not planned in the program of her performance. However, she immediately adapted to the circumstances, and asked the audience if they liked the snow that falls in early December. After which, she looked up, expecting to see there that same winter miracle that has been so rare in Japan lately. Small flakes of beautiful snow began to fall on people, and everyone immediately began to look up, pointing their fingers at this beauty. This is exactly the reaction Andy expected to see. People were so bored in the winter climate that just a few snowflakes could greatly cheer them up. Harmony and winter comfort reigned in the hall. It seemed that they were all together now observing one big New Year's miracle. This was the best moment to perform one of his most melodic songs, which emphasizes the beauty of this atmosphere. There were even more people. They all listened intently to Yun's gentle voice and listened to every note emitted by her guitar. But everything could not go so well, because the snow on the stage began to melt and the evaporating water damaged the sound equipment. The director also enjoyed the moment. He felt like the hero of a New Year's film that everyone watches on Christmas Eve over a cup of hot chocolate. However, his enjoyment was not destined to last long, because he was interrupted by one of the workers, who informed him about problems with the sound. This news, of course, did not make the director happy, because sound is the main thing needed for a performance. Meanwhile, the girl does not even suspect that something has happened to the sound and continues to use all the equipment to the maximum. The director was informed that one column installed in the most remote place had already completely failed. For now, viewers do not notice a significant difference in sound because the central speakers take on most of the load. However, if this continues, the entire sound system may stop working, which means the end of the event. The director understands that the only one who can help him in this situation is Andy. Only his brains can be relied on now. Andy immediately understood why the director was calling him, because he was one of the first to notice changes in the vibrations of sound waves. The hero understands that the only solution to this problem is to transfer the water to a different state of aggregation. After all, when all the water from under the snow evaporates, it will be possible to prevent the rest of the sound equipment from short-circuiting, which will allow the performance to continue. However, it will take him some time to create such a temperature, so Yoon and Seol must somehow distract the audience. The girl continues to spend time on stage, basking in the rays of fame and audience love, surrounded by the beautiful view of winter snowfall. This song made a very big impression on the listeners. It became a kind of symbol of the coming winter. Having sung her next song, the girl says that they had some minor technical problems with the sound, so she will perform the next song only with a microphone and her guitar. This song just fits this atmosphere, because when she wrote it, the weather was similar, and it was snowing the same way. It sings about unrequited love and how much she wanted to convey her feelings to her lover, but he did not reciprocate her feelings. From these memories, tears began to accumulate on the girl's eyelids, because at the time of writing this song, it was very difficult for her to come to terms with separation. But what she saw in front of her immediately made her cheer up, because she never expected to see him in front of her. Andy walked up to her stage with a slow and confident gait, in a beautiful snow-white suit. But this was not recorded in the event program. Continuing to sing her song, the girl seemed to be reliving all the emotions that connected her with her past relationships. Moreover, Andy even somewhat resembled her first love, and specifically at this moment, he seemed to her like a real prince on a white horse. It turned out that he went on stage to warm it up with the heat of the bag, which he held with insulating gloves. The snowflakes on the girl's face began to melt, and she felt the surroundings getting warmer and warmer every minute. This warmth also appeared in her soul, because Andy had now made a strong impression on her, which was reflected in her composition. It was clear that the heat of these bags scorched the hands of the protagonist, because in order to warm up the whole scene, he greatly accelerated this reaction. However, he steadfastly withstood all the pain, because he could not interrupt such a wonderful performance, especially since he had not yet listened to all the compositions. After the end of this sad song, the girl asked the hero who he really was and why he came here. Andy replied that he was just regular staff at the event, and it just so happened that he knew a little more about things than everyone else. At this time, many cameras from different corners of the hall were pointed at the faces of the rising star, because the picture was simply mesmerizing. Some of them were filmed directly on video, which was immediately broadcast on the internet and already gained a large number of views. The photographers were pleased with the gorgeous materials they were able to obtain during this performance. However, Andy himself was included in some of the pictures, although he was only thinking that he should show less at public events. But this did not bother the photographers at all, because these two looked on stage as if this was not a concert, but a theatrical production. Andy perfectly complemented the atmosphere of this performance, because he was perfect for the role of the guy the girl was singing about. But at that moment, the hero felt that the heat from the warming bags began to penetrate even through the insulating gloves. However, he continued to stand patiently, because he could not interrupt such an amazing performance. The girl seemed to be shining, her voice was like an angel, and the music from her guitar seemed to warm the hall more than the hot water bottle Andy was holding. Even despite the unbearable heat, the hero continued to stand firmly on his feet, admiring the beauty of this girl. She herself got a taste for it. The arrival of the main character on stage greatly encouraged her, and performing became not only warmer, but also more reliable. The public was very supportive of the young artist, And after this performance, she gained hundreds of new fans. The girl thanked everyone present for their excellent support and understanding. She is very glad that she attended such a wonderful event today. After these words, Andy, as befits an artist, bowed towards the audience. However, at that moment, Yuki told him over the earpiece that it was not customary to perform such bows in such a smart manner. If he wants to somehow express himself and show his respect to the audience, he must bow as if he were a 19th century aristocrat. Even though Andy didn't really like this idea, he still did as his friend advised him. The audience actually responded to this with thunderous applause, although Andy thought that now they were ready to clap for anyone, just so that the event would not end. At that moment, the girl decided to ask Andy a question about who he really is. All this is too suspicious, because it was as if the situation was planned in advance and she was not introduced to the details of what was happening. Suddenly, in honor of the end of the performance, a loud fireworks thundered, which illuminated the entire concert hall with bright light. The loud sounds somewhat startled the girl, which made her step back, but Andy put his hand up and prevented her from falling. He told her to be careful, or she would risk damaging her gorgeous image in front of thousands of spectators. Now may not be the best time, but Andy has prepared a gift in honor of her wonderful performance. He tells her to look up, and then she will understand what he is talking about. The girl looked up. The sight of this spectacle made her admire it without interrupting her gaze for a minute. The entire concert hall was strewn with multiple colors of fireworks. It seemed that some unimaginable magic reigned here. And in the center of this entire salute composition was a drawing of this girl's guitar, with all the corresponding inscriptions on it. This surprised the girl very much, and she asked Andy how he did it, because she had never seen such breathtaking fireworks before. Andy looked at her with a serious look, going through the possible answers in his head. He answered her that in fact he is a wizard from the first metro station, and everything that has happened to them lately is ordinary magic. The girl looked at Andy as if he were not a wizard, but a client of one of the clinics for the mentally ill. After which, she exhaled bitterly and said that all this could be explained too simply if Andy really was an ordinary wizard. Andy asked the girl why she was saying this with such sadness. She replied that any wizard could recreate much more impressive pictures, and if she were in his place, she could come up with something more interesting. For example, fly over the stage or make several theatrical ponies appear here and ride the kids around the hall. And she herself would become a real princess, and would illuminate with her beauty all the darkness of this concert hall. Looking at her, Andy thought that she didn't need to become anyone, because she was already a princess who gave a million smiles today with her wonderful music. At this moment, a female group approached the hero, whose performance the main character had been waiting for so long. Seeing their main vocalist, Andy remembered why he came here, because all his teenage years he dreamed of getting an autograph from her. The girl hugged Yoon and Seol and began praising her for her successful performance, saying that she was a real idol for today's youth. If this continues, then in the future she will be able to become part of her team, and together they will be able to conquer all musical peaks. After which, she notices that the main character is also on stage and asks the girl who this handsome guy is. Looking at them, Andy thinks that he feels that now he no longer wants to get an autograph from her. After all, now to him, Yoon seems much prettier and a talented musician. Although he noticed this since their morning meeting. The hero understands that now he is superfluous on this stage, so he politely told the girls that it was time for him to go, because there was still work left. But when Andy turned his back, he heard Yoon's voice, who asked him to stay with them a little longer. She told him that she would like to play one more composition with the girls, but if he left, then there would be no one else to warm them up. After all, such a warming bag can only be recreated by a wizard like him. No one else has such a talent. Andy feels that the heat energy generated by this package will be enough for a few more minutes, which will just allow them to perform one composition. The girls surrounded the main character and began to cheerfully perform a joint composition, saying goodbye to their audience. Surrounded by beautiful and talented girls, Andy found himself thinking that this was the best day of his life. After some time, the spotlights began to go out, which meant the end of the event. Little by little, people from the audience began to disperse, although some of them stubbornly remained inside, waiting to receive an autograph from one of the performers. The female team had already gone backstage, but Yoon still remained standing next to the main character, looking intently at him. Andy was surprised why she didn't leave with everyone else, but continued to just glare at him with her piercing gaze. It all turned out to be just a long pause before the girl told Andy her name for the first time, thinking that he still didn't know it. However, Andy replied that he recognized him that morning, because he immediately realized that she was one of the stars of this event. These words somewhat confused the girl, after which she asked the hero what his real name was. She would like to get to know each other a little better and discover the secret of his magic, which he has demonstrated several times already. Andy told the girl his real name, squeezing the warming bag in his hands. After which, Yoon said that she was very glad to make a new acquaintance, because a wizard in her neighborhood always comes in handy for her. Andy looked at her with a serious look and replied that all this magic is nothing more than ordinary chemistry, and he is an ordinary scientist. Having learned that Andy was engaged in science and all this was its manifestation, Yoon was even more surprised at the hero's abilities, because she had never met such amazing people. However, the entertaining conversation between the two young people was interrupted by its director, who began to hurry the girl up, because fans were waiting for them on the street. The girl told him that she was already on her way, but first she wanted to say goodbye to her new friend. After which, she turned her back to Andy and said with slight trepidation in her voice that she hoped this would not be their last meeting. Andy was somewhat confused, because it's not every day that you see signs of attention from such a popular and beautiful girl as Yoon. After some time, his friend ran up to the hero, who began to question him in detail about what happened between him and Yoon. Andy replied that she told him that she would like to meet again and even saved her contact in his phone. However, for some reason he could not call her. Apparently this was due to the fact that strangers would not load the network of such popular people as her. Well, it's for the best, because Andy has not yet learned how to behave with such girls, so he will still have time to find his happiness. In the meantime, it's time to stop by the director of the concert hall and ask him for a well-deserved payment for a great performance. The director greeted the young people. It was clear from his face that he was in a good mood. He shook Andy's hand firmly and thanked him for his great contribution to the evening, because if it weren't for his brain, such a beautiful show would not have been possible to put on. Andy asked the director what he should do with this suit, which he temporarily wore to help Yoon perform. The director laughed loudly and replied that he could keep it as payment for his work. These words sounded as if the director really only intended to pay him with this awkward costume that was only suitable for performances. Yuki wanted to take Andy already, because it was time to start assembling the scene. But the director said that they had already done a lot for today. They settled with them and promised to do so, after which they were allowed to leave early today. Meanwhile, Yoon had already gotten into her limousine, around which many fans had gathered, who saw her off to loud applause. The girl waved back at them, promising that they would definitely meet again and that she would come to perform here again. After this concert, the girl received a great charge of positive energy, which she felt would not leave her for a long time. The director noticed that the girl was behaving a little differently than usual. She seems to be dreaming about something, and the smile does not leave her face even for a second, as if she was dreaming of a mountain of sweets. In fact, it's all about her new acquaintance, who made a strong impression on her. But as luck would have it, she lost his phone number. Yoon smiles and tells his director that if he wants everything to go well between them, he must find her this guy's number. The director laughed hard, telling the girl that he would not fit into her stage image very well. However, Yoon was very persistent, and she would not accept a negative answer. She really wanted to know more about this amazing man, because for some reason, he made her feel those feelings that she had long forgotten. Meanwhile, the heroes, after a successful event, drank a little and went home. Even though they drank a little, for some reason the alcohol hit the protagonist's brain so hard that he could barely stand on his feet. Apparently this was due to the fact that physical activity greatly exhausts the hero's body, and when brain activity is added to this, the body's resources begin to be depleted. However, when the heroes come closer to Andy's house, he removes his hand from Yuki's shoulder and says that he will go further on his own, because if the owner sees them, it will not end well. The friends said goodbye and promised each other that they would see each other a little more often from now on. Having reached the house, Andy for some reason decided that he had not cleaned the apartment for a long time, so he decided to sweep his hallway a little. However, he quickly realized that this was a bad idea because he could barely stand on his feet, and it seemed that he was about to fall asleep right there. Therefore, he somehow made it to his bed and collapsed right in front of it, because his legs completely refused to obey him. In the morning, he was awakened by the ringing of the phone, which made Andy's eardrums crack from the excessively loud sound. With a dissatisfied face, the hero picks up his phone, preparing to yell at the person who calls him on the morning of his day off. But hearing the voice on the other side, his face immediately changed, and the desire to conflict immediately evaporated. It was Chloe. She asked the hero what his house number and street were, because it seemed to her that she was somewhere nearby. Andy told her his landmarks, not understanding why Chloe suddenly wanted to know them. Andy was sure that she would not find his house quickly, so he would still have time to come to his senses and tidy up his apartment a little. However, after 1 second, Chloe was already standing on the threshold of his house, as if she already knew where the main character lived. The girl stood on the threshold for a short time, and seeing that she had not made a mistake with the house number, she immediately went inside, examining Andy's possessions. The hero told her that it is generally customary to ask if it is possible to enter, and not to walk in a straight line without permission. Chloe replied that they had known each other for quite a long time, so she thought that the hero had nothing to hide, which is why she came in so freely. Andy smiled and said that he wanted to be alone today, so he kindly pointed his finger at Chloe to the exit door. The girl frowned and said that he actually invited her yesterday. That's why she came, and now he's kicking her out. Apparently, when Andy was drunk, he wrote her some SMS, after which he safely fell asleep. Since this was the case, Andy suggested that she spend time in some other place, for example, in the coffee shop across the street. The girl smiled sweetly at him as a sign of her agreement. The heroes came to one of the establishments nearby and ordered themselves a cup of coffee, so that the conversation would go better. Sipping her coffee, Chloe tells Andy that she didn't come here empty-handed, but brought something interesting with her. After which, she takes out some mysterious envelope and puts it on the table in front of Andy. After reading its title, Andy realized that this was one of Dr. Eric's scientific papers. Something similar he had already seen in his office. However, these papers were completely different. Chloe tells him that this work was written jointly with colleagues from Germany, so finding copies of this work is quite problematic in Japan. Looking at the title of this work, Andy realizes that it is also related to the human genome and drug development. In a previous dissertation like this, Andy found some note that talked about another version of the drug that Andy had never heard of before. He thinks about whether it could be that there are many more people who took such a drug than he thinks, and all these drugs were tested on volunteers like him. Chloe sees that the hero is very interested in this work, and she notices that his manner of studying the material is the same as that of Dr. Eric. Andy tells Chloe that he doesn't understand a word that is written on this paper. For him, it's some kind of jumbled set of letters. Chloe was surprised by this answer, because she believed that he would be able to understand this work, which is why she brought it here. But the hero tried to connect everything together, and connect each line with experimental drugs. Everything was mixed up in his head, so he could not find any specific meaning in this dissertation. Chloe told him to look at things more superficially, because everything in Genius is actually simple. She sees that he has much more potential in terms of science than she does, even though she is one of the most gifted aspiring scientists in the company. With a dissatisfied face, Andy looked at Dr. Eric's work again. He didn't understand why he needed this, because he couldn't make out a single sentence. However, through joint efforts, the hero gradually began to understand the essence of this work and what Eric wanted to convey in it. Andy asks Chloe where he got this work from, if all his scientific publications are incredibly rare and impossible to find in Japan. Chloe replied that she just knew Dr. Eric very well, so she had a lot of his projects. She is ready to show them all to Andy, but for this they must see each other at least once a week and sort out these projects together. Rising from his chair, Andy said that he didn't see much need for this, because he needed to work on his own projects, not other people's. Chloe told him that she saw the way he looked at this work, so he didn't have to deceive her. Besides, she still owes him dinner for lending her his scarf when they checked the condition of the bridge. Therefore, whether he wants it or not, they will have to meet several more times in addition to their main work, and at the same time study several of Dr. Eric's works. Andy sighed loudly. However, he really had no choice, because one of the conditions of his work was to study the scientist's projects. Having said the word project several times in his head, Andy suddenly remembered that today the results of the project competition were being summed up, to which Chloe said that she did not think that any of the young scientists were now able to compete with him. Meanwhile, the discussion of young specialists' projects was already in full swing. The director of the company sat in the center of the audience, and around him various scientists challenged each other's opinions about the newcomers' projects. This year, indeed, many talented young scientists arrived for internships at their company. Therefore, it was quite difficult to evaluate their work if you did not adhere to certain rules. The council agreed that the director himself should choose the best this year, because the opinions of scientists in this regard differ greatly. Taking a sip of his coffee, the director asked each scientist who they saw as this year's winner. One of them said the name Andy. His project greatly surprised him in all plans, and besides, he took the job on the recommendation of Dr. Eric. The work was actually quite good, especially considering that Andy only worked on it for a week. The director says that once he studied with Dr. Eric in the same class and went to the same lectures with him. However, he was never able to understand how this man's brain worked, because his type of thinking was sharply different from the others. After this, the director is allowed to look at Andy's profile and he carefully examines it. Recently, The company's account has received several deposits from one of the railway companies. This translation was carried out personally by the director of the company, in gratitude for Andy's help in solving the corrosion problem. In addition, the director himself takes a close look at Andy himself, because he made a great impression on him. The director was also informed about the other merits of the main character, one of which is the sale of pseudomanadas in large quantities, a product that has been idle in the warehouse for a long time due to the fact that it is rarely used. However, Andy was able to sell the entire batch, which allowed the company to completely clear its warehouse reserves. In just a few weeks, this guy greatly boosted their company's reputation and also contributed to their financial growth. The assistant director says that all these facts indicate that the company should help finance his own project. In response to this, the director replied that he was just a trainee now. Although he already has some merit, they cannot afford to spend money so thoughtlessly, because he is not even the head of the department. A dispute broke out between the heads of various departments over his person, and scientists had differing opinions about him. Meanwhile, Andy just sat in front of the audience and rehearsed his speech before the report. He has been very tired lately. He doesn't even remember the last time he got a full night's sleep. The very essence of the project competition turned out to be somewhat different than Andy expected. It's more like demonstrating your abilities and knowledge in various areas so that one of the departments can offer you a contract. Basic materials, battery development, information electronics, materials science, biopharmaceuticals. These are the topics on which the interns give reports. Trainees are given about 3 months to prepare such projects. But unfortunately, Andy only had 3 days. Andy thinks that he shouldn't set himself up in a negative way. He needs to believe in himself, and then he will succeed. At this moment, he hears a woman's voice next to him. It was Chloe. She, like Andy, was already working on her project early in the morning, not paying attention to sleep. There is a coffee machine next to this place, which is actually why Chloe came here. Andy looked closely at the girl's face. It seemed to him as if something had changed in her. She looked somewhat lethargic and tired, as if she hasn't rested for weeks. Chloe replies that it's all because of her constant work in the laboratory, because of which she doesn't have enough time for banal cosmetics and creams. Combined with little time for rest, all this leads to this result. Andy told her that he didn't really see any difference in her face from normal. Chloe was delighted by these words. She asked Andy if this meant that she was very beautiful, even without makeup. Andy replied that this means that she looks exactly the same with makeup as she does now. The girl made a displeased grimace, but still treated her friend to a glass of invigorating coffee. When she sat down with the hero, Andy asked her what kind of research she was doing in the microbiology laboratory. Chloe replied that the work was very specific, and was the task of the first research team. The project for the revival of rural areas in cooperation with the Institute of Ecology and Agriculture is not so difficult, but it requires a lot of attention, because it is a state project. She constantly has to work with various manures and fertilizers, and she dreams of finishing this project quickly. And Chloe has to do this because she is the youngest of the first research group. Chloe decided to change the topic of conversation a little and looked at the topic of the main character's report, which was related to synthetic polymers. It turned out that this was the work of Dr. Eric, which Andy decided to continue to complete it and introduce it to the masses. Andy notices that something has changed in Chloe's behavior. She treated him to free coffee, and she hasn't asked about Dr. Eric for several hours. He decides it would be a good idea to ask Chloe to watch his report, since she was the one who won the competition last year. Of course, Chloe agrees to help the hero, because she herself is very interested in what the main character's report will be about. She sees the work focusing on the concept of crystallization of plastic, which makes it a very durable material. Such work is initially doomed to success, since such material can be used in almost any industry. The most important thing is that the council that will meet at today's presentation does not reject it, because there was little time for preparation. Chloe would like to see more of his work, so she invites him to continue during lunch together. Andy tells her that he doesn't want to spend his lunch with someone who spent the entire day working with manure. Chloe tells him that he doesn't understand anything, because when you get used to the smell, it even becomes sweet. Andy grinned and told Chloe that he didn't want to test it, so he would mail the work to her. The girl is happy with this, and thanks the hero for allowing her to again enjoy the work of Dr. Eric. Andy sees the girl off with a smiling look. It seems to him that after such a good conversation, he is cheered up somewhat. Since yesterday, the hero has had a strange feeling, as if he is being pulled somewhere. He needs to throw away everything unnecessary and focus only on work. At this moment, other trainees begin to approach the audience and begin to discuss the topics of their reports among themselves. Andy hears them say that the director himself will be present at today's competition, as well as the heads of all departments. This somewhat shocked the main character, since he expected that he would only speak to ordinary employees. Trainees come to the auditorium where the presentation of their reports is about to begin. Andy can see from the faces of his colleagues that the situation here is a little tense, because this is their first time as novice scientists. Moreover, the director himself is present in the hall today, as well as the heads of all centers. Among a large number of unfamiliar faces, Andy still finds a person he knows, and it turns out to be Dr. Sophie. There were indeed a lot of scientists. It seemed that there were more departments in this corporation than in any other. It's exciting for even the main character to speak in front of such influential people, let alone ordinary trainees. The host of this event came out from behind the podium and greeted all the participants. After the approval of the director and the decision on the issue and the order of presentations, it was decided to start a competition for interns' reports. The first to step up to the podium was an intern named Kim, who Andy first met when he walked into the classroom. The topic of his report was the study of insulating coatings on glass windows. Listening to his report, Andy thinks that the project itself is quite simple, but Kim is very confident on stage. After the end of the report, the director of the Basic Materials Center, Dr. John, was the first to ask questions. He asked him about his education and how long it took him to prepare this project. Kim responded that he had spent all his free time on the project and believed that his report deserved funding. Dr. John told the intern that for 3 months of work, his report looked very weak and he should have prepared more material. These words puzzled the young scientist, because he does not understand where he should have gotten even more information from. Moreover, Dr. Jan added, research in this area has already been carried out on the basis of their company, and they have already managed to obtain results. Ultimately, we are faced with a man who feels confident at the podium, but has not prepared the most attractive project. Every year more and more trainees come to the company, and every year the competition here increases, so you need to give your best. However, knowledge alone is not enough because Dr. Jan likes skills such as self-confidence and dedication, so he offers Kim a job in his department. Kim's face once again wrinkled in surprise, because Jong had just criticized him, and now he was offering him a job. The director advised Kim not to rush into making a choice, but to take a good look around. Dr. John from the Materials Science Center also offered Kim a job in his department because he initially liked his report. Dr. Ho, who is the director of the Battery Development Center, also voted after him. He was also interested in this guy. A dispute broke out between the scientists about which center Kim would go to work at, and it was decided to listen to the rest of the reports first. Looking at this show, Andy realizes that this is a real battle for survival in which no one will be spared. The next speaker was young intern Billy, who prepared a report on improving the mass production of flagship displays. However, his project was immediately rejected, saying that the work was very weak and the company had enough research in this area. The next speaker was another young intern who chose the field of molecular chemistry. However, his work was quickly rejected as an error was quickly found in one of the equations he had compiled. Time passed, and there were fewer and fewer speakers. In addition to the fact that their projects were not accepted, they were also criticized in front of their colleagues and the main officials of the company. Next in line was the main character. The scientist from the podium warned his colleagues that Andy had only 1 week to prepare. Walking to the podium, Andy understands that now neither jokes, nor good looks, nor a beautiful body will help him. Only his knowledge is important. He got off to a great start. Let's introduce the topic of his report and the crystallization of plastic. The heads of the centers did not interrupt the young scientist. Each of them listened carefully to his report. Andy gained more and more confidence with every minute he was on stage, and more ideas came into his head. However, the ill-mannered Dr. Jan still put a spoke in Andy's wheels and interrupted him. He asked him why the topic of his report was related to this industry, although he graduated from a completely different department. However, Dr. John asked not to interrupt Andy, because he was very interested in listening to this report. Jan made a displeased grimace and continued to listen to what Andy was talking about. The main character confidently stood on stage. The information from his lips was accessible and at the same time, absolutely scientific. Without a single mistake or reservation, the hero finished his report and even had some free time left to answer questions. The scientist at the podium thanked him for his report and asked those present if anyone had any questions for the young intern. Of course, the first was Dr. Jan, who asked Andy how he came up with this method of crystallization. Andy's answer was quite simple. He said that he just saw the molecules and thought they could be crystallized. That's all. Dr. Jan replied that it was quite a fresh take on old things, and he definitely liked it. Despite his education, he invites Andy to his department, because he believes that he will cope with his duties perfectly. However, Dr. John immediately interrupted him. offering him a place in his squad, as well as an immediate independent project. Other scientists also voted for Andy. They all liked his project and are ready to fight for such a talented scientist. Andy is surprised by so much interest in his person, because he spent only 3 days on this project. Taking the microphone in his hands, he turned his attention to his colleagues who were looking at him. Young scientists applauded him, saying that his work was a real diamond, and he was a real fellow. Andy is happy about this reaction because he finally manages to establish contacts with his new acquaintances from the laboratory. The director of the organization asked Andy if he had anything to add to his report, since he still had time left. Andy fell silent for a while. He thought to himself that although now was not the best time for amateur performances, he should try. He said that although it was not his project, he would like to add something to intern Kim's project. Kim looked at him with a surprised look, not understanding why he decided to discuss his project, because it had already been accepted. Andy said that the scientist's comments were not entirely correct, although the work really requires additions. Then the council began to ask Andy what changes he was talking about. Andy said that if the insulating structure was treated with palladium on one side and hydrogen on the other, it could create a coating that would absorb heat in winter and reflect rays in summer. Dr. Yang was surprised by this answer, because this completely invalidated his claims to the work of intern Kim. Moreover, all the necessary materials are developed independently by their company, which can greatly reduce the cost of production. Scientists listened to this with a bit of skepticism, because Andy did not have any evidence as such. However, Andy was ready for this. Using the presentation of intern Kim, he gave them a lot of evidence in favor of this theory. The other scientists even laughed at Jian a little, because some intern had just completely outplayed him on his battlefield. Dr. Ho said that it was not in vain that he came to today's event, because he had not seen someone humiliate Kan so beautifully for a long time. Then, Dr. Jan asked Andy if he had a review of the report that Dr. Ho had failed. Andy said that if this presentation was open to him, he would definitely find answers to Dr. Ho's problematic questions. Jang asked his colleagues to open this report so that Dr. Ho would not feel so good at this event. Andy actually had something to add to this presentation, having done some research into the effectiveness of semiconductor enhancement. He suggested that scientists use liquid silicone instead of regular silicone, which only requires heating. If you apply ultraviolet rays to such silicone, you can achieve increased efficiency without wasting extra silicone. Dr. Ho was interested in this hypothesis because he had never really even thought about such an obvious method. Hearing this, other scientists noted that this young man was great at putting scientists in awkward situations. Then, Dr. Ho decided to ask Andy what he thought about the displays that another scientist had rejected. Since he had comments on their projects, he must have something to add to the rest of the works. Andy's answer was banal, and immediately pointed out to the scientist the relevance of this issue, contrary to his words about extensive research in this area. Another scientist no longer wanted to laugh at his colleagues, because answers to his questions had also been found. The only person whose questions Andy had not yet answered was Dr. Han. The scientist from the podium asked Andy if he wanted to add to his report and answer the questions that Dr. Khan was asking about it. However, he has little time left for this. Just a few minutes to analyze the entire report and answer questions. But the main character still agrees to this, because he has something to add to each of the projects on this list. The report was devoted to the topic of allergy treatment, which is based on symptomatic therapy, so uncertainty about the effectiveness may lead to a slowdown in the pace of drug development. What if, through genetic analysis, protein polymers could be reproduced and applied to regular T cells? This would make it possible to create antibodies that would initially kill all allergenic cells in the body, preventing clinical signs from appearing. At this moment, Dr. Sophie raised her hand, wanting to ask her question, because the topic of the project is related to medicine. She asked the scientists if anyone would mind if she asked this intern her question. Dr. Ho replied that he is absolutely not against it, because she is here as an observer, which means she can participate in the competition. Dr. Sophie said Andy sees immune cells as just chemical elements, because germs aren't always bad. Andy replied that with genetic engineering, they could test for every cause of atopy. However, this did not sound convincing to Sophie, and she said that some bacteria are necessary for the human body to form its immunity. But Andy insisted that if you determine which DNA fragment reacts to a pathogenic bacterium, then it would be possible to determine the cause of the allergy. Sophie told him that the process of gene recombination is a theory about which it is too early to draw any conclusions. At this point, the rest of the presidium of scientists recommended ending this discussion. Otherwise, it could continue for a long time. Dr. Jan asked Andy whether all these amendments to their questions were his own ideas or not. Andy replied that this was not entirely true. All these amendments were aimed specifically at their comments and did not mean to harm the participants' report. Dr. Jan was more than satisfied with this answer and immediately invited Andy to his department, promising him the best conditions. But he was interrupted by Dr. Ho, who said that with this level of knowledge, the best place for him to be was in the center of battery development, because that's where the most variables were. Dr. John is also not against having such a specialist in his ranks, and Andy can be sure that the very first project will be his. The rest of the scientists joined the words of their colleagues and also invited the young scientist to their departments. Dr. Jan did not back down, pointing his finger at himself. He tells Andy that such a young and progressive leader is no longer in any other department. Watching this whole show, the director just silently kept a smile on his face. As he expected, Andy made an impression on everyone that the scientists were not prepared for, which was to be expected from Dr. Eric's student. Unable to figure out who this young talent would go to work for, Dr. Jan suggested that the director make the decision. However, he, with a characteristic smile on his face, replied that he trusted the leaders of the centers and believed that they themselves would be able to come to a general consensus. Dr. John said that if the fate of this student is in their hands, then he is simply obliged to transfer to his organization. A fierce dispute arose again between the scientists. Each wanted to get a valuable employee into his department. Everything reached the point of absurdity. Scientists openly argued among themselves, pointing out the disadvantages of each department and the advantages of their own. Assistant Director, Dr. Hughes, who was the second person in the company, simply could not look at this without words. After hearing yet another insult, he loudly slammed his palms on the table and jumped up from his seat. Hughes said they were all at the conference and should not forget the status and authority they had. If they continue to communicate with each other, they will not be able to reach any common opinion, and they need a cold approach. Moreover, Andy himself is far from an ordinary student, and which specific department to send him to is a big problem. The hero would be perfect for the battery department, the material science department, or any other department. He has enough knowledge to take on any project from these departments, and can help solve problems in any of them. Therefore, a specialist like him can be called with complete confidence a generalist. Andy looked at this performance with wide eyes, because he had never heard such words addressed to him before. The scientists listened carefully to Dr. Hughes. For them, he had the same authority as the director himself. Taken together with all these factors, Dr. Hughes sees only one competent way out of this situation. Namely, do not assign intern Andy to any of the existing departments of their company. Hearing this, Andy was confused as to whether his project was not worthy so that he could get his own personal project in any of the departments. But Dr. Hughes immediately reassured Andy, explaining to him that this meant that he would work in each of the departments, since such a specialist could not be limited to just one industry. The scientists were surprised by this option for distributing the student, because they had never had such experience before. However, the director liked the idea and said that he considered Dr. Hughes one of the wisest leaders in the organization. Hughes asked if anyone has a better idea. He's waiting for someone to come up with a better idea. The dispute between the scientists ended, and none of them could offer a better idea than the one proposed by Hughes. With a word from the director, the event was completed, and this decision was made at the official level. Within 5 minutes, the audience, where fierce debates had just taken place between many of the smartest people, was empty. As a result of this conference, all trainees received a workplace that fully met their expectations. For only Andy, everything was not so clear, because in terms of documentation and many others, it is difficult to approve a person in all departments. The main character's new friends thank Andy for his great help for them, because if it weren't for him, they would hardly have gotten jobs. Meanwhile, the hero is trying to figure out the documents that he will now have to fill out for employment. Of all this list, his old contract, which he received as an intern, attracts special attention. It initially contained many controversial points, and he does not understand what will happen to them after he receives a new position. But the hero was lucky, because at that moment a person entered the audience who could give him answers to all his questions. Sophie congratulated him on his brilliant performance at the conference, saying that all the leaders were impressed for a long time after his speech. However, Andy was interested in only one question, namely, what would happen to his old contract now? Dr. Sophie told him that his contract would not change in any way, because initially he received much more than ordinary interns, and all his additional payments would remain. Andy was a little upset, because he expected to hear that he had received a promotion, and therefore improved financial conditions. If these are all the questions Andy wanted to ask, then Sophie is forced to leave, because she still has a lot of work to do at the hospital. However, Andy immediately stops her, shouting at her back that he has another important question for her. He asks her if he can go to the hospital with her. Sophie looked at him with a surprised look and asked what kind of question he was talking about. Andy explained to her that lately he had obvious problems with sleep. He either simply could not fall asleep or had nightmares. It is possible that the whole point is severe overwork and, as a result, depletion of his body's resources. However, he did not have such problems before. Sophie moves closer to his face to inspect his skin and other mucous membranes at the time of the changes. From above, the doctor seemed even more beautiful and feminine. She performed every manipulation of Andy's body carefully and tenderly. After an external examination, she began to study the objective functions of his body, such as pulse, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and so on. However, having received data on these indicators, Sophie understands that according to these signs, the main character is absolutely healthy. Andy is a little confused by the doctor examining his body so closely. She seems to him to be very meticulous in her specialty, because she does not miss a single, even the smallest detail. Moreover, she seems very nice to him, because such a serious doctor, at such a young age and with such an appearance, simply cannot leave him indifferent. That's why he worries that his body functions may change slightly. For example, his heart rate may increase. However, Sophie tells him that she does all the examinations taking into account the fact that he is in rather specific conditions. At the very end, the girl checks the protagonist's mucous membranes, but even here she does not find any changes. The eyeballs were white, as if he had not strained his eyes for more than a week. After a full examination, Dr. Sophie concludes that Andy is absolutely healthy, because she did not find any objective signs of disease. However, for a full conclusion, it is necessary to conduct a hospital-based examination, because a routine examination is not enough. After he finishes all his business, the doctor will be waiting for him in the parking lot so they can go to the hospital together. After finishing his conversation with Sophie, Andy turns his head towards the audience. Each of the interns looked at him with a blank look, because why does an ordinary intern attract the attention of such personalities as Dr. Sophie? There was envy in their eyes, because every man in the company dreams of the doctor paying attention to him. Andy replied that it was just an annual medical examination, after which he hurriedly went to the parking lot, where Sophie was already waiting for him. The doctor took Andy's blood for a test and warned him that he might feel a little dizzy after the procedure. However, Andy had a different effect. After losing a small amount of blood, he was drawn to a long-awaited sleep. He looked like he was about to fall asleep, so he asked the doctor if he could take a nap in her office, to which Sophie responded with a categorical refusal, because if someone came into the office at that moment, they might think something unnecessary about them. Then Andy asked her if he could sleep on the bench in front of the office, because he didn't have the strength to fight sleep. Dr. Sophie took him to the special room where she rests during her night shifts and pointed to her bed. She told him that for now he could rest here while she took care of his blood tests. Andy thanked the doctor for such generosity. He could not even dream of a soft bed now. He wanted to thank her even more, but he no longer had the strength to fight sleep and his eyes spontaneously closed. While Andy rested, Dr. Sophie got to work on his blood work. According to the analysis, she found out that all the main character's indicators are in the normal range, and there is no reason to worry about his health. She came to his room, wanting to give him a very ordinary drip for fatigue to replenish his water-salt balance. However, Andy was sleeping soundly, and it seemed that it was simply impossible to wake him up now. Therefore, the doctor decided to abandon this idea and do other more pleasant things for herself. She went to the restroom, where there was a small kitchen and a shower room, which had everything she needed. After a hard day of work, the girl took an invigorating shower to wash away all the worries of the evening. While drying her head, she hears her phone ringing. She answered the call, saying that she was glad to hear the voice of the person who was on the other side. It was Dr. Eric. He asked Sophie how things were going with his new charge, who took the new version of the drug. The girl told him that until that moment everything was fine with him. He was making excellent progress in his knowledge and improving it every day. Today, for example, he had a high influence on all projects present at the competition and was the most discussed participant. The only one who seemed to have suspicions about this young man was the director. Dr. Eric replied that he had known the director since his student days, so he knew that anything could be expected from him. After which he added that she responded quite sensitively to this young man and asked her if she had really fallen in love. His age is only 26 years old, and he is not deprived of appearance. Who else, if not he, is ideal for the role of her chosen one? An image of Andy appeared in Sophie's head, and she realized that what interests her most about this man is a look that she absolutely did not understand. She asked the doctor when he was going back, and then ended the phone conversation. After hanging up, she decided to visit Andy, who was still fast asleep. Looking at his face, Sophie wondered if she liked this young man, and if she had any feelings for him. However, she immediately dismissed all these questions, because a person like her simply does not have time for things like love. After some time, Andy wakes up. He feels that he has not felt this feeling of light cheerfulness for a long time. Sophie asks the hero how he slept and if he had any problems sleeping. 1 second later, she began to shine her medical flashlight into his eyes. She sees that the hero does not have any hyperemia or injection of the sclera, which means that the main symptoms of fatigue have subsided. From this, she concludes that the hero is worried about a banal overstrain of the nervous system, which could appear in response to some kind of stress. Andy recalls that he recently experienced something similar when, after arriving home, he fell asleep before even reaching his bed. Sophie asked him what kind of stress he could associate this with, because this definitely needs a trigger. Andy remembers what he did that evening. Then he helped the young performer Yoon become more famous, and performed services to improve the quality of her concert. Sophie asked him how he managed to go to work and to other events. For this, some reason is clearly needed. Because why would a sane person go to a part-time job on his only day off? Andy replied that he just wanted to get an autograph from one of the performers at this concert. Having found out the root of the protagonist's problem, Sophie says that he needs a comprehensive examination at a specialized center. She hands him a business card from her colleague, in whose hospital you can undergo complete mental, neurological, ENT, and other examinations. Such a serious problem as sleep can greatly affect the performance of his main instrument, the brain. Therefore, he must get an appointment as early as possible, otherwise, due to lack of sleep, his abilities in science may weaken. Andy himself understands that this problem is quite serious, so he promises that he will visit this clinic as soon as he has time. A few days later, Andy feels that he is getting worse, because he has not been able to return to normal sleep. Today is his first working day in a new position, so he cannot yet afford to engage in treatment, because he has more important things to do. On the way to his new place of work, Andy decides to listen to some music using his mobile phone. As a performer, he chooses Yoon and Seol's new album with her new song, which she performed while on stage with him. With each listen, the main character likes this song more and more. There is something in it that clings to the threads of the soul. Andy decides to see what other people think about this composition, and opens comments under its video. However, when he unlocks the screen of his mobile phone, he sees that he is also featured in this concert video. He understands that lately he has been flashing too often on the screens of various information sources. This may attract unnecessary attention to him. After which, Andy calls his friend Yuki and asks why he was in this video, because he did not even give his consent to it. Yuki replied that he had nothing to do with this. It was all about the independent videographer who created this video using his own material. Then Andy replies that if someone wants to use his face as advertising for their videos, then they are obliged to pay him a portion of the proceeds. Yuki invites the hero to work on Christmas, and perhaps this videographer will be there, and he will be able to ask all the questions that interest him. The main character replied that he does not yet know whether he will be able to get to the Christmas concert, because now he has a new job, which takes more time. Finally, the hero gets to his new place of work. It became the first research department, in which, by the way, Chloe also works. They immediately showed him his workplace and noted that they had high hopes for this young man, and hoped that he would fully justify them. Andy's workplace looked too perfect, as if someone had specially cleaned it to a shine and installed everything necessary. It turned out that such a good service was provided to him by his old friend Chloe, who wanted to congratulate the main character on his new job. Andy thought that Chloe's act was very sweet, because he himself was unlikely to do such a thing for anyone. Another minute later, a message from Chloe came to his phone, wishing him a good day at work, which made Andy even happier. Days passed one after another. The work in the organization became more and more, and the responsibility for failure to complete it grew with every second. All these worries made Andy's head spin, because his sleep problems had not disappeared, and with the increase in working hours, they only worsened. The main character understands that this cannot continue like this, so he decides to make an appointment at the sleep clinic, which Dr. Sophie recommended to him. When he opened his work computer, he sees that it is already Christmas Eve, and the most long-awaited holiday of the year will come very soon. This made him think that he now works so much that he does not even notice how quickly his time passes. He recalls Sophie's words that sleep problems can be associated with mental, neurological, genetic, and many other diseases. On this, he concludes that most likely his problem is that he works too much, and his nervous system cannot cope with such a flow of information. Therefore, he decides to take a day off today and signs up for a session at the sleep clinic. He needed to get to the appointment only in the evening, so the hero decided to get himself in order first, because long work affects his appearance. At the moment when he was wiping his head, Andy heard that there was someone in his apartment and strange noises were coming from his room. Entering the room, he saw a young man sitting on the floor, who was clearly younger than the main character. It was his brother Henry, who came to visit his brother, because he had not appeared on the threshold of his home for a long time. He treated him to a bottle of soda, which he kindly brought to his house. Sipping a cold, invigorating drink, Andy realizes that Henry came here for a reason. Most likely he needs something from him. Henry tells the main character that he has a girlfriend, and he came here to get advice from his older brother about dating. He himself is still young enough to understand such things, but his brother is old enough to know a little about dating. And of course, Henry wanted to ask Andy for some money, because things with his mother's company were not going very well, so he did not dare ask her. He promises that he will definitely give everything, but now it is very important for him to impress the girl, because he really likes her. Andy tells him that of course he can't help him with advice, but he doesn't have any problems with money right now, so he can rely on him in this matter. If Andy were him, he would arrange a romantic date in the open air during Christmas night, which could be even more wonderful. Looking at Andy, Henry thinks that he has changed a lot, and that he is completely different from the brother he knew all his life. Finally, Andy wishes Henry to have a good time and gives him the required amount of money, warning him in advance not to stay out late. Life in the city went on as usual. People hurriedly clung to their purchases on the eve of the New Year holidays and Christmas. A bus has arrived at one of the city stations, carrying the star of the musical group Yoon and Seoul, the young artist Yoon. Today she has an appointment with the same doctor as Andy, only a little earlier. It turns out that she, like the main character, suffers from sleep problems. After some time, the hero gets to the clinic. Its size was very impressive, and its functionality was significantly different from the clinics Andy had been to. The main character went to the registration desk and asked which office and which doctor he should go to today. After that, he was sent to the office of Dr. Catherine. She was somewhat older than the main character, however. Like Dr. Sophie, she was a young girl in the prime of her life. She greeted the main character and asked him why Sophie cared so much about him. Perhaps it was because they were in a relationship. Andy replied that he would not like to answer such personal questions. However, he can definitely say that he is not in any relationship. Catherine smiled, asking the protagonist for forgiveness for her bad manners. She just wanted Sophie to finally find someone for a long time, and such a young and handsome guy like Andy is just the right candidate for such an ambitious doctor as Dr. Sophie. But all this is just lyrics, first of all. They need to find out why exactly the main character has obvious problems with sleep. Looking at how Dr. Catherine works, Andy is convinced that she, like Sophie, is a professional in her field, because she prescribed just a huge number of examinations. Meanwhile, Yoon was sleeping in one of the rooms of this clinic, and a huge number of different electrodes were connected to her, which recorded her health indicators. Hearing that someone had entered the room, the girl immediately woke up. The electrodes attached to her face slowly reached out for her. It was Dr. Catherine. She came to check on Yoon and evaluate his health indicators during sleep in order to delve deeper into the root of the problem. Yoon replied that she slept well and was ready to pay just for that, as if she already felt much better. Analyzing the girl's indicators, Dr. Catherine says that out of the 4 hours that she spent in this ward, she was able to sleep only 1.5. The rest was spent falling asleep and superficial dozing. Yoon replied that this is all normal for her body. She always takes a long time to fall asleep, because many different things worry her. She tells the doctor that she doesn't want to take up a lot of her time, because she understands that she has many other, more complex patients. Catherine replies that at the moment, only one patient is important to her, and she would like to get to the bottom of the problem, perhaps find out what is bothering the girl. Yoon told the doctor that she couldn't sleep until she had a beautiful melody in her head that she could perform for her fans. The doctor immediately understood the essence of the problem. Yoon has an initial degree of depressive disorder, which is why she cannot force herself to fall asleep for so long. She lives on stage with all her heart, and for her there is nothing more important than satisfying the desire of even the most skeptical listener. As long as she has a guitar in her hands, she will not stop composing music, because this is both the main dream and the main business of this girl. Considering all these factors, Dr. Catherine tells the girl that more detailed examinations are needed, and she will have to stay a little longer at their clinic. Since this is the case, and she will need to undergo many different tests throughout the clinic, Yoon would like to wash her face first. To do this, she goes out into the corridor, because the bathroom is next to her room, and sees that besides her there is someone else in the clinic. She immediately runs back and covers the door with her body so that someone doesn't accidentally look into her room. Yun hopes that she imagined it, and in fact it was not the person she saw there. And this is all just her illusion after a long sleep. However, Dr. Catherine didn't reassure her, because she said that the patient she saw was a newbie from the chemistry lab named Andy. It was the worst day of Yun's life. She couldn't even imagine that she could meet this guy when she looked so terrible, because she didn't even have makeup on. If this person sees her, she will regret it for the rest of her life, or simply die of shame on the spot. Catherine wondered why so many pretty girls knew this young man, and what exactly connected him and Yun. She understands that the very presence of Andy here can help solve the girl's problem with sleep, and this must be used. Andy learns that the next step in his examination will be a behavioral psychology test, which will show his temperament type. There are quite a lot of questions in this test, and Andy understands that even such a small thing in this clinic is approached with full responsibility. Looking at the list of questions, the hero understands that this test has many different nuances on which the result will depend. The person responsible for conducting the test asks the main character not to worry and pass it with full responsibility. On the way to the testing site, Andy decides to text his brother and ask how his date is going. The brother replied that for now he was just gathering his thoughts and choosing what outfit to wear today, because it was quite cold outside. This amused Andy somewhat, because he himself had been in situations more than once when he had to choose between being warm or looking beautiful. Having reached the testing site, Andy sees that he is not alone here, and there is a girl standing in line in front of him. He sees that her watch shows the serial number 8, which means that she is walking straight ahead of him, after which he should come in. Andy greets the girl, trying to show his politeness, but all he gets in response is silence. Sitting down on a bench next to the room, an absurd, silent pause hung between the heroes. Each of them was afraid to utter an extra word. Yun looked at the hero with a gaze, not taking her eyes off him for a second. It seemed to her that, despite her mask, he was about to recognize her. The hero felt that this girl was staring at him intently, and did not understand what she wanted from him. Did he really look somehow unusual? He showed with all his appearance that if a girl is not focused on communication, then he will not pester her. This made Yun feel a little sad. As soon as the door to the room opened, the girl immediately rushed inside in order to quickly undergo all the examinations and not end up in Andy's company. This surprised the main character. He realized that this girl is not so simple, because she is being examined in a VIP clinic. But why is she deliberately trying to avoid him? For now, he decided not to make a big deal about it, because many stars try to avoid ordinary people. They are used to the fact that as soon as people realize who is standing in front of them, chaos begins, and they forget about all their affairs, and the only goal becomes getting an autograph. However, Yun was unable to quickly avoid the main character, because while she was finishing the previous test, Andy had already been called to take it. She made every effort to show that she wanted to go through this procedure as quickly as possible, so she moved around the room at a run. Even on the treadmill, where she had to walk for a certain time, she tried to run, despite the remark of observers. The next step in checking their health was electroencephalography, an electrical measurement of brain activity using a special device. The device was placed on the head, and the person being examined had to hit a special cone with the ring. And during the throw, the device read brain activity. However, Yun had obvious problems with this indicator, because she could not hit the cone with the ring. All of them passed within centimeters of the desired target, but not one of them was able to land on the cone. The main character was next in line. It seemed to him that this procedure was quite simple and he would get in easily. However, having completed his first throw, he was disappointed, because he also could not hit. It turned out that it was not so easy. The hero did not despair and immediately attempted to complete another throw at the cone. However, this time he was unsuccessful. The girl behind him even giggled a little about this, because Andy could see how angry he was from his mistakes. Andy would not be himself if, during this procedure, he had not figured out how his main tool, science, could help him in this situation. Using his special power, he charges the ring with a positive charge, knowing in advance that the cone has a negative charge. After which, he throws it strongly towards the cone, while calculating all the physical aspects of the flight. This time, his trick is successful, and he easily hits the target with the first throw. Andy is pleased with his work, because once again he was able to competently apply his knowledge to help solve another problem for himself. The observer who monitored and recorded the progress of this experiment was surprised by the brain activity of the protagonist. It turned out that theta waves prevail in it, which are more characteristic of mathematical analysis than of physical activity. Next in line was Yun again, because she needed to collect at least some information about her brain activity. After making several attempts, she failed to hit the target, which made the girl's mood very bad. This time, Andy decided to help her with this task. So, unbeknownst to everyone, he did the same trick that he did with his throw. Yun gripped the throwing circle tightly and steeled herself to make her final throw, not even expecting her to hit. However, this time, Andy's trick worked, and the positively charged circle landed exactly on the cone. Yun couldn't believe her eyes. This was the biggest achievement in recent times. She was very happy about her hit. Andy was also happy. He was pleased to give someone even a small gift with the help of his scientific powers. After lengthy experiments on bodies, the hero feels that he is already a little tired of going through these constant examinations. Sitting on a bench under another office, he hears a beautiful female voice singing a song next to him. Looking closer at the end of the corridor, he sees that the girl whom he just helped is performing this magnificent song. Her voice seemed very familiar to the hero, as if he had heard it more than once, and it still evoked the same emotion. A voice that makes you start loving life and listening to every sound of this wonderful melody. This is how he remembered the performance he attended 2 weeks ago, after which he will never forget the sounds of this song. The hero asks the girl what her name is, because her voice seems very familiar to him, the same as Yoon and Sul. However, the girl replies that he confused her with someone, after which she hastily tries to leave the premises. Looking at these desperate attempts to hide from him, the hero realizes that most likely he was right. Apparently, the girl didn't remember him from that performance, and now doesn't want to deal with her next obsessive fan. By the way, Andy has now really become a fan of Yoon. He listens to her tracks every day because he really likes her voice. But he understands that now is not the best time to worry a girl about such trifles. After all, she, like him, came here because she has some problems sleeping, and she clearly did not expect to see her fan here. Of course, the fact that Yoon did not recognize him greatly upset the main character, because this girl was very interesting to him. It would be great if he and his brother went on dates together on Christmas night. Seeing Yoon with him would definitely make him jealous. However, now is not the time to think about it, because the hero still has a lot of procedures left to undergo in this clinic. The heroes did not go to the next procedure alone. Now they were joined by an elderly couple who also had problems sleeping. Being next to Yoon, the hero feels how fast his heart is beating, and understands that it is very difficult for him to restrain himself next to her. Yoon tried not to look up. It seemed to her that if she so much as looked at Andy, he would immediately try to start a conversation with her. Therefore, it was easier for her to sit with her eyes down and pretend as if she was not there at all. An elderly couple was evaluating the results of their test, but due to poor eyesight, they could not understand what was written on the paper. Yoon helped them with this. She took the paper and read their conclusion to the old men. It turned out that this examination was not at all related to sleep. The dear old men thanked the girl for the service she had provided them, adding that this girl had a very kind heart. When it was time for the next procedure, Andy and Yoon helped the old people get up from the bench, because they were already elderly. The old man thanked Andy for such an act, telling him that only real men can help old people in such a situation. They had to spend the next hour together in adjacent beds, where information about the state of their nervous system was read using special sensors. Yoon tried her best to talk as little as possible, because her voice is the main evidence against her that Andy might notice. She doesn't know that Andy already understood everything a long time ago, and now he's only pretending as if he's seeing this girl for the first time. The old people opposite were also very active. They did not stop asking many questions. They were mainly related to their reason for appearing here, to which the heroes only smiled sweetly, saying that it was just an examination. At such a young age, there should be no health problems, the grandmother objected, and said that they need to take better care of each other. Yoon replied that they were not dating and actually met for the first time only in this clinic, so they could not take care of each other. Then Andy asked them a counter question: why they came here. Problems with sleep are of course not uncommon, but in old people it is usually associated with some more understandable reasons. The old lady replied that she was really only here because she wanted to support her husband, who has trouble sleeping. The old man immediately objected and said that she had enough health problems herself. He slept like a log at night and came here to help her deal with her problem. It turned out that the old man has severe breathing problems, and at night he is bothered by frequent attacks of apnea. Each time the grandmother thinks that this is the last night, which is why she cannot fall asleep. Such problems are not uncommon among older people. But even in such a situation, you always need to support each other. Andy was surprised how sincere people could be, because it seemed to him that he got to know these people more in 5 minutes than anyone in several days. Yoon told the old people that this clinic would definitely help them. Many of her acquaintances were treated here, and there were many positive reviews about this place. After that, she realized that now she had completely screwed up, and now Andy would understand exactly who she was. However, Andy carefully pretended as if nothing had happened. He did not want to impose his company on Yoon. Instead, he decided to check in on how his brother was doing on his date. Having learned that everything is going very well for him, the hero became a little sad because he is forced to spend his Christmas in the hospital. At the end of this testing, the hero went to Dr. Catherine to find out the results of his examination. The doctor replied that the examination results are already ready, but they are not very clear and require a little refinement. But Andy need not worry, because Catherine is not used to abandoning a case halfway and will definitely get to the bottom of his problem. The fact is that the centers of his brain that are responsible for brain activity are much more active than those that should suppress it. The problem is the so-called neurotransmitters, which are released by the body at different times of the day and act on the body. Some of these mediators activate the nervous system, while others, on the contrary, inhibit its functioning, thus creating a balance. Andy asked if his problem was just these neurotransmitters. Then all this could lead to a problem like narcolepsy. This is indeed not the most common case, and its solution requires an integrated approach. On the one hand, everything is decided by the selection of medications, but these drugs are narcotic and cannot be taken for a long time. The second option is to train deep sleep with your own psyche. This can be learned at their center, but it will not be cheap. Having learned the amount that the doctor was asking for the training method, Andy asked if he could pay it in installments, because the amount was very large. The doctor replied that the clinic will accommodate its patients because their health is above all else. Andy asked her when they could start this vaunted technique, which should help him solve his sleep problems. The doctor replied that it would begin right now, because she had already come up with the conditions in which this training would take place. She also added that the conditions would be somewhat unusual, and for this, she would give the hero a small discount on the full course of treatment. Meanwhile, Yoon sat in the waiting room and reflected on how her day had gone. She didn't like that she had put herself in a losing position again, and was never able to have a normal conversation with Andy. All that day she only thought about him, how to start a conversation and with what words. But in the end she only avoided him at every opportunity. She doesn't understand why this is happening, because when they were at a concert with him, it was very easy for her to communicate and the topics found themselves. However, today it was as if she had swallowed her tongue and could not utter a single word, because she was afraid that she would be misunderstood. This makes it seem to her that she does not even consider herself an independent person who is capable of self-expression, and remains an ordinary gray mouse. After this, she promises herself that she will no longer remain silent, and will speak to Andy at the first opportunity, no matter what. At that moment, Andy looked into the room, because Dr. Catherine told him to come here, saying that the first stage would be here. Yoon was surprised to see him here, because she was not ready to fulfill her promise to herself so quickly. Andy asked if he could come in and if his presence would disturb her, since Dr. Catherine had told him to come here. Yoon told him that he should not ask her permission, because she was a patient here just like him. She asked him why the doctor told him to go here, because she also made an appointment for her here. Andy replied that he had absolutely no idea what was in this doctor's head, apparently. This was one of the methods for solving their problem. Yoon asks the hero for forgiveness for trying to avoid him all day. She shouldn't have behaved like that. She was afraid that Andy would not understand everything correctly when he found out that she was undergoing treatment here, since she was still so young. Andy replied that her behavior really did not understand him, because he was here for the same reason, because it was a hospital. The main character admits to the girl that he immediately understood who she was, but did not want to be too intrusive. Yoon replies that it's no big deal because he's not her fan and wouldn't ask her about just one aspect of her life. Andy replies that he has recently begun to listen to her music more often, but even in this situation he did not ask her for a photo or autograph. Yoon replied that he could have said that he really wanted her autograph. It would have been much more pleasant for her. Then Andy replied that if it was more convenient for her, then he was ready to ask her for an autograph and a photo, because he was really her fan. These words made the girl feel a little awkward, because she did not expect to hear such an answer. At this moment, the heroes hear that someone has entered the room. It was Dr. Catherine. She asked the heroes how things were going in their communication, because she sees that contact is slowly being established. She immediately realized that these two knew each other, so she decided to bring them together in this room to help them adjust a little. The doctor handed each of them a list of procedures that they would have to perform together, and warned that their implementation was mandatory. The list was quite impressive. It did not have any specific research methods, so all procedures could be completed together. Catherine wished her patients luck and said she would monitor each examination to ensure they did not escape. The first stage was a relaxing massage, which acted on special nerve points that made the body relax. Catherine carefully controlled the entire process and periodically changed the modes of this chair. Yun felt very small when she sat on this chair, as if she had fallen inside the entire structure. But she was still very comfortable. Moreover, Catherine constantly adjusted various modes, which made being in the chair even more comfortable. The only thing that worried her was that she couldn't communicate normally with Andy, because now she was ready to communicate, but the doctor was interfering with their privacy. This didn't matter to Andy himself, because he really enjoyed spending his time in this chair. The next procedure was warming up under special rays that act on the parasympathetic nervous system. This time the doctor was a little behind, so the heroes could spend a little time with each other and chat. The doctor realized that she had fulfilled her function, and could now allow the heroes to be alone, and continue to carry out their procedures. Andy apologized to Yoon, saying that he had to respond to his brother's message because he was at a very important event. Yun replied that she also had something important to do on her phone, and at that moment, she texted her boss to come later than expected. Yoon asked what important matters he was talking about with his brother on Christmas Eve. Andy replied that his brother was now on his first date in his life. He was very worried, so he asked Andy to always be in touch. Yun replied that it was very sweet that he cared so much about his brother, because support in such moments is very important. She said that she also has a younger brother, but he is still too young to go on dates himself. Andy replied that his brother looked more like a gangster than a hero of romantic novels, but he was still studying at the university. He shows the girl the cafe where his brother invited his new girlfriend and asks her how she likes this place. The girl replied that this is a very wonderful cafe, because she herself often performed in this place. There is simply a wonderful atmosphere there. She asked the hero why he was in such a place on Christmas Eve. Did he really not have another day to undergo these examinations? Andy told her that the holiday was a reason for him to at least somehow take care of his health, because he always works on another day. Looking at the main character, Yoon said that most likely they should have fallen asleep by now. However, they are still continuing to communicate. Andy replied that he was just worried about his brother. That's why he couldn't sleep now, because he might say too much. Yun replied that people in love tend to say varying degrees of stupidity. There is nothing wrong with that, because they are in a special state. Andy replied that she had said enough nonsense today. After these words, there was a short pause between the heroes, and they continued to simply look into each other's eyes and say nothing. After some time, all temporary procedures ended, and it was necessary to wait some time before the next one. Wanting to pass it off somehow more cheerfully, Yoon invited Andy to try hot chocolate together. It seemed to her that now was the most suitable atmosphere. Andy said it was a great idea, and he'd love to have some hot chocolate with her. He once again thought to himself that Yoon is very nice. When she starts to behave as usual, it seems to him that they have a good contact. While Yoon went to get some food and hot chocolate, which her grandmother kindly handed her, Andy looked into the next room and saw a magical atmosphere there. There was a beautiful New Year tree in the room, which was decorated with many New Year balls and garlands that glowed brightly. Using his special skill, Andy appreciated the lighting power of these decorations and realized that it could make the atmosphere even brighter. To do this, he brought his hand to one of the balls and sent a large stream of electrons there, thereby accelerating the reaction of this object. After this action, the balls around began to shine much brighter, illuminating the entire room with their New Year's beauty. Andy heard the door to the room he had sneaked into open, and for a second he was afraid it would be the doctor. But this was Yoon. She brought with her the promised hot chocolate and was surprised how Andy found this room. She was surprised that the clinic had such a special room, as if it had been specially built for gatherings like theirs. Andy replied that in fact he just smelled Christmas and it brought him to this room. Yoon asked him if maybe he really was a wizard, since this was not the first time he surprised her with such antics. Andy answered this question very simply. He simply took one of the glowing balls in his hand and decided to demonstrate his skills to Yoon. After that, all the decorations on the New Year tree began to shine much brighter, as if the heroes were in some kind of fairy tale. Yoon shared with Andy that she had never seen such fabulous shining balls. They looked like stars in the night sky than ordinary decorations. You can look at them endlessly. She feels how some kind of warmth is released from them, which reaches the very depths of her soul. Andy replied that this miracle was just ordinary chemistry, and he created it with the help of his knowledge, and not any special skills. Yoon replied that for her, he will always be a wizard, because she does not understand how such a thing can be created with the help of science. After some time, the heroes moved to another room, where Dr. Catherine handed them the results of their examinations. Andy looked at his list of studies, but unfortunately he still did not understand what the various numbers in his analyses meant. Catherine said that in fact her goal was to bring them together here, thereby showing them the atmosphere that should be present in their lives in order to have a good night's sleep. Andy and Yoon looked at her with a surprised look, because today they performed a whole bunch of different examinations here, just to be in each other's company. Catherine asked Yoon if she felt that comfort had appeared in her soul, and now she would happily sleep for a few hours. Finally, the doctor told the heroes that the purpose of this procedure was to show them how they should live their lives and wish them good luck. After some time, the heroes went outside. The weather was beautiful. The snow was slowly swirling in the slow wind. Looking at Andy, Yoon wondered if this was the last time they would see each other. She really enjoyed this morning and would like to repeat such a date. Meanwhile, Andy looked at his phone, because he had not responded to messages from his brother for a long time, who was now in a very difficult time. Raising his phone to his ear, he heard loud sounds of requests for help, which meant that things were not going well for Henry. It turned out that he had lost his wallet, and now he doesn't even have a single penny to pay for dinner at the restaurant. Andy told him not to worry. He would get there soon, and lend him some more money so he could finish his date. Yoon asked the hero if everything was okay with his brother. Maybe he needed some help from her. Andy replied that everything was fine. The little fool had just lost his wallet, and now he would have to go to his aid. Yoon told the main character that she really enjoyed their day today, and asked him to meet here at least once a week. This is very important for her, because she doesn't want to lose such a wonderful and interesting friend like Andy. After some time, her manager came for Yoon and asked her how her examination went. The girl replied that everything was simply magical. She is grateful to Dr. Catherine for her individual approach to each client, especially for the additional examination, in which she was able to get to know her new acquaintance more and have a magical time this day. At parting, the doctor handed each of them a special list, which contained a list of tasks that they must complete this week. It contained many different items that were almost impossible to complete in 1 week. At the stop near the clinic, Yoon saw Andy, who was waiting for his bus to go to his brother's restaurant. He did not pay attention to the road and was very focused on this situation, because at any moment dinner could end, and Henry would remain a fool in the eyes of his new girlfriend. Yoon had an item on her list that required spending the evening with her new acquaintance in a special place, and Yoon thought this was a great opportunity. She asked her manager to stop at this stop and help the main character get to this restaurant. The manager did so. A luxury car stopped next to Andy and began to honk in front of him, indicating for him to go to the car. Andy didn't immediately understand what this meant, because he was completely immersed in his thoughts, so he reluctantly approached Yoon's car. Then the girl looked out the window and shouted to him to sit down, so it would be faster to get to his restaurant and help his brother. Seeing Yoon, Andy realized that the car was hers, and happily took the opportunity to quickly get to the restaurant. The manager recognized the main character. He asked him how it happened that he and Yoon met in this clinic. Through the mirror, he sees that the heroes became closer during their examination in this clinic, and now they find a common language much easier. The manager handed Andy his business card and said that he was surprised by his skills last time, so he is offering him a job with their organization. Hearing this, Yoon looked at the manager with an angry look, because she did not want to mix work and personal relationships. The manager immediately understood the essence of this look, so he told Andy that for now the places were occupied and if they became available, he would contact him. But Andy wasn't particularly interested in this work anyway, because he has enough workload in his laboratory that he can't sleep. Yoon asked the hero how he views her going to this restaurant with him, because she has performed there more than once and knows all the loopholes in it. After which, she puts a tick in front of the item where she was supposed to spend time with a new acquaintance in one of the establishments. After some time, the hero's car arrives at the place they need. The manager says that he has some urgent business to attend to, so he won't be able to pick Yoon up quickly. They will have to spend time together for a while. Yoon asked the hero if he was okay, and if he didn't mind her helping him with the problem with his brother. Andy simply could not refuse this opportunity. He was incredibly glad that he was now walking at such a time with such a beautiful girl as Yoon. Yoon constantly looked at the main character. She could not take her eyes off him. She asked Andy if he thought if she wore a cap and mask, would anyone in this crowd recognize her, since she didn't want to sign autographs and stand around for endless photo ops. Andy replied that no one next to him would think that she was some kind of star. He looked too much like a commoner. Yoon told him that this is not so. He has a very amazing appearance, and is definitely different from the extras that surround them. Andy thanked the girl for such flattering words addressed to him, because he rarely hears compliments from anyone about his appearance. Having reached the right place, it turned out that the restaurant itself is located on the basement floor to ensure good noise insulation. Yoon led the hero to one of the doors and said that they would enter the restaurant through it, because this entrance is used only by staff. However, after pulling the handle several times, she realized that the entrance inside was closed, and there was no way they could get inside unnoticed. She was not ready for this, because this was the only service entrance that she knew about, and the last time she performed here, it was still working. Andy assessed the condition of this metal door with his eyes, and saw that the joints of the door were corroded, indicating that the door had not been used for over 3 months. After which, he turned around and saw a door that someone regularly uses, because all its edges were erased from constant use. He walked closer to her and pulled the door handle, and he was absolutely right. Andy called the girl over and said that perhaps this was the staff door she was looking for. Yoon once again called the main character a wizard, because out of many doors he chose exactly the one they needed. It was surprisingly calm and quiet in the dressing room. There were no artists here yet, so they were able to calmly go inside. Yoon opened the door leading to the guest room and called Andy over to show her which table his brother was sitting at. Andy looked around the entire room and saw that there were really a lot of people here today. Apparently everyone was expecting some kind of grandiose performance. At the very end of the hall, at one of the tables, he saw his unlucky brother, who was sitting there with his new girlfriend. He pointed Yoon to this table and said that this man who looked like a bandit, sitting with a charming girl, was his brother. Being close to Yoon, Andy feels his heart begin to beat faster. Perhaps this atmosphere is to blame. Yoon replied that his brother does not look like a bandit at all, and in fact they are very similar, despite the age difference. Pointing to his brother's face, Andy asked the girl who she thought was older, Henry or him, after which he grinned and pointed at himself, adding that his brother only looked so formidable. Yoon laughed and replied that she would never believe that Andy was his older brother, but Henry shouldn't say that he looks older than him. Andy sees that his brother's conversation is going well. They are passionate about each other, and that's the most important thing. However, he was forced to interrupt their conversation, so he wrote a message to his brother about where he was, so that he would come to him. Henry was incredibly happy to see his brother here. It seems that in his entire life there had never been a moment when he arrived here at such a time. Putting his hand on Andy's shoulder, he said that he loved him, and was glad that he came to help him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to cope on his own. After which, he sweetly asked his brother for some money so that he could pay for his table and continue their date in another place. In the corner of the room, Henry noticed that the main character did not come here alone, but brought a companion and asked Andy who this girl was. The main character answered him that this is not what he should think about now, and let him solve all his problems first. After which he hands him the money and adds that if after this he doesn't kiss today, then he may not even return home. Henry laughed and told him that he would try to do everything possible for this today, but he would not rush things yet. After Henry left, Andy breathed a sigh of relief, because he was glad that he was in time to help his brother. At that moment, the heroes heard a man enter the staff room. Yoon turned around and realized that it was the manager who was responsible for scheduling the performances of the artists in this establishment. The manager immediately recognized Yoon, despite her disguise in the form of a cap and mask, because her magical hair was immediately a kilometer away. Yoon was glad to see this man here, because they had worked together more than once and she knows that he is a true professional in his field. The girl asked the manager why the door that she always came through before was now locked. The man replied that this was done for the sake of convenience, because now you can immediately enter the hall through the dressing room, which makes this room more convenient. After which, he asked who this young man was who came with her, because strangers should not be brought here. Yoon replied that Andy is not an outsider. He is now her temporary manager while her director is away on important business. Andy was surprised by this answer. In fact, he would like it all to be true, because he really enjoys spending time with Yoon. The manager told the heroes that since they came here, they must say hello to the artists who are performing today, because John and Anna are here today. Hearing these names, Yoon beamed with joy, because she really loves spending time with these people, because she has known them for a very long time. After which, the manager took the heroes to their room, where the artists discussed the plan for their performance and various nuances. They were somewhat surprised when they heard someone enter the room, because they thought it was another fan who wanted to ask them for an autograph. But when they saw Yoon enter the room, they were immediately happy, because they had not met this girl in this establishment for a long time. The girl immediately ran to meet them, because she had not seen them for so long and wanted to tell everything that had happened to her lately. But first of all, she introduced her new acquaintance. She, just like the manager, told them that this was her new manager. Andy nodded his head awkwardly and confirmed that this was true. He was now temporarily holding this position while the director was busy with important matters. The first one to introduce herself was a girl named Anna. She often performs in this jazz-style establishment, and is practically the main star of this place. It turned out that the manager whom the heroes met in their dressing room is the husband of this girl, and at the same time her manager. The second person to introduce himself was a guy named John. He said that he was the most talented and smart rapper in this establishment. Hearing this, Yoon loudly scattered, because only John could describe himself this way, because he loves his creativity very much. Andy sees that Yoon is very comfortable in the company of these people, and behaves completely differently than when they are alone. It is clear that she has known these people for a long time, and they often spend time together, because contact is well established between them. The heroes sat down around the same table, and while Andy feels a little uncomfortable in the new company, because these people are different from ordinary people. However, John is trying his best to establish contact with the main character. He says that since he is now Yoon's new manager, they will have to see each other more often. Andy replied that if it concerns her work, then she is her temporary manager for now, so he is not sure that they will be able to see each other that often. At that moment, the manager looked into the hero's room, bringing with him a bottle of good wine for a more relaxed conversation. First of all, he poured a glass for his wife, as a real man should do, and beautifully handed the glass to her. Andy gave up alcohol, saying he was currently undergoing treatment, so he would only drink soft drinks today. Yoon grinned, because she knows what course of treatment Andy is talking about, and this really touched her. Taking a glass of wine in his hands, John said that lately he has been really enjoying this drink. He considers it special. He asked the heroes if they knew who a wine sommelier was, after which he added that now he was very interested in this activity. It is very interesting to recognize the different notes of fruits and berries in this drink using your sense of smell and taste buds. He added that he was great at it, and if they asked, he could easily list the composition of this wonderful wine to them. The girls laughed, because they know how quickly John finds a new hobby, and after that considers himself a master in this matter. John replied that they were laughing in vain, because he already knew the composition of this wine, just by smelling its aroma. According to him, this wine contains strawberries and lavender leaves, which perfectly emphasize the taste of this berry. Andy asked John if he could look at his glass and try to guess the composition of this drink just like him. John kindly presented him with his glass, expecting that now Andy would definitely not guess the composition of this wine, and in the eyes of the girls it would seem much cooler. However, he did not know that Andy is not an ordinary person. He does not even need to smell and taste this drink to understand what it is made of. After this, he pretends that he is trying to understand the composition of this drink by smell, and brings the glass to his nose. Having tasted its aroma, he confidently says that John is mistaken, and in fact, there are no lavender leaves here. John objected to Andy, because here you don't even need to be an expert to understand that the smell of lavender emanates from his drink, which cannot be confused with anything else. However, Andy confidently answered that this smell appeared as a result of the symbiosis of raspberries and various coniferous herbs, which provided similar qualities. John realized that Andy was right, which meant that he had not guessed a single ingredient in this drink, even though he called himself an expert in this field. Andy just smiled sweetly and replied that he had been interested in this activity for a long time, so he shouldn't be offended by it. John told Andy that he should definitely teach him this skill, after which he drank his glass in one gulp. Anna asked Yoon if she wanted to perform at this event today, because the audience was already prepared and waiting for the spectacle. Yoon replied that she doesn't mind. However, she hasn't performed in such an establishment for a long time, so she's a little scared that the audience won't accept her. Meanwhile, Henry's date is going very well. They talk about everything and have a great time. Henry has prepared a surprise for his new girlfriend in the form of tickets to a late-night movie screening under the starry Christmas sky. He asked the girl if she agrees to spend this evening with him in the open air. It turned out that he needed the money specifically for these tickets because he wanted to make a great impression on the girl. At this point, Andy texted Henry asking what song he wanted to hear played for them. The girl replied that it would be great if they sang about New Year's Eve and the miracles that happen on this day. Before she had time to finish her sentence, she saw that one of the performers had entered the stage. It was Yoon. She introduced herself to the audience and said that she would now perform her new song about New Year's Eve for them. The girl was surprised when she saw Yoon on stage, because she was not listed in the event program, and she is a longtime fan of her work. Henry asks Andy how he managed to get the melody and singer right, since his girlfriend is Yoon's main fan. After which, he shows this message to his girlfriend to surprise her with what a wonderful brother he has. During the flow of the performance, he himself stares at Yoon, because on stage she looks simply irresistible, and amazing lines of a Christmas song come out of her mouth. Andy stands next to the stage, and with all his appearance supports his new friend so that she can feel comfortable. The girl winked at him, thereby showing that everything was fine with her and that she herself was glad that she agreed to such an adventure. Andy is glad that the girl agreed to decorate the evening for his brother, because he knows that his girlfriend will definitely never forget such a date. It was an amazing evening. Everyone got up from their tables and went to the stage to support the performer. Henry and his new girlfriend enjoyed each other's atmosphere, embellished by Yoon's beautiful music. Everything around seemed magical. The music united all the people, and it seemed that everyone in this restaurant was from one big family. After the performance, the audience applauded the girl for a long time, asking her to give an encore and perform at least a few more compositions. However, the girl already had to go, so she politely said goodbye to her viewers, promising them that she would definitely return here again. After her performance, she went out into the corridor, where Andy was already waiting for her to congratulate her on yet another amazing performance. Yoon thanked the guy for such flattering words addressed to her. She herself is glad that she finally decided to do this performance, because she herself really liked it. Blushing a little with shame, he tells her that her voice was as amazing as always, and he was ready to listen to her music for a long time. While talking, they hear someone next to them shouting Andy's name loudly, and Yoon asks him if it might be his brother. It was indeed Henry, shouting his name loudly, despite the fact that the guest room was next to him. Andy approached him and told him to stop shouting at all the establishments and asked why he was looking for him. Henry replied that to repay his debt, he wanted to give him his movie tickets, because he and his girlfriend decided to spend time under the open night sky. Andy replied that he shouldn't waste such gifts, in case his girlfriend changes her mind and they go to the movies with her. Henry replied that after such an emotional evening they wanted simple silence in the fresh air, so he would give these tickets to him. Let him decide what to do with them, because tickets are not cheap, and if you return them, you can get a good amount for them, which practically covers dinner in a restaurant. After this, Andy shows with all his appearance that it's time for him to go, wanting to hide Yoon's body behind his back. However, he didn't succeed, because Yoon herself looked out from behind him and looked at Henry with an attentive gaze. Seeing Yoon behind Andy, Henry froze in surprise, because he could not imagine that such a popular artist was communicating with his loser brother. Yoon told Andy that their new friend John was leaving, so he came to say goodbye to them. John told Andy that he was pleased to meet such a wonderful wine connoisseur as he was, and that he would like to meet him again. Hearing that Andy also knew John, Henry was even more surprised, because he is a longtime fan of this artist, and his posters are plastered on the walls of his room. The heroes were saved from Henry's long questions by the fact that his girlfriend had already left the guest room and was waiting for him at the exit of the restaurant. Therefore, they had to say goodbye. But Henry made a promise to Andy that when they returned, he would definitely tell him about the story of their acquaintance. When Henry left, Andy was wondering what to do with these tickets, because he did not plan to go to the cinema today. But the tickets needed to be returned as quickly as possible. Yoon asked the hero why not take advantage of them and have another date together at the cinema. Moreover, the film for which he received tickets is very interesting, and she herself would like to go to the premiere, but due to her busy schedule, she did not succeed. Andy told her that if she didn't mind, he would happily spend this Christmas evening with her, because he had no plans. The girl was even a little confused when she heard such an answer, because she did not expect Andy to agree so quickly to go to the movies together. However, she was glad about it, because their desire to spend Christmas evening together was mutual. After that, Yoon said that she wanted to say goodbye to Anna first, after which they could set out on their way. Walking into Anna's dressing room, she immediately realized that Andy was not in fact her new manager, but that something completely different was involved. She told her that she liked Andy, but she must understand that any sympathy must be mutual. Only then can she show any signs of attention. Yoon replied that despite the fact that Anna is already a woman with experience, she will deal with her problems herself, so she does not need to give advice. She also asked her that if her real manager asked about her whereabouts, she would tell him to go to the cinema by a certain time. The girl puts on all the attributes of a disguise so that none of the random passers-by will disturb her and Andy's evening. It turned out that the girl's to-do list included an item that required going to the movies with her new friend. She is glad that in one day she was able to complete several items from this list at once, which makes her work on the report for Dr. Catherine much easier. Entering the screening room, an absurd pause arose over the heroes, because they realized that this film was intended for couples, and there were only people in love around. Moreover, the places Henry booked were not cheap, and were intended for a special date to maximize the romantic atmosphere. Andy laughed loudly and told Yoon that he had a lot to learn from his brother, because if he were a girl, he would really like this atmosphere. Yoon did not answer anything to this. It was clear that some kind of embarrassment arose between them, because before that, they had never been in such close proximity to each other. Andy decided to dilute this atmosphere by saying that he had recently started listening to her music a lot more, and he liked it more and more every day. after which he looked at her with such a look, as if he wanted to tell her something important. But so far he did not have the courage to do so. Now he saw in her the girl he saw for the first time when he listened to her song at that event. Now she seemed even more beautiful to him. Yun replied that she was pleased to hear such flattering words addressed to her from such a smart person. She was glad that he liked her music. After which, she added that next to him she feels that she does not need to wear a mask. She already feels calm. Andy told her that she didn't have to wear masks and caps because it just hid the beauty of her hair and made her look plain. These words made the girl feel a little ashamed. She even felt a little uncomfortable. However, Andy immediately diluted this atmosphere by making a reference to one of the moments in the film, which immediately diverted the topic of their conversation in another direction. After some time, the heroes again became comfortable being in each other's company, and the embarrassment between them completely disappeared. The film was really interesting because the audience carefully watched what was happening on the screen and were not even distracted by their other halves. At the very end of the film, Andy feels the same weakness that he had when he returned from the event. His eyes begin to close involuntarily, and Andy can't do anything about it because he has no strength left to maintain his consciousness. Andy ends up falling asleep and using his new girlfriend's shoulder as a support for his head. This surprised Yun a little, because she knows about his problems with sleep. Apparently, he was very tired from today's busy day. Therefore, she fully understands why he could have fallen asleep and decides not to wake up the main character, because normal sleep is very rare for them now. Moreover, at that moment, she felt that her eyelids were weakening, and she herself would not mind taking a nap for a few hours. Ultimately, they slept until the very end of the movie show, and continued to do so, even at the moment when people had already begun to leave the cinema. They would have continued to sleep if not for the guard, who had to wake them up, and the heroes did not want to open their eyes for a long time. Coming out into the street after a wonderful time, the heroes realized that today it is time to say goodbye. Yun asked the main character if they are friends after such an evening, or if he still does not perceive her as his friend. Andy replied that he considered her his friend, and she could count on his support if she suddenly needed something from him. In this case, Yoon asks Andy for his mobile phone number so that they can keep in touch if necessary. Andy is not against this, because he is always ready to maintain contact with such a wonderful girl like Yoon. They thank each other for their help in treating sleep problems and promise that they will definitely meet again and repeat the same wonderful evening. After they separated, Yoon called her best friend and told her everything that had happened that day. She said that she felt like she considered Andy more than just a friend, because she had never met such amazing people as him. The next day, Andy went to his work. The reporter reported that big frosts were expected in Japan, and the coldest winter was coming. It was really felt because despite the warm clothes that Andy put on, he still felt the frost reaching his body. By the way, he was even glad about this, because for a long time there had not been such truly winter weather as there should be on New Year's Eve. Winters are usually warm in Japan, but this year even this aspect of his life has changed, not to mention his work and knowledge. From today he will be working in a new department, under the leadership of Dr. Jan, so he is a little nervous. Having gathered his thoughts, he enters his new office and is already anticipating what projects he has to create, because Dr. John is known for his unpredictability. He opens the doors of his new office and greets his new team. Despite the fact that he came to work 15 minutes before the start of the working day, work in the office was already in full swing and many people had already come to work. Such a desire to work surprised the main character, because he had not seen this in the previous office, but something else surprised him even more. Next to him, someone was sleeping right on the work table, covering his head with a warm blanket, and considering that yesterday was New Year's, this surprised him even more. Looking at the wall clock, the hero realizes that in a few minutes the daily consultation will begin, and the person next to him would need to wake up. Noticing a piece of this man's head, the hero realizes that Chloe is sleeping next to him. Apparently, she has worked here for more than one day in a row. He thinks about how he can make a person work so hard. Does she really have nothing else to do at such a young age? However, he decides to mind his own business, and if Chloe wants to share her problems with him, she will do it herself. At that moment, the head of their research group came into the office. He was glad to see a new face in their team in the form of Andy. The main character tried to wake up Chloe and kicked her in the side a little, telling her that it was a new day and it was time to do science. Although reluctantly, Chloe began to open her eyes, which, due to extreme fatigue, were in no hurry to open. She was still in a state between sleep and wakefulness, and did not understand what they wanted from her and where she was. Andy sped up the process of her awakening by telling her that if she didn't wake up now, then all her projects would be transferred to him, and she would be left without a job. Chloe was unhappy with this arrangement. So she raised her sleepy head and said that she would finish her projects for the year herself. The team laughed in unison, telling Chloe that this year, unfortunately, she would not have time to finish anything, because she slept at her desk throughout the new year. Chloe's eyes still didn't want to open. She couldn't believe that because of her long work, she managed to fall asleep at work and appear in front of Andy like that. She covers her face from him and asks the hero why the alarm clock didn't go off. Because she remembers exactly how she set it up last night. Andy tells her that if she's talking about the clockwork alarm clock, then the morning shift turned it off, because it interfered with their work, and she didn't wake up. Chloe replied that they could have woken her up, because she didn't want everyone to see her sleeping soundly at work. After which, she asked the main character when he managed to arrive. She thought that he should still work in another department. She says that she was not ready for such a meeting, because she was not used to being seen in the way she is now. It seems to her that from sleeping for a long time and wearing glasses, her eyes have become even smaller than usual, and a little more, and they will completely disappear. Andy told her that now he doesn't see any difference in her appearance, and it seems to him that she always looks about the same. At this moment, the head of the department patted the folded paper on his palm, thereby attracting the employees' attention to him. He outlined everyone's plans for this week and said that the main task of their department was to develop a new substance for the fire extinguishing system. It was this project that Chloe worked on for a long time, but she was never able to find the ideal formula and reaction for the substance. This week there will be a tender for the supply of fire extinguishing agent, and their company will be participating in it. So they must put their best efforts into it. Today there will be a consultation within the company at which Chloe will be present with a report on her work. For Andy, he has another task. He informed him that today at lunchtime he must be present at the main technology center. They will be waiting for him there. He cannot be late, because this order was given personally by Dr. Jan, and his presence at the center is mandatory. Chloe tells Rick that she spent the last 3 days at work, and all these days she slept exclusively at work. Therefore, for her active work, she has the right to take 1 full day off, which she plans to spend actively. She invites Andy to have lunch together and disassemble one of Dr. Eric's works, as they had previously planned, since such a fortunate opportunity appeared. Andy doesn't know how to respond to this proposal because he just moved to a new office, and asking for a day off on his first day is not very good. Chloe told the main character that she had not forgotten that today was his first day at work, and had even prepared a gift for this occasion. It was a white coat. She gave it as a sign that Andy had finally become a junior researcher, which means he was already worthy of wearing a white coat. Looking at this robe, Andy sees how carefully every seam is made in it. There is not a single thread sticking out anywhere. Apparently Chloe sewed it herself. Chloe asked Andy to try it on, because she wants to see the result of her long and painstaking work. Andy had no right to refuse the young girl, because she put her whole soul into this gift, and was worthy of seeing how this robe sat on him. By the way, it suited the main character the first time. It felt like it was made just for him, and it made the hero look even smarter than before. Looking at the clock, Chloe tells the protagonist that lunch will start in a few hours, so they need to hurry up to complete the tasks that their leader has set for them. All Andy needs to do is visit the research center. He doesn't think it will take him much time, and he should be able to finish it by lunchtime. The heroes agreed that in honor of Andy's first day of work, today they would have lunch together and began to complete their tasks. It was already 11:30, which meant that it was time for Andy to go to the research center. As usual, Andy got there a little earlier than expected and knocked on the door, expecting that no one would be there yet. He was very surprised when he saw Dr. John there, who was already waiting for him in the hall and immediately offered him a job. For the past few years, their company has constantly lost the tender to develop a special material for fire extinguishing, but this year, they intend to win and outshine their competitors. Remembering that he promised to have lunch with Chloe today, the hero asks Dr. Jan what exactly he can help with, because he is not an expert in this field. The doctor tells him that he is not looking for specialists. He needs chemists who will develop the formula for the ideal remedy. He made a great impression on Can at his report, so he thinks that he should try himself in this field. Jan hands him documents that indicate the means that are currently used in various fire extinguishing industries and their chemical formulas. Basically, in Japan, one type is used, based on fire extinguishing foam from fire extinguishers, but the formula of the substance can still be refined. Andy sees many more firms entering the patent competition this year to secure the substance than in previous years. Jan replies that this is why this is an important factor for their company, because they need to show all of Japan that this company has the smartest employees. Last year, the patent was won by Eugene Chemical, who brought with them an entire mobile laboratory, thanks to which they were able to show everyone their research. This year, Jan has also prepared, so he will send his smartest wards, who are well-versed in this industry, with Andy. For a long time, Andy still doubts it, because besides this, he has enough projects that he would like to finish and begin more important ones. Therefore, he asks what his personal advantages are in this project, because there is very little time left for preparation. At this moment, one of the subordinates comes to Director Jan and reports that the consultation on the development of the substance will begin any minute. Andy was not prepared for the fact that he would have to participate in the consultation so quickly, because he first wanted to understand in detail the essence of the issue. Jan told him that in this company he respects only 3 people, the director, the assistant director, and Dr. Eric, and Andy reminds him very much of the latter. After such flattering words addressed to him, Andy simply had to agree to this job, so he accepts this project and goes to the consultation. Arriving at the classroom, the hero sees that the work is indeed very serious, because all the heads of this department have gathered here, which is a rarity. Looking at where his seat was, Andy was very surprised, because next to him sat the second in command of this department, who are responsible for the development of various formulas. Approaching them, he politely greeted them and told them that Dr. Jan had sent him here as an assistant to develop the ideal formula for a fire-extinguishing agent. The doctors were surprised that such a young employee was sent here, however. When they found out that if Dr. John had sent him personally, they did not become indignant. Even though his seat was next to these scientists, Andy says that he will sit in the back row, because he is not yet worthy of being in the front row of this department. One of the scientists tells him that since Dr. John sent him, he is already worthy to sit next to them, because this man does nothing by accident or just like that. Therefore he can calmly sit next to them, and not be afraid that someone will look askance at him, like at a former intern. Andy was glad to hear such words. After all, since his arrival in this company, the attitude towards him has changed a lot, and this pleases the main character. He feels the tense atmosphere in the room now, because the issue is really very serious, and requires a thorough solution as soon as possible. Andy feels some anxiety, and his heartbeat quickens, because he has never felt the burden of such responsibility. But he collects his thoughts and realizes that everything will work out for him, as always, because he is the smartest person he knows. The process began. Various disputes arose between scientists about this or that formula, and no one could come to a final conclusion. All this time, Andy just studied the documents and scrolled through various options in his head to create the ideal formula. The buzz stopped when Dr. Brown, who is Dr. Jang's right-hand man, entered the audience. Along with him, Chloe also looked into the audience, who, as a junior researcher, could attend this event, but only as a spectator. Seeing her, Andy was somewhat confused, because he promised her that they would spend today's lunch together. But instead, he is at a consultation. Chloe asked him what he forgot in the front seats, because the seats intended for junior researchers are in the back. Is he really one of the participants in the project, since he only started his first day in this department? Andy bragged to her that Dr. Jan personally asked him to participate in this meeting, so she could support him. Several hours have already passed since this meeting began. However, the scientists did not come to a final version. Each proposed different formulas. They differed greatly, but carried approximately the same message, which made it possible to improve the fire extinguishing system by only a few %. All these factors meant that if their competitor chose a technique that was even 1% better than theirs, then they would not win the tender this year. Therefore, the final option should be the most reliable of all those proposed, and it should also fit the company's budget. There were indeed many factors, so the process of creating the formula dragged on for a long time. The tender began within a few hours, and the scientists agreed on the option proposed by one of the employees. Andy reflects that there are different ways to put out a fire. The fire can be extinguished with plenty of water, you can extinguish it with foam, or you can use sand of various consistencies. But the best option is the one that eliminates the contact of the flame with oxygen, which completely eliminates the cause of the fire. And this is what the modern fire extinguishing system is based on. Essentially, the company needs to develop a formula for a substance that will allow less oxygen to pass through than what is found in modern fire extinguishers. After thinking about this topic and hearing his colleagues' suggestions, Andy raises his hand and declares that he has found solutions to this problem. He is talking about a hydrocarbon that practically does not conduct oxygen at all, but it is in a solid state of aggregation. The main issue that they will have to deal with is the transfer of this substance from a solid to a gel-like state, the formula for which he writes down on his piece of paper. After reading Andy's version, Dr. Brown concludes that this theory has its place and should definitely be used as a bargaining chip during the patent process. He praises the newcomer for his ingenuity and says that he himself would not have thought of this, although the option seems very obvious. Hearing such flattering words addressed to Andy, Chloe became somewhat angry. She asks the main character how he managed to develop a formula in a few hours that the entire department of scientists could not develop for a whole month. This is simply unfair to people like her, because she spends a huge amount of time at work, but has never heard such words addressed to her from Dr. Brown. Andy replies that he can't do anything about it. He was just doing what Dr. Jan asked him to do. Out of dissatisfaction, Chloe averted her gaze to the side, because she does not understand why someone can be so brilliant, and someone is forced to work endlessly. However, in her heart she is happy for Andy, because she feels proud of the student of the one she tries to emulate. Andy tells her that she did well today too, because that red hairpin really suits her look and complements her perfectly. In protest, Chloe immediately takes it off to show Andy that she deserves attention for more than just her hair clip. Andy laughed and promised her that when he was done with this project, he would definitely have lunch with her, and they would look at one of Dr. Eric's projects. Chloe said that she wouldn't just leave this matter, so she too would go to the patent to see how Andy was there crucifying himself in front of a large audience. Within a few hours, a bus with scientists set off for one of the most important events of the year. The department tried to bring along as many bright minds from its company as possible to finally win this battle this year. The building in which this event will be held was breathtaking in its size. It was immediately clear that everyone came here for a reason. The scientists slowly began to take their places, but it was still clear that not everyone had arrived, and many people were still expected to appear. However, the core scientists from KG were already there, and Dr. Brown greeted Andy and told him he was glad he was joining them this year. Andy was surprised to hear such words from such a person. They meant a lot to any aspiring scientist. At that moment, he heard a voice behind him, which seemed very familiar to him. This man was Dr. Eugene, whom Andy knew after the incident on the train tracks. Andy politely greeted this man, because they had left on a pleasant note last time and had helped each other a lot. Thanks to the combined work of all his subordinates and Andy's brilliant ideas, they managed to get away with it, and the state continued to work with them. Andy asked Eugene why that pink-haired girl was not with them today, because he thought she was very resourceful. The doctor replied that this time she had different tasks assigned to her, and if he wanted to ask her out, then he was very sorry. Looking at Andy and conducting a dialogue with him, Dr. Eugene sees how the hero has matured, and how quickly he absorbs the knowledge he receives in his laboratory. He asked the main character if he received the money that his company sent to the account of the company where he works. If suddenly he did not receive them and the company deceived him, then he can always turn to him, and he will gladly accept him into the ranks of researchers in his company. Andy replied that he did not receive any additional money, but the administration gave him a special corporate card. Eugene was somewhat surprised by this, because the money that his company sent was addressed to Andy personally, and it's simply rude to treat your employees this way. Andy continued. He said that this card allows him unlimited dining and attending events in any establishments in the city, and this also applies to delivery. Hearing this, Eugene realized that he was talking about a VIP card, which in his company is issued only to the best researchers, and he did not understand why such a card was given to a simple intern. After these words, Andy scratched the back of his head and said that he quite liked the conditions in his company, so he was not going to leave there yet. Since this is the case, Eugene asked the main character in whose capacity he arrived at today's event. Upon learning that Andy was part of Brooke's team, Eugene grinned, because he did not expect that among such experienced scientists there would be a person who had not even worked for 1 year. This time they will have to be rivals, which Eugene regrets because he would really like to see Andy in the ranks of his company. Within a few hours the tender began, for which all the famous scientific companies in Japan came. This year there are twice as many participating companies as last year, because this is a state tender, and can bring a lot of income to the company. The company where Andy works was already fully assembled and waiting for the tests to begin. All their work pieces were in place. Eugene also did not lag behind, because it was his company that won the tender last year, and this year they cannot fall on their face. Seeing how many serious competitors there are this year, Andy understands that winning this tender will be very difficult. At this moment, he is distracted by Chloe, who complains that the room is very cold and she simply cannot stand it anymore. The bags that she took with her just in case have completely cooled down and do not emit a single drop of heat and do not warm anything at all. Andy asks the girl to give these bags to him. He knows how to use them correctly and will help her reheat them. After 1 minute, he returns the girls the bags from which the heat was emanating. Chloe was surprised at such an unusual ability of the protagonist. She called him a wizard, because apart from magic, he could not have warmed them up in any way, because there was no substance left in them that kept them warm inside. Andy thought that he needed to be a little more careful with his tricks, because Chloe was much smarter than Yun, and telling her that ordinary chemistry would not work. At that moment, he looked towards Eugene and saw that on his right hand was sitting a bald scientist who occupied the very first rows. He gave off an air as if he were a good-natured neighbor who was always ready to help you out, no matter what your problem was. Within a couple of hours, the first tests began, and all the companies went out onto the street, where a training fire would be created, which they would need to extinguish. This year, many firefighters will be present at the competition, who will render a verdict in favor of one company or another. This was done because these are the people who fight fires in real life, and who better than them knows which company's method is best suited. Andy realizes that the training flame will be unusual, because it will be created from a mixture of petroleum and flammable oil. Putting it out will not be easy, and only the company that has prepared the best formula to cover the flames from oxygen will be able to do it the fastest. Last year the record was set at 35 seconds, but there were far fewer companies, so expect to see a new record this year. Andy's team needs to try hard because their result last year was significantly worse than 35 seconds. Andy tells everyone that they will definitely manage. The main thing is that the flame is not too high, which makes it difficult to extinguish it. Meanwhile, the instructor announced that the tests were beginning, and Eugene's company would be the first to put out the flames. Although the training field was full of Fire Academy students who were supposed to be putting out fires with the company's substances, Dr. Park volunteered from Eugene's company. He looked very confident, as if he had dealt with fires all his adult life and knew how to put them out correctly. Andy immediately realized that something was wrong here. Because who in their right mind would send an old man to such hard work, especially since he is the leading scientist of the company? He was even more surprised when he saw how quickly this old man put out the flames, because it only took him 26 seconds for the fire to go out completely. Eugene praises Dr. Park for a brilliant job and tells him that at his age he is still capable of giving a head start to young people. Park replies that if these students had worked in the field of firefighting as much as he has, they would have completed this task even faster. Next in line were KG. They understood that breaking the record of Eugene's company would be quite problematic. And so it happened. They put out the flames 10 seconds longer than Dr. Park did. The company found itself in a situation where every extra point is worth more than gold, and they simply cannot lose the tests. Because then, they will not see the tender. At this moment, the person in charge of the tests, Captain Huss, said through the loudspeaker for Dr. Park to come to him. Dr. Park was surprised by this and asked what exactly was the matter, because he had not cheated anywhere and put out the fire without any tricks. In fact, Captain Huss called him over to greet a veteran of the service who had served in the position for more than 20 years. Dr. Park replied that the captain shouldn't talk so much in front of him, because he has been retired for a long time, and he is not obliged to salute him, because he no longer has a rank. Gus replied that there are no former firefighters, and he is an excellent confirmation of this, because everyone saw how he quickly and without problems dealt with a heavy fire. But he must give way to the young, because the students, when they saw how quickly the old man dealt with the flame, began to become disappointed in their abilities. However, Dr. Park can continue to participate in the tests if he so desires, because an experienced firefighter is more important than dozens of expensive chemicals. Captain Chris announces the start of the second round of testing, which will use substances developed personally by the companies. This time Eugene completed it in 28 seconds, which is slightly slower than last time, but still a very outstanding result. Andy's company needs to complete the action faster than them, otherwise they will no longer have the opportunity to catch up with Eugene, and the tender will elude them this year. Looking at how Dr. Park works, Andy realizes that the composition of the chemicals in their companies is approximately the same, only the way they are sprayed is different. If you increase the supply of chemical to the point of greatest fire, the rate of flame extinction should increase. Andy explains this to a student who works for their company, and tells him to increase the supply of the substance to the very center of the fire. He watches the whole process with the help of his special vision and sees that the student is doing well and he can manage to put out the fire faster than Dr. Park. And so it happened. KG this time was ahead of Eugene by 2 seconds, although there was nothing foreshadowing this. Andy was happy because it was his formula that helped the company develop the so-called light water, which helped quickly put out the fire. Dr. Eugene is somewhat tense, because he sees that the formulas of the substances are almost identical and KG is a formidable opponent in the fight for the tender. Dr. Brown could not resist being happy because he did not expect that the young scientist's achievements would help them win one of the tests. He praised Andy for his intelligence and said that if they managed to win, then everyone in the company would know what a young genius had joined their ranks. Andy replied that he was just doing his job and nothing more, But the extra advertising certainly wouldn't hurt him, because he needed to move up the career ladder. Other scientists also praised Andy for his resourcefulness. Everyone here understood that without him they would never have been able to stay in the race. However, Andy understood that the battle was not over yet. And this was only a small victory, because there were still many different challenges ahead of them. At this point, the action switches to Chloe, who leaves the hall in a bad mood, because her project on fireproof suits has completely failed. However, she tries to control herself and promises herself that next year she will make the project even better, and will definitely win. Chloe's supervisor tells her that she shouldn't rush into her research because science doesn't like rushers. Before throwing around promises, she needs to understand this step very well and choose the right direction for herself. Chloe told him that a couple of months is enough for her to study any topic in depth, so she will definitely cope. The supervisor gave her the example of a famous scientist who was able to receive 2 Nobel Prizes, chemist Frederick Sanger. Before developing the insulin formula, which is still used in medicine to this day, he spent more than 10 years on it and constantly failed. Chloe was surprised by such an ambiguous example, because she understood that she had not spent even a few % of the efforts that world-famous scientists spent. However, she is not going to receive the Nobel Prize when she is already an old woman and wants to receive it at a young age. The manager replied that she was simply unteachable, and that such a character could play a bad joke on her when she had another failure. Although if her sympathy for Andy is mutual, then she will be able to achieve results, because he seems to be not a stupid guy, said the supervisor. Chloe was silent for a second, because she didn't know how to respond to such words. Although she understood that the leader was just joking. Her pause was interrupted by the cry of a man coming from behind her. It was some unknown man dressed in a beautiful suit. Chloe knew this man. It was Dr. Luntz, who used to work in their company, but had long since left and started working on his own companies. He told her that during this time she had become much prettier, and he was glad that she did not go to Germany for Dr. Eric, but still stayed here. Luntz told her that over the past 7 years that he has been working alone, he has managed to open his own small chemical business and also complete several projects. Chloe told him that she was glad that everything was going well for him, and also told him about her achievements. After which, she told him that it was time for her to go, because her colleagues were waiting for her, who expected to see another successful project from her. Looking at Chloe, Luntz notes how much she resembles her mother in her younger years. It turns out that he knew her. After this, Chloe politely bids him farewell, saying that if she succeeds, she would like to meet again in her free time. After the conversation with Dr. Luntz, Chloe was left with an unpleasant taste in her soul, as if the two were connected by something more than company. It screamed loudly throughout the street and asked the universe why it was so cold outside on that day. At this moment, Andy decided to warm up a little and went to the drink shop to buy himself something hot. Although the clinic warned him that he should not drink caffeine for now, he still ordered coffee, because there was nothing else hot than this. However, he was never able to drink it, because suddenly Chloe appeared in front of him with her arms outstretched forward, waiting for a can of warm drink. Andy gave her his can of coffee, but told her not to think anything of it, because it was just a friendly gesture. For himself, he took ordinary water so that he would have something to drink next to Chloe, who would drink his favorite coffee. Sitting down on a bench, Andy asked her, why don't they have a snack in the car? Because it's very cold outside now, and she's a notorious freezer. Chloe replied that she just wanted to sit for a while and think about everything that had happened to her lately. She didn't want to go anywhere. Andy told her that he was very sorry that her project was not approved. He sincerely believed that she deserved to be given more attention. Chloe replied that nothing could be done about it, because the training flames were very strong this year, and her suit was not ready for such tests. At that moment, an idea came to Andy's head, and he asked Chloe if there were still those costumes that she designed for their company. The girl replied that she only brought a few copies with her because initially the company did not expect the project to be successful. At that moment, as if fate itself had decided to do so, Andy saw that assistants from his company were carrying boxes, inside of which were these suits. He immediately understood what he needed to do, and told these people to entrust these boxes to him, because he would still need the suits. At this moment, Dr. Brown was thinking about further tests, and how he would compete with such a tough opponent as Dr. Eugene. There were still many challenges left, and his company was 3 points behind Eugene, which made the competitive part very difficult. If things continue like this, then they definitely won't win. It was necessary to urgently come up with something and change it. At this moment, Eugene approached Dr. Brown and told him that company leaders had better be warm and command from there, because you could catch a cold here. Brown immediately bowed his head to Eugene, as a sign of his respect for the director of one of the fastest-growing companies. Eugene replied that he shouldn't do this, because they were colleagues who had known each other for a long time. He noted that their formulas for fire-extinguishing substances are very similar. He said that they are even identical, with the exception of a few details. Brown immediately realized that Eugene was talking about the light water that Andy had developed and did not understand why he wanted to discuss this with him now. At this moment, their conversation is interrupted by a message from Captain Roos, who announced the next stage of testing. This time the fire will be even larger. Eugene decided to ask Dr. Brown why they took with them a young scientist named Andy, who at that very moment appeared behind them in a fireman's suit. He approached them and said that he accidentally heard his name here. Perhaps they were looking for him and wanted to ask something. Seeing that Andy was wearing a fireproof suit, Brown did not immediately understand why Andy did it. Eugene looked at the main character with a sidelong glance and asked him if he wore this suit because it was cold outside or to look more impressive. Andy replied that his friend from the company made this suit, and he was going to use it in business to prove to everyone that he has excellent qualities. Eugene asked him if he was really going to go put out the fire, because he had absolutely no experience in this area. Andy replied that he didn't need any experience, because after watching the test participants, he already understood all the principles of their work. Brown also objected to Andy, because this suit was criticized by scientists from their company, and sticking to the flame without preparation is very dangerous. Andy replied that he was not going to put out the fire alone, but would only help a student who worked for their company with this difficult task. If you think about it, Dr. Park is not an official firefighter either, but he was cleared to work with fire, which means Andy shouldn't have any special problems. The main character approached the Fire Academy student and greeted him, saying that he wanted to help him pass the next test. He told him that he was the chief researcher in his company, and that he could completely rely on him, because this was not the first time he had done this. The main thing is that he carries out his commands, and then any flame will be of no use to them, because science can cope with any complexity. The student looked at him as if standing in front of him was not a young guy of his own age, who pretended to be the chief researcher, but at least a veteran of the fire service. Looking at the student, Andy realizes that he has gone a little too far, because he himself has never extinguished fires, and if everything does not go according to plan, he will be very disappointed. The main character explains to the student about the hotspot, and how they will need to act to quickly put out the fire from a physics perspective. The oil reservoir also does not send fuel at the same rate, so this also affects how quickly the fire ignites. While observing Dr. Park, he saw that he somehow puts the most effort into the area where the flame is the brightest, and he ignores the areas where there is practically no fire, despite the possibility of the flame moving. Therefore, together they should be able to complete the task much faster if everything goes as the main character planned. To explain everything in detail to his new acquaintance, Andy points his finger at Dr. Park and says that they will need to do something similar. The student replied that he understood how it worked, but Dr. Park's experience allowed him to cope with the situation faster. You may know the theory very well, but when you come face to face with flames, all knowledge quickly disappears. That is why Andy will go with him, who will have to control every action of the student. After which, they go out to the training ground, and Captain Russ asks why two people came out from the KG company at once. Andy replies that he works for this company and is here as a representative of the fireproof suit that his company has developed. Russ thought that this young scientist was good enough to come up with such an interesting version, with which he could be near the flame. The training fire lit up, looking much larger and more intimidating up close than when you look at it from afar. However, Andy was not at a loss, and immediately analyzed the properties of the flame and the point of its greatest combustion. After which, he ordered the student to aim directly at the center and use the maximum flow of the substance to put out the fire as quickly as possible. When a large flow of substance hit the center of the flame, access to oxygen for the rest of the fire was limited, and the flame began to go out. The rest of the fire was extinguished by spraying fine particles of light water over its surface, with simply splendid results. Dr. Brown simply could not believe his eyes, just a little more, and these two would put out the fire much faster than the veteran fire service did. Dr. Eugene had no face. He could not believe that Andy was not only a brilliant chemist, but also had experience in putting out fires. In the end, Andy put out the fire faster than Dr. Park by a full 10 seconds, allowing KG to strengthen its position in the race for the tender. Andy thanked the student for his excellent work and said that he would make a great firefighter if he continued to work hard. He understands that this is not enough yet, but he is glad that he has already made a big contribution to the victory of his company. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the oil tank, which began to make strange sounds. He sees that there is a lot of foam in the very corner of the tank. but behind it there are small glimpses of a fire that may flare up. Andy understands that only he sees this, so he needs to act as quickly as possible, otherwise the flames could spread throughout the entire training base. After which, the main character grabs the device and runs towards the student to give it to him. Coming closer to him, Andy tells him not to stand like a pillar, because there is a fire on the territory, and his task as a fireman is to put it out. Perhaps now is the most crucial moment in his entire career, and if he fails to cope, then big troubles could happen. The student immediately goes to the fire point and begins to put out the fire under Andy's control. He completely controls the entire process and tells the young firefighter where to direct the hose so that the fire can be extinguished more effectively. Captain Gus ordered them to immediately move away from the fire, because this is an emergency situation and professional firefighters should take care of it. However, they did not have time, because Andy and the student had already dealt with the fire. It happened faster than the firefighters had time to approach the fire. Captain Gus praises the student for his initiative, but tells him to call for help next time, because fire is not to be trifled with. After which he says that he thinks that he will make an excellent firefighter, because you need to be a real daredevil to rush towards the fire like that. Dr. Pak approached Andy and told Captain Gus that the first person to notice the point of fire was this young man. He succeeded even before Pak saw the fire. Gus put his hand on the main character's shoulder and asked if perhaps he too had previously worked as a firefighter before moving into science. If not, then he will gladly accept him into his ranks, because he needs such amazing guys in his squad, to which Andy replied that now he is in his place. Gus announced the start of the next stage of testing, which will begin any minute. This time the flame will be larger, and attention must be paid to the carbon dioxide that will be released. It must not be allowed to spread beyond the control line. At this moment, Dr. Park called Andy over, showing with his appearance that he wanted to discuss something with him. He told him that he was glad that there were still young people who could be interested in everything and were able to work in both science and the fire industry. He enjoys the competitive nature of the event and is looking forward to facing him at the A-class trial that will follow this trial. Its essence lies in the fact that several dozen logs of natural wood will be installed in one place, which will need to be extinguished with ordinary water. The competitive aspect of this tender attracts more and more spectators, because everyone knows that you can watch the fire burn endlessly. This time they were allowed to perform in pairs so that the process would be more efficient, and they could focus on eliminating carbon monoxide. At this moment, Andy appears behind Chloe and tells her that he did not expect to see her at such an event. He tells her that he is completely satisfied with the suit. However, she needs to come up with something with the pockets, because they are terribly inconvenient. Even a map cannot fit in there. Chloe was somewhat indignant that Andy criticized the pockets of her suit, but after that, she decided to clarify which card he was talking about. Finally, from his shirt pocket, the hero took out his corporate card, which allows him to place orders for any amount at any of the city's restaurants. He told Chloe that when they were done with this challenge, he would be very hungry, so she should order food for everyone. The first to begin this test was Dr. Eugene's team, which, like last time, was represented by Dr. Park. He used the fire hose as if it were stuck to his hands and was now an extension of them. He deftly maneuvered it from area to area. Using his vision, Andy saw that the composition of the flame was different and was richer in carbon monoxide than past versions of the flame. When you know your job 10 to 1, it is not a problem for you to correctly use the means to prevent the spread of gas. However, when you don't have enough experience in the field, such a labor-intensive process takes much more effort and time than a professional. Mr. Park copes with his task much better than others, and this is felt in every aspect of his actions. Although the chemistry that Eugene's company uses is somewhat worse than that used by KG, although they are approximately similar in composition, Captain Roos shows Dr. Park as an example to the young firefighters and tells them to learn while they have time. Analyzing the composition of the flame, Andy realizes that it is necessary to slightly change the formula in order to reduce the evaporation of carbon monoxide. Since the substance is based on one chemical element, if you add another catalyst to it, the course of the reaction may change, which will speed up the process. Andy tells the student that this time he will put out the fire himself, while he will be busy with something else. He tells him that he believes in his abilities, and if something suddenly starts to go wrong for him, he will always be ready to come to his aid. After which, the main character goes to his supervisors and tells them that he had a great idea after he saw the actions of Dr. Park. At this point, Captain Roos says that KG has about 5 minutes left to prepare before the test begins. Andy has had enough of this time. He asks Brown and his assistant if they have with them exactly the catalyst that he originally thought about. The assistant asked Andy if he really analyzed the composition of the flame just by looking at it. Andy replied that he should not underestimate the power of a normal gaze, because with its help, you can notice very interesting things. After which, he asks scientists to help him prepare a new mixture, or rather, add a catalyst to the old one. Together, they create a completely new substance, which in theory should speed up the reaction rate several times. After which, the new substance is loaded into special cylinders, in which the fire-extinguishing mixture is stored, adding a new catalyst to it. Grabbing several of these cylinders on his shoulder, the hero ran to the student to hand them over to him as quickly as possible, because there was practically no time left for preparation. He outfits the student in full gear and instructs him on how to use these new cylinders. This time he should not aim at the center of the flame, because it is not the speed that is important, but the result. Therefore, the substance must be distributed evenly over the entire area of the fire. After which, the student got to work. After several joint attempts with Andy, his fear of fire had already disappeared, and he stood firmly on his feet. However, the hero does not cease to support him, and constantly monitors the process, showing him how he should proceed further. Captain Roos was surprised by such coordinated work, as if in front of him were not a student and a scientific worker, but two veterans of the fire service. Ultimately, they managed to put out the fire 10 seconds faster than their rivals from Eugene's company did. The happiness of the heroes knew no bounds, because they were able to perform a miracle before our eyes, extinguishing a high pillar of fire in just 16 seconds. The company employees were also proud of the main character, because before their eyes, he prepared a mixture that accelerated the reaction rate and reduced the oxygen supply to the fire several times. Dr. Eugene's face also changed, because recently they were several points ahead of KG, but now they are already equal. At the end of 23 rounds, each company scored 11 points, which meant that the winner would be the one who could win the last round. This will be the same A-class test that Dr. Park talked about, and in it you will have to put out a fire with ordinary water. This whole tense atmosphere was diluted by Chloe, who said that their order had arrived, and now they could have a tasty snack. Chloe brings a bag of various goodies to her friends, and says that the corporate card is just a miracle, because she was able to order a lot of food. At this moment, Captain Roos approaches them and asks the girl if he can also help himself to the bun that she praises so much. The heroes did not immediately understand why Mr. Russ approached them. Had he really become so hungry during the tests that he decided to ask them for food? Russ looked at the main character with a serious look and asked him if he really analyzed the composition of the flame at the very moment of combustion. After which he asked the student to have lunch elsewhere, because he would like to talk with Andy face to face. Captain Russ repeated his question regarding the analysis of the flame, and at that moment Chloe handed him the bun he asked for. While eating desserts, Andy replied that he just carefully observed the actions of Dr. Park, from which he was able to draw conclusions about the composition of the flame. Seeing that Captain Roos was talking with one of his team members, Dr. Brown then ran towards them so that Andy would not say anything unnecessary. Russ told the scientist that he need not worry, because he was just having a normal friendly conversation with him. Once again, the captain emphasizes the protagonist's unique abilities and tells him that being a firefighter would be ideal for him. He then takes a deep breath, as if preparing to say something important. Captain Russ, with complete confidence in his eyes, declares that he is buying the KG company, but only under one important condition. This condition is Andy. If he is part of the deal, then he will without hesitation spend the entire state budget to buy out this company. Andy apologizes to the captain and says that he is not for sale at all, especially since the captain is unlikely to have enough money to buy out such a large company. The captain answered him that he would go to the director, to the minister, to anyone, just to get such a valuable employee into his ranks. Work in government agencies now pays much better, and the working conditions there are much more favorable than now. So he should think carefully and make the right decision, Captain Roos said with a smile on his face, and Chloe pretended to support him. After which, it was time to announce the final round of this competition, the Class A Challenge. Fire service workers brought a specially designed structure made of logs, connected in several layers, to the center of the training field. This time, the fire will need to be extinguished with ordinary water, to which you can add only 5 substances, at the company's choice. Andy understands that in such a competition, Dr. Park will be the hardest to compete with, because you won't be able to count on good chemistry. The fire ignited, and a high pillar of flame and smoke rose upward, flaring up more and more with every second. A team from a small company moved out first. One of the firefighters held the hose, and the second gave it direction. Suddenly, the weather conditions deteriorated sharply and a strong wind arose, which allowed the fire to consume more and more oxygen. Such a sudden change in weather ruined all the plans of this company, because putting out the fire became much more difficult and took more time from the team. Ultimately, the fire was put out in 2.5 minutes. Of course, this result did not suit this team, but nothing can be done about it. Dr. Park encouraged the young firefighters and told them that they were doing great for the weather conditions. Andy felt that as time went on, the weather conditions were only getting worse, although such strong gusts of wind were not broadcast on the radio. On the other hand, this could work to their advantage as it could slow down Dr. Park, allowing them to win the challenge. However, it was foolish to rely on weather conditions, because Dr. Park is an experienced firefighter and has extinguished fires in similar conditions more than once. Moreover, he puts out the fire completely alone, without any assistance or third parties who only get in the way. His face was calm, and his body moved in time with the hose, using a special technique where the hose moves in a fan shape. The student tells Andy that Captain Park's technique is almost perfect. He has never seen anyone wield a fire hose so deftly. Andy himself understands this very well, because the fire is dying out right before our eyes, despite the bad weather conditions. Ultimately, Dr. Park managed to put out the fire in 50 seconds, which is an absolute record in this test. Tiny sparks are still left on the logs, but they are not capable of causing a fire, so this result is accepted. While analyzing the system of how Dr. Park extinguished the fire, Andy noticed one interesting feature. He aimed precisely at such sparks, and not at the very epicenter of the flame, in order to prevent its further spread, and then extinguished the main source. The student asked Andy if he had a plan this time, and if he would help him as a second fireman. Andy had no desire to compete with such a master of the matter as Dr. Park, but he had no choice. He had to save the situation. The main character tells the student that he will allow him to put out the fire on his own, but he will be present on the field as a guide. Since he sees much better than a student, he will be able to see all the fire points, after which he will help direct the hose to them. This is their only chance in which they can fight Dr. Park. They simply have no other options. They must give their all to uphold the honor of their company, and not fall in the face in front of their bosses. Seeing Andy's fighting spirit, Dr. Park examined him with a careful look. He approached him and, despite his rivalry, gave him some advice that would help him put out the fire faster. Andy thanked him for his advice, and said that if he were a firefighter, he would want a teacher like Dr. Park. It's time to start the test, and the assistants brought out a pillar of logs that Andy's team will need to extinguish. Up close, it looked much larger. It seemed to be at least several meters high and wide. Captain Roos announced the start of the round and gave the command to his assistants to light the fire. The weather was deteriorating every minute, so there was no time for preparation. He gestured to Andy as if he were eating a muffin with him and wished him luck in this ordeal. In response to this, Andy smiled and replied that he would try not to let him down and complete the task as quickly as possible. The characters took their positions and prepared for the test. Each of them was extremely focused, because the work required the highest degree of attentiveness. The fire flared up. A high pillar of smoke and flame instantly appeared before the eyes of the heroes. Andy immediately analyzes the composition of the flame to understand which point needs to be pressed first. He finds a place where the fire is just starting to flare up, after which he directs the fire hose to this place and gives the command to the student. The student is holding up well. He instantly follows Andy's command and releases a large stream of water in that direction in the indicated direction. The process is going well. The heroes manage to put out one of the fires, thanks to their coordinated work. Andy constantly monitors the process and moves the hose from place to place so that the flow of water gets exactly where it is needed. Little by little, the flame begins to fade, and at this point KG is ahead of Eugene by several tens of seconds, if everything goes well. Looking at how well the guys work, Russ is once again surprised by the abilities of the main character and dreams of him working for him. Dr. Park is also surprised by this result. The guys are doing better than the professional firefighters who came before him. Andy feels that constantly using his vision is starting to put a lot of strain on his eyes, and he is missing some sparks. He decides that he needs to turn his gaze to the sky for a few seconds to relax his vision from the prolonged burning of the flame. But looking up, he sees that not just a wind flow is forming in the sky, but a real wind whirlwind. The hero immediately returns his gaze to the flame and tells the student that it is necessary to put out the fire more actively and quickly, otherwise problems may arise. However, it was already too late. The whirlwind began to descend to the ground and disperse the upper sections of the flame, from which it began to increase. Andy tries to deceive nature and makes movements with a hose, similar to the movement of a vortex, only in a different direction. This gives little result, however. It was not possible to stop the wind, and it continued to fan the flames. Sparks from the flame began to fly in different directions and go beyond the control line, falling on the skin and clothes of those watching. The student felt that from prolonged use of the hose in his glove, his hand became very numb, and he could no longer hold it. But even here, Andy came to the rescue, holding the hose with his hand and not showing him where to direct the flow of water. Captain Roos shouts to the young people to finish quickly, because everyone already wants to go home and they are tired of watching them play with fire. Andy feels his strength weakening again and decides to look at the sky again. However, for now he keeps himself under control and tries to concentrate on the fire, because a little more, and they will be inferior to Eugene in terms of results. But a loud whistle of the wind forced the main character to raise his head up. What he saw there made him freeze, because there was a whirlwind that was several times larger than the previous one. Such a wind flow can even be called a small hurricane, which is also accompanied by unpleasant precipitation, which only gets in the way. Andy shouts to the student that he needs to finish now, so the main emphasis should be on the center of the flame. They squeeze the hose tightly and direct a powerful stream of water in one stream straight to the center of the fire. The wind intensified. Sparks from the flames began to fly throughout the area, getting into the eyes and covering the places where the fire flared up again. Despite the efforts made, the flames began to flare up even more. The fire consumed more and more oxygen. The logs began to fall from the level turret to the ground, breaking into smithereens and increasing the area of the flame. The hero understands that a little more, and the area of the flame can become so large that he can move to a completely different point. It is necessary to somehow redirect the wind flow in the other direction in order to extinguish it. It is necessary that everything be synchronized. At that moment, he saw that the wind was beginning to divert one of the sources of flame towards his team. He immediately rushed forward so that, if anything happened, he could put it out before the fire touched any of his friends. Every minute the flames flared up stronger and stronger, and the wind fanned sparks around the entire perimeter, forming new fires. Andy redirects the wind in a different direction using his power of electron control, which completely changes its directions. At that moment, Chloe watched how Andy tried to put out this fire, but she could not even think that the fire could reach her too. As if out of nowhere, a stream of wind appeared, bringing with it many small sparks that flew straight towards Chloe. But she did not feel the touch of any of them, as if someone was covering her. Looking up, she saw Andy standing in front of her, holding out his hand to her, asking if she was okay. Chloe asked him how he realized that now the wind would be directed towards her. Did he really feel it again? After which, she began to shout at him, so that he would tell her what was happening here, and how he always came to the rescue on time. But their conversation was interrupted by Dr. Park, who approached them at that moment. He told Andy that he would cover everyone behind the control line from sparks so he could concentrate on the fire. Andy asked why he needed this. Because he belongs to another company, and it is not profitable for him to help someone who is 1 point behind them. The retired firefighter replied that it doesn't matter to him at all who wins this tender. But he knows one thing for sure. If there is a fire, it needs to be put out. Therefore, Andy must go back and help his comrade finish what he started before the fire spreads everywhere. Russ looked at these two and noted to himself that in every generation, there are people who differ from others in their way of thinking. Encouraged by Dr. Park's words, Andy returned to the student and told him it was time to finish what he started. At this moment, the action switches to the main character's mother, who decided to take a shortcut from the store through a high slope. The weather in the city was the same. Wind and snow were everywhere. Even for an adult, it was difficult to stand on his feet. Unable to withstand the flow of wind, Andy's mother twists her leg while on the surface at an angle and falls to the ground with a loud sound. The pain was so severe that the woman screamed throughout the street. She did not understand how she could now get up and try to get home. After successfully extinguishing the fire, the heroes went to the shower to wash off all the soot and dirt created by the fire. While in the neighboring booths, the student told Andy that he did not expect him to drop everything and run to his comrades. Andy told him that his friends were much more important than some result of one of the tests, and if they had suffered, he would not have forgiven himself for it. At that moment, they heard someone else enter the shower room. It was Captain Russ, who greeted the heroes with a loud voice, in his characteristic manner, and with a loud captain's intonation. He took the next booth and told the guys that they showed themselves well today. Everyone was very impressed, especially Andy. If he didn't know that he was a scientist, he would have thought that he was definitely a former firefighter or a graduate of an elite firefighting university. Therefore, he is still waiting for Andy to accept his job offer, because such brainy guys are always needed in the fire service of their country. He also says that Dr. Park highly appreciated his abilities and talked a lot after the test about firefighting tactics. The weather conditions varied significantly, so the results may also vary, leaving them with hopes of winning the competition. After all, today they were not choosing a person, but equipment and chemicals that would help even the most stupid firefighter cope with a difficult situation. Captain Roos invites him to go to the fire department together and find out about the result of the test a few hours earlier, if he wants, of course. But Andy politely refuses, as he understands that this is another attempt to recruit him into the fire service. After strong winds, the weather worsened further. A large amount of precipitation fell, and the snow continued to fall. Seeing Andy alone in the room, Dr. Eugene decided to approach him to discuss a few business matters with him. First of all, he noted the brilliant skills and preparation of the main character, and he also learned that it was he who developed the formula for chemistry. After which, he put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was a real genius of chemistry, which is very rare. He took a deep breath, preparing to say something important, as if recalling the words of a rehearsed speech. After which, he said that every person has a moment in their life that changes their life into a before and after. Andy realized where the conversation was going now. So he made a grimace on his face, as if he was ignoring the person. But Eugene did not back down, continuing. He said that his opportunity had arisen right now. The only chance that comes only once in a lifetime. The salary is like that of a doctor of sciences, the latest equipment and any components he desires, an excellent young team and many other advantages. Andy raised his hand and replied that he already had all this in his company, and he did not yet need to improve the working conditions. He thanked Dr. Eugene for the honor of working for his company, but it was time for him to go to the meeting, because it was about to start. The meeting actually began a few minutes later. The room was filled with visitors awaiting the test results. Andy sat down behind Chloe and asked the girl if he had missed anything while talking to other people about all sorts of trifles. Chloe replied that the results had not yet been announced, and he had arrived just in time. She shared with him that now she was less worried about the test results than about the fact that the weather outside was too bad to return to the city. At this moment, the director of this event came onto the stage and was about to sum up the results of the tests. As expected, a patent is a broader concept than one winner takes all, since as many as 28 companies participated in the competition. One company won a patent for the manufacture of hoses, gloves, and chemical cylinders. Another for heavy machinery, equipment, software, and other industries. In general, all companies performed well, and everyone deserves to work with the government at least at some level. But everyone expected to hear the answer to the most important question: who won the patent for the chemicals that will be supplied for fire extinguishing? Taking a little time to create some intrigue, in a slow voice and with characteristic drawn-out intonations, the director said that KG would supply the chemistry. Dr. Brown cried out with joy because his goal was accomplished, and he could not contain his delight at victory. Andy asked Chloe if he understood correctly that they had just won what they came here for. Chloe replied that this was simply an amazing result. Although they lost in the suits, they won the tender for the supply of chemicals, which means that every fire extinguisher and every installation will use their chemistry. Dr. Brown turned his head towards the young scientists and told the main character that this all happened only thanks to Andy. The main character smiled and replied that he was just doing his job and was always ready to help his company if it needed him. The event ended and it was time to leave for the city. Chloe went with the scientists from her group. Andy asks the driver not to rush because the weather conditions are simply terrible. You can't take your eyes off the road for a second, otherwise something bad might happen. The main character follows the car with his eyes, and he remains on the street waiting for their service bus to pick him up and take him to the city. Finally, the bus arrived and all the companies went home. The weather was getting worse every minute. The amount of precipitation was not decreasing. Despite all the beauty of this picture, the precipitation interfered with the normal movement of traffic. At that moment, Andy heard the phone vibrate in his pocket. Apparently someone called him. It was his younger brother who told the main character that their mother fell while returning home. This news alarmed Andy. He asked his brother how serious it was and whether she had hurt herself in any way when she fell. Henry replied that his mother told him that she got away with a slight fright and only hurt her leg, so he was calling him to find out where the bandage was in the house. Mom didn't want to tell him, but by the look of her, Henry knew that something was wrong with her, so she had to tell him the truth. Andy tells his younger brother that in such situations you can't get away with an ordinary band-aid. You need to go to the hospital and take a picture. Henry told him that Mom definitely wouldn't go to the hospital, and he knew that very well, so they just wanted to put a band-aid on it. Andy called his little brother a bad word and told him not to listen to his mother and just call them a taxi to the hospital. Before this, you need to check whether there is blueness on the ankle or local swelling. If so, then you need to wrap the leg with a tight bandage. He tells him that he will arrive home later tonight and immediately go to the hospital with them, so that he can tell his mother that his eldest son will also come. Andy looked up and thought that it had been a long time since he had seen his mother. In the past, due to problems with money and leading a bad lifestyle, he was ashamed to appear in front of his mother and tried not to contact her. Now, having a good income, he simply does not have enough time to devote to his family. And his mother has the same character. She will never be the first to call. At this moment, traffic completely stopped due to bad weather conditions and a traffic jam formed. Andy didn't immediately understand what had happened. It turned out that the snow, which blocked the road to one of the highways, was to blame. At this moment, Dr. Eugene, whom no one expected to see here, knocked on the KG company bus. He said that now more than one vehicle is not moving, and he came to them with a proposal on how they can solve this problem. The bus doors opened and Eugene thanked him for the courtesy of warming up on their bus. Dr. Brown immediately asked what brought him here, because he would never believe that it was cold in their company's mobile laboratory now, because the temperature was constantly maintained there. Eugene replied that Brown was very insightful, because he came here to offer the KG company a project that his company had developed. We are talking about a special lubricant that prevents tires from freezing and improves vehicle sliding on the road. This project has been successfully used in Alaska, Antarctica, and other snowy countries, so it could solve their mobility problem. If he agrees, then you need to go outside and try to apply the drug to the coating of the wheels, and if the bus manages to move, the problem will be solved. After which, Eugene looked towards Andy and asked him if he would like to join and help the old people cope with this task. Andy told him that he didn't feel like going outside right now, especially during such terrible weather, and he doubted that this method would help them in any way. At this moment, Andy again felt the vibration from the phone in his pocket. This time, Chloe called him, in whose voice there was clearly an alarming tone, indicating that something had happened to her. She informed the main character that due to bad weather conditions, an accident occurred that temporarily blocked the path, causing a huge mountain of snow to accumulate, which was impossible to drive through. Andy replied that if she wanted, she could get back on the bus, because at least there was enough fuel to warm up the vehicle for a long time. After which, a message from his brother came to his phone that everything was fine with them, and his mother agreed to go to the hospital. Andy asked him to be on guard and not tell her that it was he who insisted on going to the hospital, and that he would pay all the expenses that would be required for treatment himself. Looking at the snow, Andy thought about how it was possible to get out of here in such bad weather, because he needed to return to the city today. Having activated his unique vision, the main character analyzes the composition of one of the snowflakes, and notices a certain feature. He is thinking about options on how to destroy this snowflake and prevent the newly appeared snow from accumulating on the road. The idea comes to his mind that instead of banal calcium chloride, create a substance that can dissolve snow much faster. He runs up to Dr. Brown's assistant and asks him if they have any extra chemicals they took with them to make a fire-extinguishing agent. Enjoying the moment of winter silence, the assistant was fast asleep, so he did not immediately realize that someone was asking him something. Opening his eyes a little, the assistant told him that perhaps there was something left in the box, but he did not understand why Andy asked such a question so sharply. Andy told him that he needed magnesium chloride and acetate to create something very interesting. Right from the base of this bus, he is going to defeat this snow and clear the way to his home, because his mother is waiting for his arrival. After which, they go outside to check what chemicals are left behind after conducting a ton of tests. When the hero came out, he was immediately noticed by Dr. Brown and Eugene, who asked him if he had really decided to help them, and that the idea was not such a bad one. Andy stood his ground and replied that he would never go outside in such cold for this idea, because they first need to solve the snow problem. After which, he tells them about his theory, with the help of which it is possible to melt the snow and create a coating that will prevent the accumulation of bliss. Dr. Brown found this idea very interesting, but how was he going to implement it in such disgusting conditions? Andy replied that he would think about it after he found the ingredients he needed, and then it would be a matter of little things. They have nothing to lose, because for now they can't count on the arrival of a snowplow, so they can try this option. After which, they go to the back doors of the truck and unlock the iron door, behind which are all the chemicals. After looking at what they have, the heroes come to the conclusion that this is clearly not enough to create the substance that Andy is talking about. But the main character was not at a loss. He remembered that next to him was the director, who had a whole mobile laboratory with him. Eugene boasted that he really has a lot of different chemicals with him. But why should he share this with someone else's company? Andy told him that this situation was an emergency, and if they sat idly by, people could get hurt. Eugene doesn't mind helping, but he doesn't understand how Andy is going to synthesize a substance that no one has synthesized before. The main character replied that he just needed to create a protein whose DNA would be resistant to freezing. This can be done using a protein analyzer, which is available on the basis of the mobile laboratory of the Eugene Company, by reverse transcription. Looking at Andy, Eugene thought again about how brilliant this guy is, since such fantastic ideas are born in his head. After which he asked him what kind of catalyst would be stable, and whether it would be possible to create this substance as durable as he expected. Andy told him that he would come up with something as the reaction progressed. For now, he just needed to get the necessary substances and test the formula on the snow. Eugene agrees to help the protagonist, but tells him that all his actions will be recorded on the computer, so that this project can be considered a joint one. Andy can refuse or join their company, and then it will be his personal project, which he can then register in his name. However, Andy agrees to the original terms, once again upsetting the annoying Dr. Eugene. After which, the heroes come to the mobile laboratory, and Eugene asks the main character to be as careful as possible with chemicals, because they are very expensive. But the main character knows perfectly well how to work with such substances, because he was literally created for this. At that moment, Dr. Park entered the laboratory and asked the director what this young man had forgotten here. Didn't he work for another company? Eugene told him that this young man was now creating perhaps one of the most breakthrough substances of the year, so he allowed him to use the laboratory. After which, Eugene says that all the analyzers are ready, and Andy can start. The laboratory's base was indeed much more extensive than that of Andy's company, and the main character immediately found what he needed. He deftly mixes all the substances, making up the ideal proportion, without missing a single milliliter of chemical. The entire process is observed by Dr. Eugene, who informs the main character that at the moment, he's obtained a substance that is at least 5 times faster than all known reactions. Even those substances that are used to clear snow from airplane landing sites cannot compare with this substance. The only thing that interests Dr. Eugene is what kind of catalyst Andy will use, because such a reaction will not happen just like that. But he does not know what amazing abilities this person has, and in order to trigger this reaction, he does not need a catalyst. There is very little time left, so there is no time left to find a catalyst, and you have to implement the reaction using your own powers. After the substance was ready, the heroes placed them in cylinders and went out to test the new product. Everyone froze in anticipation of how successful this work would be, because a lot of expectations and resources were spent on it. The action switches to the clinic where Henry took his mother to get examined. Henry tells his mother that Andy actually insisted on going to the hospital because he is very worried about her health. Mom replied that if he was worried, he could call her at least once a month and ask how they were doing, and not look for reasons to show up. She hasn't seen him for more than 2 months, and it seems to her that something incomprehensible is happening to him, because he has changed beyond recognition. In any case, she would like to see him today and asked Henry to tell him this. At the same moment, Andy tested his invention and everything went more than successfully. The substance demonstrated itself in all its glory. Everything turned out just as the main character imagined when he looked at one of the snowflakes, as if many small arrows crashed into a particle of snow. After spraying the substance, snow did not accumulate on the surface, but immediately dissolved upon contact with it. Now all that remains is to get to the place where the accident occurred and clear the snow there to clear the road and finally start moving traffic. But Andy understands that it will be problematic to cope with this task alone, and he needs at least several assistants. Dr. Eugene cannot be taken with him, firstly because of his age, and secondly because the status of such a person does not allow him to clear snow. You can't take Dr. Park with you either, because he is older than Eugene, even though he showed in the tests that he is in excellent shape. All you have to do is do everything yourself, but it will take time until dawn. There is nothing to be done, and Andy goes to his truck to take a firefighter uniform from there to make it more comfortable to work. Having put it on, he feels that he has a surge of strength, since he feels much warmer and his hands can hold the cold balloon. Andy was about to set off when he suddenly heard many voices of young guys behind him. Turning his head, he saw a squad of students from the fire academy, who were urging everyone to remain in their places and wait for the arrival of the snowplow. Among all these people, Andy noticed a student whom he helped put out a fire during the tests. It turned out that this was an order from Captain Roos, who, like them, was stuck on one of the roads, and in order not to dispel panic, he told the students to brief everyone. Andy asked the student if he wanted to help him with something, and handed him a cylinder that was very similar to the one they used to put out fires in the test. He told him that this was not an ordinary fire extinguisher. Inside, there was a substance that could be used to dissolve snow. The main character really needs labor, so he asks a student to help him with this difficult task. The student agrees to Andy's request, and the heroes hit the road. Eugene wishes them luck and hopes that his substance will help them return home today. After the main character leaves, He immediately tells his assistant that it is necessary to lubricate all the wheels with their new substance in order to somehow help Andy. Dr. Park approached the director and said that he would also go with the main character. Since there will be only students there, they will need a person like him who has some experience. On the other side of the road, everything turned out to be even worse than where Andy was. Having contacted his fire brigade by phone, Captain Roos learns that the snowplow will not arrive anytime soon. On his only day off, he is obliged to be here, in the middle of the snow, in complete isolation from the city. Moreover, tomorrow by 8 in the morning he should already be at work and start his duty shift. No matter how angry Captain Roos is, all this is of no use, because he cannot do anything about it. At this moment, he notices that one of the cars begins to perform strange actions. The person who sits behind the wheel simply constantly presses the gas pedal and skids, which greatly depletes his fuel tank. The tires are already starting to wear out and a little more, and they will have no grip left on the ground. Russ understands that this cannot continue, so he gets out of his car, taking the loudspeaker with him. He approaches the interior of this car and shows the owner his ID so that he listens to him. The captain tells him that now is not the time to panic, and his actions will not lead to anything good. He sees that most of the cars are standing chaotically, and even if a harvesting vehicle arrives, he simply will not pass among these cars. Therefore, Captain Russ decides to take matters into his own hands. Taking the loudspeaker, he says that those cars that cannot budge should get out of the car and try to move them with the help of their hands. With joint efforts, they need to clear the way. A voice was heard from one car, asking the captain how there was a guarantee that someone would come for them. People were unhappy with the current situation, so they took out their anger on Captain Roos. Only one person from the crowd gave him a helping hand. It was Chloe, who handed him a warming bag to keep the captain warm a little while he tried to reason with the people. In fact, the situation was difficult, and even such a serious person as Captain Roos could not solve it. Everyone called their families and warned them that most likely they would not return home today and would have to spend the night in the car. Chloe's supervisor advised her to call her relatives, because the weather was only getting worse. However, he did not know that there was no one to call her, because she was left completely alone. She wishes Andy would call her now and cheer her up with some of his stupid jokes. And her dream came true. At the same moment, the main character called her and asked where she was. He told her that he would come very soon, and they would jointly solve the problem with the snow. Having reached the right place, the first person Andy met was Captain Russ. He asked the main character what made him come here after so many kilometers, wearing some kind of cylinders. Andy told him about the substance he created to dissolve the snow, and Captain Russ immediately agreed to help him. Over his loudspeaker, he called on everyone to help the young chemist and take advantage of what he brought. Then they would have a chance to return home today. They must trust the man who in the future will become the best chemist in the world, whose history will begin from this place.